Chapter 1405. Xiaohua's Earth Escape Talisman had a time limit. Not long after, he saw his body flashing with light. Xiaohua hurriedly put another Earth Escape Talisman on his body and fled to another place. After so many times, the Earth Escape Talismans in Xiaohua's space had been exhausted. Xiaohua looked at the pitch-black sky in panic, not knowing what to do. Although he couldn't see the goshawk on the ground, the goshawk's divine sense had never left his side. He had already fled for a long time, but the divine sense was like a maggot in his bones. He couldn't escape. What should I do? Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the last Earth Escape Talisman. After using this Earth Escape Talisman, he could only be obediently squeezed out of the ground, exposing himself to the goshawk's sharp claws and huge wings. Facing a Foundation establishment goshawk, Xiaohua was like a defenseless baby. At this moment, a squeaking sound was heard. The rat that had been lying on his back all this time flew up and floated in front of him out of thin air. I forgot to escape. This mouse is the real prey that the goshawk is chasing. I'm just a fish in the pond. Xiaohua saw the mouse and suddenly realized. At this moment, the mouse seemed to have recovered a bit of its vitality. Its eyes were wide open and it stared at Xiaohua from top to bottom. "Ai, big brother?" Xiaohua said, "I don't know where you came from, but you should escape. Why are you pulling me? Even if I cultivate for 10 years, I'm afraid I won't be a match for that goshawk. If Big Brother has good intentions, you should leave quickly. While I can still hide for a while, let me live." Saying this, Xiaohua put his hands together and saluted the mouse. Mouse also didn't know if he could understand, but after a moment, he also held his 2 mouse paws in front of his chest and couldn't help but smile as he saluted Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and muttered, "Big brother, don't laugh at this little Taoist. You leaving quickly is already a grace to this little Taoist." While speaking, the light around Xiaohua's body flickered. Xiaohua knew that the Earth Escape Talisman was about to lose its effect, so he quickly used the last Earth Escape Talisman on himself. Right at this moment, the rat's tail moved slightly, and it actually brought the little rat on its back that hadn't opened its eyes to his eyes. The amazing thing was that the little rat actually floated in midair and didn't seem to fall. The rat stared at the rat cub in front of it for a long time. There was an indescribable meaning in its tiny eyes. Xiaohua did not understand it at first, but when his gaze met the rat's, he felt as if his heart had been struck by a giant hammer. In the rat's eyes, there was a kind of pity, a kind of reluctance, a kind of determination, and an unparalleled love. Xiaohua watched in disbelief. He didn't dare to believe that he was actually able to see such a scene through his narrow vision. His eyes had long since become moist. At this moment, he also understood the rat's intentions. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the rat's decision. Sure enough, in just a moment, the rat suddenly retracted its gaze. An ice-cold divine sense swept over Xiaohua's body. The rat's mouth was still making gg sounds, saying a language that Xiaohua didn't understand. Xiaohua's face was heavy. He also looked straight at it, seemingly not retreating. Soon after, the rat shook its tail, separating it from the rat cub's tail. Then, with a tap of its tail, the rat cub floated towards Xiaohua. However, just as it floated a few inches, the rat's tail curled up and suddenly pulled the rat cub back. The rat's tail coiled around the rat cub, and a doting feeling filled the entire space. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed inwardly. He also couldn't bear it in his heart. Soon after, the rat pushed the rat cub. Without waiting for the rat cub to float in front of Xiaohua, the rat's figure flashed, and it actually easily escaped from the halo of Xiaohua's Earth Escape Talisman. And just as the rat left the ground and disappeared from Xiaohua's sight, Xiaohua clearly saw that the rat suddenly turned its head, and its eyes lovingly looked at the rat cub in midair. Xiaohua didn't know the situation above the ground. He only knew that just as the rat left the ground, the goshawk's ice-cold divine sense immediately disappeared from his body. When the divine sense disappeared, the rat cub floated in front of Xiaohua's eyes. This was an extremely cute little thing. Its eyes hadn't opened yet, and its red body was covered in fine fur. Its small tail unconsciously moved, as if it was looking for its mother's warmth. Sigh, Xiaohua. How could he bear to ignore this rat cub? He gently extended his hands to hold it. The weightless rat cub was slightly warm as it leaned against Xiaohua's palm. Its small tail had just touched Xiaohua's finger when it instinctively curled up, tightly curling around Xiaohua's little finger. A kind of indescribable warmth flowed in Xiaohua's heart. Immediately after, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly escaped underground and quickly fled in a direction. When the Earth Escape Talisman was about to lose its effect, he rushed out of the ground. Sure enough, on the ground, there were no traces of the goshawk and rat. When Xiaohua saw this, he knew that he had escaped with his life. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He looked at the pink lump of meat in his palm, and the corner of his mouth curled up. His palm slightly curled up, and he was about to put it into his spirit storage pouch. However, the rat cub's small tail was tightly wrapped around Xiaohua's little finger, and it didn't loosen. Xiaohua was unable to put it in. What should I do? I can't always hold it in my hand, right? Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of the iceworm king's egg and water-patterned butterfly's egg in the space. He brushed his hand and tried to send the rat cub into the space. Strangely enough, the rat cub's body actually smoothly entered the space, but its small tail was still wrapped around Xiaohua's finger. However, when the light from reverse light shone on the rat cub's body, the rat cub immediately floated comfortably in the space, and its small tail also loosened from Xiaohua's finger. This place is safe. I'll let this little guy slowly grow up. In any case, I won't let down the rat mother who generously went to her death. Xiaohua laughed and raised his eyes to discern the direction. He urged his magic power, and his entire figure didn't fly high. Following the treetops, he flew out of the sobbing Meng mountain range at extreme speed. At the foot of the mountain, Wuxia had long been running in circles. However, she didn't dare to fly back to the sobbing Meng mountain range. When she saw Xiaohua's figure flying over, her eyes held an indescribable astonishment and peace of mind. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Wuxia couldn't wait to welcome him and impatiently asked, Pai Lan, the twin bears, and Yen Shenwei, how are they? Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed, and he landed on the foot of the mountain. He laughed. What does fellow Taoist Kai think? Wuxia's face revealed joy, and she laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao can return, then they... Not waiting for Wuxia to finish speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, How can I be a match for the three seniors? I only watched the three of them fight from afar. As for what happened to them, I also didn't dare to show my face. I only shot them a glance, and then hurriedly fled. If they perished together, that's also possible. Wuxia's eyes turned, and she hurriedly nodded and said, That's right. I also had the same thought. Moreover, just now, the sobbing Meng mountain range let out a great cry of the firmament shaking. Maybe, it's also normal for them to be killed by the firmament shaking. Firmament shaking? Xiaohua's brows furrowed, and he inwardly said, In all likelihood, that goshawk is the firmament shaking. Just by hearing this name, I can tell it's not a master that's easy to worry about. Thus, he laughed, Isn't that right, fellow Taoist Kai? What rank is this firmament shaking? When I heard that hawk cry, I trembled with fear. I couldn't even fly. The firmament shaking is a third-rank spirit beast, and its strength is comparable to a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator like me. Not to mention us, even a seventh-stage qi condensation cultivator like Yen Shenwei wouldn't be lucky enough to encounter it. Wuxia chuckled. However, since the firmament shaking has appeared here, fellow Taoist Xiao can forget about the spirit-seeking mouse. Why is that? Xiaohua asked. Spirit-seeking mice are different from ordinary spirit beasts. They have strength ranging from the initial to the third rank, and even the fourth rank. The initial rank is naturally equivalent to a first-level qi refining cultivator, and the fourth rank is equivalent to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. I was still thinking that if fellow Taoist Zhao's luck is good, you can encounter a low-rank spirit-seeking mouse. Moreover, fellow Taoist Zhao's flying speed is very fast, so your chances of catching a low-rank spirit-seeking mouse are also much higher. Wuxia pursed her lips and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, the firmament shaking is the natural enemy of spirit-seeking mice. No matter what rank the spirit-seeking mouse is, when it sees the firmament shaking, all of its bones and tendons will go limp, and it won't be able to escape even half a step. Today, the firmament shaking has appeared, and I'm afraid we won't be able to see any more spirit-seeking mice in the surroundings." "No matter." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Our goal isn't the spirit-seeking mouse. As long as we can find the mother-child spirit fruit, it's fine." "Of course." Wuxia clapped her hands and said, "Then, let's go now?" How could Xiaohua go now? He shook his head and said, "The firmament shaking has just appeared, and the Sabman mountain range is still very dangerous. Let's wait a few more days." "Eyes a bit impatient," Wuxia echoed. Soon after, Xiaohua and Xiaohua each found a place to rest in the mountains. After 3 days, they quietly arrived at the stone wall where the mother-child spirit fruit was located. The corpses of Yan Liwei and the Blue Bear duo had long since disappeared. Only their blood-stained Taoist robes and the storage pouches were left behind. Presumably, the corpses had already been eaten by the wild beasts in the mountains. Seeing that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with the location of the 3 corpses, Wuxia wasn't surprised in the slightest. During these 3 days, she also understood that the higher Xiaohua's cultivation was, the more beneficial it was to her. Therefore, when Xiaohua held the 3 storage pouches in his hand, Wuxia didn't wait for him to speak and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhao's luck is indeed good. This storage pouch should be a gift from the heavens to fellow Taoist. How come I didn't see it? It seems like I really have no fate with the things inside the storage pouch." Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. He no longer held back and hung the 3 storage pouches on his waist. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow I." Wuxia waited for Xiaohua to finish packing, then led Xiaohua to the place where the stream of water flowed on the stone wall. She used her hand to point at the stream and said, "This is the passage that leads to the place where the mother-child spirit fruit grows. We only need to use magic power to break the stone walls on both sides of the stream and we'll be able to see it." Chapter 1406. Xiaohua had long known about the mystery of the stone wall. Since Wuxia didn't covet the storage bags of Yan and the Blue Bears, Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't take advantage of Wuxia, so he smiled and said, "It's all thanks to fellow Kai's guidance. If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to see that the water flow on the stone wall was actually the entrance." Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. She walked in front of the water flow, looked left and right, then patted her storage bag and took out several strange yellow talismans. She activated her magic power, turning them into various colors of brilliance. With the wave of Wuxia's slender hands, they hit various parts of the stone wall. Formation talismans? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He saw Yan use this thing before, and Wuxia also didn't explain much. Now that he saw Wuxia take it out, she must have prepared it during the half-year he was in seclusion. Soon after, Wuxia activated her magic power. Her hands formed simple seals and hit the formation talismans on the stone wall. Following the seals, the stone wall gradually overflowed with a faint brilliance. Xiaohua took a few glances and saw that the seals were very simple, so he lost interest. Soon after, he reached out and opened the storage bag at his waist, rummaging through the things inside. There were many things in Yan storage bag. There were some formation talismans, many yellow talismans, and several alchemy books. What made Xiaohua the most happy was that there were many marrow cleansing pills and clear pleasure pills, and even some Giji pills. These Giji pills were the same as the clear pleasure pills. They were also pills that could increase magic power. Xiaohua only learned about them after studying alchemy for this half-year, and they were also the pills he prepared to choose after taking the clear pleasure pill. Now that he saw them, of course he was wild with joy. Moreover, this Yan was indeed the direct bloodline of Xuanyan School's alchemists. Not only were there many marrow cleansing pills, there were also many clear pleasure pills that exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. In contrast, There weren't many good things in the storage bags of the blue bears, only some ordinary pills. Not to mention any cultivation methods, even the yellow talismans were missing. This really made Xiaohua somewhat disdainful. What's wrong with these people? They don't even bring their own cultivation methods with them, and still hide them. Is it so important? As she thought of this, she looked down on them and quietly put these things into her space so that no one would be able to find them. Fortunately, the quality of these three people's storage pouches was not bad. They could be exchanged for some high-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua put them in his sleeve and accepted them with a smile. While Xiao Huaqing was counting the medicinal pills, Kai Wuxia was also nearing the end. Kai Wuxia shouted, "Quick!" Her face flushed red. She formed a seal with both hands and raised it in front of her chest with great difficulty. Then, she slowly pushed it forward as if she was lifting a 1,000-kilogram boulder. After casting the seal with great difficulty, Kai Wuxia's body trembled slightly. Sweat immediately seeped out of her face. This was the sign of overdraft of her supernatural power. Following Kai Wuxia's final seal, a brilliant brilliance appeared on the stone wall. It was extremely dazzling. However, just as Xiaohua squinted his eyes and stared at it, that brilliance flashed and the stone wall returned to its original appearance. This? Xiaohua stared blankly, turning his head to look at Kai Wuxia. The redness on Kai Wuxia's face disappeared, revealing a pale white. Alas, Kai Wuxia sighed and shook her head slightly. After a long while, she said in a low voice, "My supernatural power is still insufficient. The stone wall, I'm afraid it can't be broken." Soon after, as if explaining, she said embarrassedly, "I found Yen Yenwei because he's a 7th-level qi refining cultivator. His supernatural power is much stronger than I, that's why." Xiaohua nodded and didn't say anything. Thinking for a moment, he walked to the front of the stone wall and looked at the place where Kai Wuxia had just inserted the formation talisman. Then he jumped into the stream of water on the stone wall, took a good stand, and placed his hand on the side of the stone wall. Taking a deep breath, he circulated all the strength in his body and moved the stone wall to the outside. Xiaohua's strength wasn't just for show. Following Xiaohua's exertion of strength, that stone wall's brilliance began to flash. Moreover, it became increasingly resplendent, almost exactly the same as when Kai Wuxia used the formation talisman just a moment ago. Ah? Kai Wuxia stood beside the stream of water, her face full of astonishment. She really didn't think that when a cultivator's strength reached a certain degree, they could actually break through magic with force. But the matter still wasn't as simple as Xiaohua thought. Just as the stone wall faintly swayed, his fingertips suddenly slipped. It seemed like the restriction on the stone wall had some effect. Xiaohua's figure immediately lost balance and fell into the stream of water. Kai Wuxia was startled. Just as she raised her hand and wanted to do something, Xiaohua's figure that fell in midair suddenly spun strangely. He didn't use any magic power at all and steadily fell into the stream of water. Okay, Kai Wuxia didn't know why, but she suddenly cried out. Xiaohua scratched his head, looked at Kai Wuxia with an embarrassed smile, and went forward to try again. In the end, that stone wall's restriction was still as smooth as before. Xiaohua was the same as before, unable to move the stone wall away. Xiaohua slightly frowned. Thinking for a moment, he took out the devil's spear tip. Just as he wanted to use the spear tip to break the restriction, he was stopped by Kai Wuxia. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, wait a moment." "What's wrong?" "Fellow Taoist Kai?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Kai Wuxia shook her head and said, "This restriction is somewhat strange. In the information that I received, the restriction on this stone wall must be completely broken at the same time. Only then can the passage be completely opened. Otherwise, the restriction will have a backup plan that will destroy the mother-child spirit fruit in the passage. Just now, fellow Taoist Xiao used force to break the restriction. You should be able to move the entire stone wall away, and the backup plan of the restriction won't be triggered. If you use this spear tip to break the formation, I'm afraid there will be a bad result." "There's such a wonderful formation?" Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly put away the devil's spear tip. "Then what should we do?" Xiaohua didn't have any other methods besides using force to break the restriction. Also have no other way. Kai Wuxia slightly shook her head. Unless we find another person whose magic power is even higher than I's. Although that's what she said, and in the cultivation world of the country of Xi, there were many cultivators with higher cultivation than Kai Wuxia, but how many of them could Kai Wuxia and Xiaohua trust? How about fellow Taoist Xiao? Wait a moment, I will go and invite my sister over? She's a 7th level Qi refining cultivator, she should be able to break the restriction. Kai Wuxia's eyes lit up. Fairy Hongxia? Xiaohua heard Kai Wuxia mention her before, so he said with a smile, of course it's possible. But Kai Wuxia slightly bit her pearly white teeth and said hesitantly, when I came out, my sister was in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid she still hasn't come out yet. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and muttered in his stomach. The two of them pondered for half a day, but they still couldn't think of any good method, so they had no choice but to leave the sobbing Meng Mountains. After flying for a while, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a plan in his heart, so he cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist Kai, how about this? Since we don't have any effective methods for the time being, we'll cultivate here first. If fellow Taoist can make a breakthrough, wouldn't we be able to open the passage? Kai Wuxia bitterly smiled. She had just taken a foundation establishment pill, so it was easy for her to make a breakthrough. Even if she took another pill now, it was impossible for her magic power to increase by too much. The restriction on the stone wall still couldn't be broken. But, apart from this, what other methods did she have? After all, being able to pick the mother-child spirit fruit and refine the embryonic breathing pill was her only hope at this moment. Alright, can only do this. Kai Wuxia slightly nodded. At this moment, she could be considered as being forced to do something beyond her ability. The two of them found a secluded place, and each of them found a clean cave, and started to cultivate. Before Xiaohua entered the cave, he also asked for a copy of the method to use the array talisman to break the restriction on the stone wall. Kai Wuxia wasn't stingy and gave it to him. In a flash, several months passed. Kai Wuxia's cultivation was still at the same place, without any improvement. Xiaohua's cultivation with the support of the clear breeze pill and marrow cleansing pill directly reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. But, just as Xiaohua was about to take the last marrow cleansing pill and clear breeze pill to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm and enter the 4th level, Kai Wuxia didn't want to. Seeing Kai Wuxia's summoning talisman, Xiaohua could only get up from his closed-door cultivation and very helplessly push away the huge rock blocking the entrance of the cave. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Outside the cave, Kai Wuxia was very apologetic. Just as she cupped her hands and was about to apologize, her eyes lit up again. She smiled, almost jealously, and said, congratulations, congratulations. I didn't expect that in a mere few months, fellow Taoist, your cultivation would advance again. You've already reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. Immediately, Kai Wuxia came to her senses and slapped her forehead. I was too impatient. Alas, if it wasn't for I sending you a message, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist would have been able to enter the 4th level of the Qi refining realm in a little more than a month, right? Atonement, atonement. Xiaohua smiled and said, look at what fellow Taoist Kai is saying. Fellow Taoist cultivated to the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm many years ago. I only reached the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm at such an age. What's there to be proud of? Kai Wuxia slightly shook her head. She was very clear in her heart that from the 2nd level of the Qi refining realm to the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, and then from the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm to the 4th level of the Qi refining realm, she spent a lot of time. As for Xiaohua, from the 1st level of the Qi refining realm she saw until now, he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. How much time did he spend? Comparisons are odious. This was the only thought in Kai Wuxia's mind. Fellow Taoist Kai, I haven't made any progress in these past few months. Counting with my fingers, it should be about time for my younger sister to come out of closed-door cultivation. We can't just stay here forever. If possible, I want to take a trip back to Luoyang and see if I can call my younger sister over. Xiaohua smiled and said, fellow Taoist Kai's idea is indeed wonderful. However, before fellow Taoist Kai leaves, I also want to give it a try and see if I can break the restriction on that stone wall. Kai Wuxia was overjoyed. She clapped her hands and said, could it be that fellow Taoist Zhao's strength has increased again in these past few months? Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. Soon after, the two of them tidied up and once again arrived in front of the stone wall. The flowing water in front of the stone wall was still gurgling, as if it hadn't changed at all due to the passage of time. Chapter 1407. Xiaohua walked in front of the stone wall and carefully examined it. Then he extended his hand and said, fellow Taoist Kai, I'll have to trouble you to lend me the talisman. What? Talisman? A talisman? Kai Wuxia was originally looking forward to seeing Xiaohua's divine power, but she didn't expect Xiaohua to actually ask her for talisman. She stuttered for a moment. Yes, talisman. I want to give it a try. Xiaohua said, as expected. Kai Wuxia originally wanted to say, how is that possible? But when the words reached her mouth, she hurriedly stopped. Then, she thought for a moment, patted her storage bag, took out several talismans, and handed them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already asked Kai Wuxia how to use talismans before entering closed-door cultivation. Moreover, the technique wasn't very complicated. To be honest, Xiaohua had already practiced it skillfully a few days before he entered closed-door cultivation. Therefore, Xiaohua took the talismans and didn't answer. He walked in front of the stone wall in a flash. Just like how Kai Wuxia controlled the talismans several months ago, he calmly inserted the talismans into the stone wall one by one. Then he also urged his magic power, formed a technique, and inserted the talismans into the stone wall one by one. Seeing the stone wall gradually flash with brilliance, Kai Wuxia was completely dumbfounded. No matter if it was the technique Xiaohua used to insert the talismans into the stone wall or the technique he used to activate the technique, they were all extremely nimble. It was as if he had immersed himself in it for dozens of years. It was far from what she could compare to. And the resplendent brilliance on the stone wall, as well as the magic power displayed by Xiaohua, also made Kai Wuxia astonished. He's only at the peak of the third level of the qi refining realm. His magic power, how can it be stronger than mine? Kai Wuxia's mind turned rapidly, and the expression on her face was also uncertain. But I'm at the peak of the fifth level of the qi refining realm. I'm about to break through to the sixth level of the qi refining realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stone wall moved and made a series of rumbling sounds. In addition, there was the sound of water splashing. Xiaohua actually used his own magic power to use a formation talisman to completely break the restriction on the stone wall. After the stone wall moved away, it revealed a stone cave that was about 10 feet in size. Xiaohua bitterly smiled as he looked at the green and slippery moss all around the cave and the stream that occasionally flowed out. Ever since he came out of the 1,000-foot Peaks cave, he still had some lingering fear towards this cave. He didn't dare to rashly try it out. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Kai Wuxia couldn't help but ask with a stutter, Your magic power, how is it so deep? That's right, not only is his divine power astonishing, even his magic power is more profound than a cultivator at the peak of the fifth layer of qi refining. How can you let him live? Xiaohua looked at the pitch-black cave and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Kai, are there any restrictions in this cave? Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, Kai Wuxia's face turned red. Thinking about it, this was his secret. If she asked for no reason, he definitely wouldn't answer. Kai Wuxia calmed her mind and said with a smile, Don't worry, fellow Taoist Xiao. This passage was used by the senior who discovered the mother-child spirit fruit. He only placed a restriction on the stone walls, but there is no restriction inside. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly and turned his head to ask, Then, I'll lead the way in front. What do you think, fellow Taoist Kai? Kai Wuxia was a bit hesitant. Xiaohua leading the way in front would certainly reduce her danger by a lot, but on the other hand, Xiaohua could see the mother-child spirit fruit first. Wouldn't she lose the initiative? Just as Kai Wuxia was hesitating, she inadvertently saw Xiaohua's thought-provoking gaze. Kai Wuxia's heart immediately trembled. The current Xiaohua was no longer the little cultivator at the first layer of qi refining she met before the new year. Since Xiaohua could kill the blue twin bears and also have the severe might of a 7th layer qi refining cultivator, then she was definitely not Xiaohua's opponent. Since he was leading the way, he obviously had the intention of letting her take advantage of him. Why should she think so much? Thinking of this, Kai Wuxia immediately cupped her hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go first." Xiaohua nodded, then clapped his hands and took out the demonic spear shaft from his storage pouch. Taking advantage of the situation, he made a staff flower-like move in his hand. Urging his magic power, he flew into the cave. Kai Wuxia's gaze was very complicated as she looked at Xiaohua's back. In her mind, Xiaohua's confidence and the very strange staff in his hand flashed. Sighing, she took out a moonstone from her storage pouch and also followed him. Ever since Xiaohua used a strange move to fight Firmament Shocker in the Qiming Mountain range several months ago, Xiaohua thought about his very strange staff technique for a long time. When he was in closed-door cultivation and cultivating his cultivation method, he also took out the demonic spear shaft and familiarized himself with it. Although he didn't have a clear memory in his mind, when he fumbled with his hands, he actually remembered the 360 moves of the staff technique. And at the same time that he recalled the staff technique, the name of the staff technique, Heavenly Staff Technique, also appeared in Xiaohua's mind. What an arrogant name! This was Xiaohua's only thought at that time. In the following few months, Xiaohua often practiced this heavenly staff technique. Therefore, when he took out the demonic spear shaft just now, he very naturally made a staff flower-like move with the demonic spear shaft. Xiaohua flew in front, holding the demonic spear shaft in one hand and the moonstone in the other. The cave was pitch black and also very long. Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia flew for a cup of tea's worth of time before they saw light. When Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia flew out of the mountain path, they discovered that this was a space of several hundred feet in size. This space was surrounded by towering stone walls, and above them were verdant vines that tightly covered this space. Moreover, those vines were abruptly hanging high in the sky. If there wasn't a strange restriction, Xiaohua wouldn't believe it no matter what. Xiaohua first sized up the surroundings, then flew into the space and landed on the ground. Kai Wuxia flew in after him, but before she could land, it was as if she was struck by lightning. Her gaze was lifeless as she looked at a spirit fruit that was taller than a person not far in front of her. That spirit fruit stem was as thick as a fist, and at the top was a gourd-like object. However, this object was flat, more like half a gourd. Moreover, that gourd-like protrusion was raised high up, facing the light between the vines in the sky. Mother-child spirit fruit. Kai Wuxia murmured, "It's really the mother-child spirit fruit." This is the mother-child spirit fruit? Xiaohua was a bit baffled. He thought that the mother-child spirit fruit was two spirit fruits that were born together, one big and one small. He didn't expect that this spirit fruit that was like half a gourd was actually the mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow Taoist Xiao, take a look. That mother-child spirit fruit is thin on the top and thick on the bottom. Isn't it the appearance of a pregnant baby? That's why it's called the mother-child spirit fruit. Kai Wuxia's gaze was somewhat infatuated as she explained in a low voice. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua understood. At the same time, he also thought to himself, embryonic breathing pill? Is it also related to this pregnant baby? Fellow Taoist Xiao. This mother-child spirit fruit. How are you and I going to split it? Kai Wuxia came back to her senses and asked somewhat hesitantly. Fellow Taoist Kai. There are still many mother-child spirit fruits in this space. I'm afraid it's enough for us to pick. Xiaohua used his finger to point and said with a smile. Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao probably still doesn't understand the characteristics of this mother-child spirit fruit. Although there are many mother-child spirit fruits in this space, but only one stalk is the true mother-child spirit fruit. Without waiting for this stalk of mother-child spirit fruit to be picked, all the other mother-child spirit fruits won't truly mature. Isn't that simple? Pick the mature one, wait for the next one to mature, then we'll just pick it. Xiaohua very naturally thought. There is a gap of 10 years between two mature mother-child spirit fruits. Wuxia said calmly. So it's like that? The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled, and he said in astonishment, then, how are these mother-child spirit fruits grown? It's said that if a mature mother-child spirit fruit isn't refined into embryonic breathing pill, then its fruit will contain the seeds of the mother-child spirit fruit. When the fruit is fully ripe, the entire fruit will burst open, and the seeds will also scatter in all directions, growing into a new mother-child spirit fruit. Wuxia explained very detailedly. Is this stalk mature? Xiaohua pointed at the mother-child spirit fruit in front of him and asked. Wuxia shook her head. No, that mature mother-child spirit fruit's fruit will have light gold stripes on it. This fruit is still light green, so it definitely isn't. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, since it's like that, you and I will split it 60-40. You and I will split up to search, and whoever finds it will get 60% of the embryonic breathing pill. Really? Wuxia said with joy at the unexpected turn of events. Of course, go ahead. I always keep my word. Xiaohua said with a grin. Good. Wuxia was overjoyed, and she followed the direction that Xiaohua pointed to search. Xiaohua waited for Wuxia to walk far away, and with a wave of his hand he took out the puppet from the space. He cast a spell, and the puppet automatically dug out all the mother-child spirit fruits from the ground. Xiaohua himself also walked slowly. Every time he walked in front of a mother-child spirit fruit, he would patiently cast a spell, transplanting these mother-child spirit fruits into his space one by one. Just when Xiaohua and the puppet transplanted the 20th mother-child spirit fruit into the space, Wuxia's exclamation suddenly came from afar. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect, and he stored the puppet into the space. His figure flew up, and he flew towards the place where Wuxia exclaimed. Without waiting for Xiaohua to fly to the place where the sound came from, he saw Wuxia flying back from afar in a panic, and behind her, there was a huge dragonfly chasing after her. That dragonfly was 3 feet long, and its entire body was red. Within the red, there were many leopard patterns. On top of its head, fist-sized eyes were flickering with red light, and its light red wings were flashing extremely quickly. Its flying speed was only slightly slower than Wuxia's leopard dragonfly. Xiaohua was slightly stunned when he saw this. This was a first-grade spirit beast recorded in the insect scripture. Xiaohua obtained the insect scripture from a disciple of the spirit husbandry sect in the southern colored plain. He had never read it carefully, and only took it out to read it after encountering the spirit-seeking mouse. I didn't expect it to be the guardian spirit beast of the mother-child spirit fruit? At this moment, Wuxia also saw Xiaohua, and her face revealed a happy expression. Her figure flew toward Xiaohua. Chapter 1408. At this moment, in Wuxia's heart, Xiaohua was no longer a first-layer aura refining cultivator, nor was he a low-level disciple whom she wanted to repay with some kindness. Instead, he was a mysterious cultivator whose cultivation level was a bit higher than hers, and who also had endless strength. This was a fact that Wuxia was unwilling to admit, but she had no choice but to face. Therefore, when Wuxia saw Xiaohua while being chased by the leopard dragonfly, she immediately wanted to fly towards him. However, when Xiaohua saw this, he slightly frowned. Seeing Xiaohua's strange expression, Wuxia was also bewildered, but she immediately realized that although the leopard dragonfly was the guardian spirit beast of the mother-child spirit fruit, it was only a first-rank spirit beast after all. Its strength was only comparable to a 5th-layer aura refining cultivator. Her current cultivation level was also at the peak of the 5th-layer aura refining realm, so she should be able to fight against the leopard dragonfly. If she lured the leopard dragonfly to Xiaohua as soon as she met him, wouldn't she not be of any use in this process of finding the mother-child spirit fruit? Since she couldn't be of any use, what qualifications did she have to obtain more mother-child spirit fruits? After thinking it through, Wuxia's expression turned cold. She clenched her teeth, turned around, and lured the leopard dragonfly to another place. While Wuxia was hesitating, the leopard dragonfly had already caught up. Its wings buzzed and flashed, and its dragonfly tail, which was like a wooden stick, suddenly danced rapidly. Then, the head of the leopard dragonfly suddenly stretched forward, and a sharp, long icicle pierced towards Wuxia's back with lightning speed. Wuxia had just turned around when the icicle pierced towards her. Greatly shocked, Wuxia hurriedly twisted her body and did her best to dodge, but the icicle was too fast. With a flash of brilliance on Wuxia's back, the iron cloak talisman she had previously put on was pierced by the icicle. Moreover, the icicle's momentum wasn't over yet, and it stabbed diagonally into Wuxia's Taoist robe and into her back. Fortunately, Wuxia reacted quickly and dodged, so the icicle didn't pierce her vital points and only stabbed diagonally into her back and shoulder. While Wuxia was in pain, she took out the fireball talisman in her hand and threw it without hesitation. However, something shocking happened. The leopard dragonfly didn't seem to panic as the fireball grew larger and larger. It waved its tail rapidly, and a snow-like spiritual energy flew toward the fireball to cover it. Rumble! The fireball talisman exploded, but it was blocked by the spiritual energy of ice and snow. The leopard dragonfly was not injured in the slightest. However, Wuxia took advantage of this opportunity to escape far away. Xiaohua saw that Wuxia had lured the leopard dragonfly away, and he understood in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he took out the puppet again and had it continue to dig out the mother-child spirit fruits. Then, he concealed himself and directly flew towards where Wuxia had come from. Not long after, Xiaohua's nose smelled a whiff of frankincense. Looking over, there was a dazzling golden object about 10 zhang away. It was a ripe mother-child spirit fruit. When Xiaohua flew closer, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes. This ripe mother-child spirit fruit was different from the unripe ones he had seen before. This mother-child spirit fruit no longer looked like a gourd from its outer appearance. The top of the gourd had already shrunk a lot and gradually condensed into a sphere, similar to the shape of a human head. The bottom of the gourd was even larger, like the belly of a full month pregnant. At this time, the entire body of the mother-child spirit fruit was entwined with golden fine lines. They looked like runes, but they weren't runes, emitting a faint brilliance. Xiaohua's brows furrowed even tighter. When he learned that Wuxia had obtained this mother-child spirit fruit from Qing Fengmin's storage pouch, he was somewhat puzzled. This thing was only the main ingredient of the cultivation world's embryonic breathing pill. It had nothing to do with the devil world, so what did Qing Fengmin want it for? Of course, Xiaohua also suspected that Qing Fengmin had obtained it from other cultivators. But looking at this mother-child spirit fruit that looked like a pregnant woman, and then thinking about Qing Fengmin's blood shadow's appearance, Xiaohua felt that there must be some connection. And, fortunately, that evil blood shadow has already been destroyed by Li Zongbao. This place, if it was Qing Fengmin's doing, I won't have any more doubts. Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, Xiaohua didn't recklessly pick the mother-child spirit fruit. Instead, he carefully sized up his surroundings. When he felt that there wasn't anything abnormal, he pinched his hand and urged his magic power, wanting to pick the mother-child spirit fruit. But when the magic seal touched the mother-child spirit fruit, the mother-child spirit fruit flashed with brilliance and actually blocked Xiaohua's magic seal to the side. Xiaohua was startled in his heart. Not good. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua was startled, a ripple of brilliance appeared at the location of the vines in the air. Immediately after, a ball of slightly jet-black brilliance formed a sphere and struck down at the location of the mother-child spirit fruit. And the leopard dragonfly chasing Wuxia was also alarmed by the abnormal movement in the space. It abandoned Wuxia and turned around to fly back. When Xiaohua saw the jet-black brilliance, his heart calmed down. With a wave of his hand, the demonic spear came out. Then, his figure suddenly flew up, and a move of the heavenly staff technique directly hit that jet-black brilliance. It was also strange. That brilliance seemed to be invisible, but under the demonic spear and under Xiaohua's ingenious staff technique, It actually hit the jet black brilliance. That brilliance quickly flashed a few times and then disappeared. Roar! In the distance, there was the angry roar of a cheetah. Xiaohua was stunned. How can there be cheetahs in this space? But immediately, Xiaohua understood that this was probably the leopard dragonfly's roar. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He put away the demonic spear and took out the demonic spear tip. Gathering all the strength in his body, he stabbed at the lower part of the mother-child spirit fruit. Gotcha! Like glass shattering, the brilliance was annihilated. The restriction around the mother-child spirit fruit was indeed broken by Xiaohua. At the same time, a large ripple of brilliance above the space was brewing an even greater attack. Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He casually cast a spell and plucked that pale golden mother-child spirit fruit, calmly putting it into his storage bag. As for the stem below the mother-child spirit fruit, it immediately shrank rapidly and soon disappeared. Roar! There was another angry roar of the leopard dragonfly. At this time, it was already within 100 feet. Xiaohua's lips curled into a faint smile. His figure leisurely floated up and flew towards the leopard dragonfly. The leopard dragonfly fiercely flapped its wings. Every time it flashed, a roar would come from its wings. Seeing that Xiaohua was actually coming head-on, the leopard dragonfly stretched out its head and shot out icicles at lightning speed. Why would Xiaohua fight with it? Seeing the icicles flying towards him, he quickly dodged them and flew towards the puppet. In this short period of time, the puppet had dug out more than 10 mother-child spirit fruits. Xiaohua passed by these mother-child spirit fruits, and with a wave of his hand, he kept them together with the puppet into the space. Then, with a loud laugh, he flew towards the entrance of the space without consulting anyone. Before he could fly to the entrance, he saw Kai Wuxia flying up with a joyful expression. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush and waved his hand with a smile. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao." Kai Wuxia laughed softly and also turned to follow Xiaohua. Roar, roar. The leopard dragonfly behind them kept roaring. Unfortunately, in this several hundred feet space, Xiaohua's flying speed was really too fast. It simply couldn't catch up. When it flew to the entrance of the cave, Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia's figures had already disappeared inside the cave. Looking at the pitch-black cave, the leopard dragonfly didn't dare to go forward. It could only flap its wings and hover up and down. At this time, there was a faint scent of milk in the space, and it immediately disappeared. The leopard dragonfly seemed to have calmed down. It turned around and flew towards a corner of the space. In that corner, a mother-child spirit fruit appeared to have a faint golden color. Several days later, on the foothills of a mountain covered with green cypresses and pine trees, Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia stood on top of a pine tree. Their expressions were relaxed. Kai Wuxia smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, we have been rushing for several days. This place is already far away from the Weimeng mountain range. It can be considered safe. We can finally relax." Xiaohua turned his head and looked behind him. He said with some lingering fear, "Of course. I didn't expect that the periphery of the Weimeng mountain range also had powerful spirit beasts. They actually flew so fast. If it wasn't for our vigilance and immediately escaping after coming out of the cave, we might really have been buried in the Weimeng mountain range." Kai Wuxia's face was also a little panicked. She nodded and said, "The leopard dragonfly inside the cave couldn't be dealt with. Who would have thought that there was actually a fire-cloud sparrow hiding above the stone wall? If fellow Taoist Zhao's flying speed wasn't fast, I'm afraid I would have already lost my life. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since we have already escaped, those things are already in the past." Xiaohua waved his hand. He clapped his hand and took out a jade box. He handed it over to Kai Wuxia and said, "This is the mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow Taoist Kai, please keep it first." Looking at the mother-child spirit fruit in front of her, Kai Wuxia really didn't dare to believe her eyes. She immediately pushed it back and said, "This mother-child spirit fruit was picked by fellow Taoist Xiao. Moreover, I was very clear about the process. Other than the location of this stone wall being provided by everything else was all thanks to fellow Taoist." Moreover, the location of this stone wall was also recorded in the things that fellow Taoist Xiao gave I indirectly. It is also fellow Taoist Zhao's. Kai Wuxia pursed her lips and said with a bitter smile, I really didn't contribute anything. How can I take this mother-child spirit fruit? Seeing Xiao Hua frown, Kai Wuxia said again, moreover, this thing, without Yen Liwei's recommendation, we still don't know how to find someone to refine the embryonic breathing pill. Temporarily leaving it with I. I'm afraid it's not safe. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take it. Let's talk about it again after I think of a way to find someone to refine the pill. So it's like this. Xiaohua thought about it and also agreed. He also didn't hold back and put the mother-child spirit fruit into his space. Soon after, he said, I actually have a way. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1409. What good idea does fellow Taoist Xiao have? Hearing this, Kai Wuxia's heart was happy at first, but then she became a bit sad. The more tricks Xiaohua had, the less useful she would be, and the embryonic breathing pills she would get would naturally be less. Xiaohua didn't see Kai Wuxia's sadness and said with a smile, doesn't Yan Ganwei have a direct elder in Xuanyan School? If we find a disciple we're familiar with in Xuanyan School, wouldn't we also be able to find a famous pill master? I don't know Xuanyan School's disciples. Kai Wuxia shook her head. The disciples of the country of Xi's three major sects are all arrogant, not easy to get along with. My Luyang's Kai family's strength is small, simply not enough to enter their discerning eyes. Immediately, Kai Wuxia came to a realization. Could it be? Fellow Taoist Xiao knows Xuanyan School's disciples? But, ordinary disciples, I'm afraid they can't say anything. Kai Wuxia added somewhat worriedly. Is that so? Xiaohua also scratched his head and asked, then, what about 11th level Qi refining disciples? Will they be useful? Great. Kai Wuxia heard and her face was somewhat happy. This cultivation level is just right. It's just enough. Xiaohua didn't understand and asked curiously, why? Fellow Taoist Xiao, the 11th level of Qi refining is the most delicate period of the Qi refining realm, and also the most crucial period. If a disciple of a cultivation sect breaks through to the 12th level of Qi refining, they'll have divine sense, and with the foundation establishment pill, the cultivation level of foundation establishment should be within reach. Therefore, 11th level Qi refining disciples are very sensitive in cultivation sections. No one knows if this disciple can break through to the peak of Qi refining. If they really offend them, they might break through to foundation establishment, and it'll be difficult to avoid awkwardness when they meet in the future. Kai Wuxia's smile was like a flower as she explained. Moreover, this embryonic breathing pill is the most useful for breaking through bottlenecks. Presumably, that Xuanyan School's 11th level Qi refining disciple will also help fellow Taoist Xiao, right? Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart was also overjoyed. Kai Wuxia's words were extremely right. Could Xuanyan School's Zhuo Qingyuan reject this embryonic breathing pill delivered to his door? Even if Xiaohua didn't meet him in Jinghua City and he didn't send him a summoning talisman, Zhuo Qingyuan would still eagerly help. I wonder which disciple of Xuanyan School fellow Xiao is acquainted with? Should we rush to Xuanyan School right now? Kai Wuxia asked joyfully. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I still have some things to do, so for the time being, I can't go. Kai Wuxia was stunned and whispered, Then when can we go? It's hard to say, maybe a few days, maybe a few months. Xiaohua looked at the clear and cloudless sky and said, I want to cultivate in seclusion here, strive to break through to the 4th level of the aura refining realm. I don't know how long it will take. If fellow Taoist Kai doesn't want to wait here, you can go to other places. When I come out of seclusion, I'll send you a messaging talisman. When Kai Wuxia heard this, she inwardly nodded her head. Xiaohua had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the Qi refining realm, so it was time for him to attempt to break through the bottleneck and step into the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm in one go. If he really failed, then it wouldn't be too late to seek out the embryonic breathing pill. However, when Kai Wuxia broke through the bottleneck that year, The time she spent was calculated in years. Xiaohua cultivated in seclusion here for several years. She couldn't always accompany him here, right? Therefore, Wuxia thought for a moment and said with a smile, I can understand fellow Taoist Zhao's feelings, but the range of a messaging talisman is limited. If I'm too far away, I'm afraid fellow Taoist will find me. How about this? I will also cultivate nearby and wait for fellow Taoist for a while. If fellow Taoist still hasn't broken through, I will first return to Liang's Kai clan. I haven't returned since I left for more than a year, so I'm somewhat worried. When fellow Taoist comes out of seclusion, how about we go straight to Liang to find I? On the other hand, I can also introduce my younger sister to fellow Taoist Xiao. Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, let's do as fellow Taoist Kai says. I've often heard fellow Taoist mention your younger sister, Fairy Hong Xia, so I'd like to see her. Soon after, the two of them each found a secret place and started to cultivate in seclusion just like before. Actually, in Wuxia's heart, this kind of seclusion really wasn't necessary because it had only been a dozen or so days since they went into seclusion last time. If Xiaohua could break through, he would have already broken through last time. Why wait until now? Moreover, based on Wuxia's experience, since one encountered a bottleneck, one couldn't just cultivate in seclusion. One had to go out and travel to see if there were any fated chances. This time, Wuxia's travels were exactly like this. She just happened to come across a foundation-building pill, which allowed her to break through to the peak of the 5th layer of the aura refining realm. Of course, as for whether or not taking the foundation-building pill was not worth the loss, it wasn't something Wuxia could consider for the time being. Therefore, Wuxia went into seclusion in the cave for 2 months before coming out. She prepared to return to Liang's Kai clan first and bring back the foundation-building pills and other items she obtained from Thousandjiang Peak. With these foundation-building pills, Liang's Kai clan's overall strength might be able to rise by a level. This could also be considered Wuxia's contribution to her clan. When Wuxia came out of the cave, it was a sunny day. She squinted her eyes and looked at the blazing sun in the sky. She took a deep breath and used a flying talisman on her body. She didn't even look at Xiaohua's mountain peak and directly flew in a certain direction. However, when Wuxia leaped into the air and flew a few hundred feet, she suddenly heard Xiaohua's voice behind her. Fellow Taoist Kai, why didn't you send me a summoning talisman after coming out of seclusion? Xiaohua anxiously flew out from the mountain peak he was cultivating in seclusion and caught up with Wuxia in a few breaths. So fellow Taoist Xiao came out of seclusion a long time ago. Wuxia didn't turn her head and replied with a smile. It seems fellow Taoist Xiao. As she spoke, Wuxia turned around. However, when she saw Xiaohua, she couldn't help but be dumbstruck. She pointed her finger at Xiaohua in disbelief and said, You're actually already in the early 4th layer of the qi refining realm? Xiaohua's expression was as calm as the wind and clouds, as if this was an extremely unremarkable progress. He said with a smile, even if I'm in the 4th layer of the qi refining realm, I'm still only in the early stages of the qi refining realm. Compared to fellow Taoist Kai who's in the middle stages of the qi refining realm, there's still a huge difference. Wuxia let out a groan. She almost resisted the shock in her heart and said, fellow Taoist Zhao's magic power in the 3rd layer of the qi refining realm is already stronger than the peak of the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. Wouldn't this early 4th layer of the qi refining realm be comparable to the 6th or 7th layer of the qi refining realm? Fellow Taoist, breaking through bottlenecks is as smooth as ordinary cultivation. Foundation establishment should be as easy as lifting a hand. That's right. Wuxia definitely didn't expect that Xiaohua would actually break through to the 4th layer of the qi refining realm in just 2 months. When she heard the noise earlier, she thought it was Xiaohua coming out of seclusion in advance because he saw that things weren't going well. Not at all. Foundation establishment is easier said than done. Thinking about Li Zongbao's abnormal state when he stepped into the foundation establishment realm, Xiaohua's heart was filled with envy. However, he also knew that right now, he was only in the early stages of the qi refining realm. The distance between him and that realm wasn't just a tiny bit. Fellow Taoist, Xiao doesn't need to be modest. Previously, I thought that apart from the disciples of the great cultivation sects, my younger sister was a person with outstanding talent. However, compared to fellow Taoist Xiao, my younger sister is still lacking by quite a bit. Wuxia said with a bitter smile. Hehe, family members know family matters best. Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, he looked in the direction Wuxia was going and asked, Fellow Taoist Kai, are you going back to Luoyang? Yes, that's right. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Xiao would come out of seclusion so early. I wanted to return to Luoyang first. Then, what about now? Wuxia's eyes flashed with a trace of passion as she said with a smile. Since fellow Taoist Xiao has come out of seclusion, we naturally have to go to Xuanyan cult. I also want to quickly obtain the embryonic breathing pill so that I can quickly break through my bottleneck. Oh, that's right. Fellow Taoist Kai, apart from refining the embryonic breathing pill, does this mother-child spirit fruit have any other miraculous uses? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. Other miraculous uses? Wuxia stared blankly. I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao knows? I also don't know. I just want to ask. Xiaohua said with a smile. This doesn't seem to have any other uses. Wuxia thought carefully for a moment and shook her head. I also don't understand alchemy. These are all hearsay. Moreover, my Kai clan has never obtained the mother-child spirit fruit. I can't answer fellow Taoist's question. Xiaohua nodded and said, then forget it. Let's wait for another opportunity to ask other cultivators. It's still early. Fellow Taoist Kai, shall we depart? Of course. There are still several tens of days of travel from here to Xuanyan cult. How can we not depart early? Wuxia smiled. Her figure unfolded and flew in another direction. At the same time that Wuxia and Xiaohua set off for Xuanyan cult, in front of the hidden stone wall in the sobbing Meng Mountains, another mysterious cultivator arrived. This cultivator wore a camouflage robe. His face couldn't be seen and his cultivation couldn't be seen. This cultivator very familiarly landed in front of the stone wall. He patted his hand and took out several talismans from his storage pouch. Similarly, he struck them at various places on the stone wall. Then he very easily struck out a spell seal, revealing the black hole behind the stone wall. That cultivator turned his head to look. Then, his figure flew into the black hole. After the cultivator entered, the stone wall also slowly closed up after he struck a spell seal. When that cultivator entered the space, he was also very careful. When he familiarly arrived at the place where Xiaohua picked the mother-child spirit fruit, he looked at the empty ground and couldn't help but be startled. After a long while, he let out a hoarse voice as if he was talking to himself. Who would come here? Li Zongbao? Wuxia? Or Xiaohua? They shouldn't know the secret of the nascent cultivating fruit. Oh, the mother-child spirit fruit. When this mysterious cultivator finished looking through the entire space, he sighed and said, Li Zongbao. Little vile spawn, you actually dared to spoil this old man's great plans. This old man has been waiting for this mother-child spirit fruit for many years. All this time, I haven't picked it. It was all for today. Who would have thought that this little bastard would take the initiative? If you want to pick it, just pick it. Why did you transplant so many of this old man's mother-child spirit fruit? Just based on your utmost happiness factions methods, can you raise this mother-child spirit fruit? Chapter 1410. Xiaohua and Wuxia each flew up and activated their flying talismans, flying in the direction of Xuanyan School. As early as when he was at the peak of the qi refining stage, Xiaohua's flying speed was comparable to the peak of the qi refining stage. Now, needless to say, Xiaohua didn't move, leisurely following beside Wuxia. When Wuxia spoke to Xiaohua, it was obviously different from before. Her tone was a bit more respectful, but in her heart, she was a bit more curious. The bottleneck from the third level of the qi refining stage to the fourth level of the qi refining stage is admittedly not as difficult as the fourth level of the qi refining stage to the fifth level of the qi refining stage, but After all, it is still a big leap. Xianxia has never heard of a non-cultivation sect disciple who could smoothly cross the bottleneck in 2 months. Even her sister, who was already a genius in her eyes, used nearly half a year of bitter cultivation to enter the 4th level of the qi refining stage from the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more she felt that Xiaohua's body was full of mystery, and the more she felt it was inconceivable. However, this kind of cultivation is a cultivator's biggest secret. Even within the same sect, they wouldn't reveal it, not to mention the relationship between Xiaohua and Xianxia. Xiaohua didn't know the location of Xuanyan school, but he also didn't ask much. Along the way, he chatted with Xianxia and learned a lot about the cultivation world in the country of Xi. Just a few times, Xiaohua deliberately led the topic to the Utopia faction and Li Zongbao, wanting to probe Xianxia's thoughts. Who knew that Xianxia would change the topic, as if she had never met Li Zongbao. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart and didn't ask any more questions. This kind of thing all depends on fate. Admittedly, he knew some of Li Zongbao's intentions, but after all, he wasn't Li Zongbao, so many things were better left unsaid. On this day, while the two were flying, they suddenly saw a group of young men and women, about 10 people. The men had delicate features, extremely handsome, and the women had white teeth, red lips, almond-shaped eyes, and rosy cheeks. They were incomparably beautiful. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that these 10 men and women were about 10 years old, but their cultivation levels were at the 7th or 8th level of the qi refining stage, which really made Xiaohua admire them. Even more surprising was the fact that these young cultivators were all wearing different clothes. It would appear that they were not disciples from the same sect. The fact that these young cultivators with high cultivation bases were chatting and laughing together was truly eye-catching. Xiaohua and Xianxia were also very careful on the way. Whenever they encountered people with higher cultivation than them, they would avoid them. They would even stand respectfully from a distance. They absolutely didn't want to provoke any trouble. This time was also the same. They saw these young men and women immediately stop in midair, waiting for these people to pass by them. Those young men and women were talking to each other, seemingly ignoring Xiaohua and the others. However, in the blink of an eye, they flew past them. Looking at everyone's receding figures, Xiaohua smacked his lips and said in a low voice, "Did you see that, fellow Taoist Kai?" During this time, fellow Taoist has been talking about Look at them, they're all in their teens and their cultivations have reached the 8th layer of the aura refining realm. They're real experts. Xianxia was also puzzled. She said, "These cultivators look young and their cultivation levels are high. However, they don't seem to be from a cultivation sect. Could it be that they are disciples of a cultivation family? But since they are disciples of a cultivation family, how can they be gathered together? Could it be that something happened in the cultivation world of our country of Xi? Oh? So they are disciples of a cultivation family." Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately understood. Cultivation families were second only to cultivation sections. Their disciples were nurtured with medicinal pills or secret techniques since they were young. It was reasonable for them to reach the 8th layer of the aura refining realm at such a young age. Ever since Xianxia left Jinghua City, she came to Thousandjiang Peak and didn't go to Jinghua City again. Of course, she didn't understand what happened. Moreover, her Luyang's Kai clan could barely be considered a cultivation family. Even if something happened between cultivation families, they wouldn't inform her. Therefore, Xianxia was still lacking in this aspect. Let's go. They have their own matters and we have our own matters. Let's go about our own business. Xiaohua lacked interest in cultivation families and was too lazy to inquire. He only urged his magic power and flew away. Xianxia looked at the already disappearing figure and sighed slightly before following. However, the matter wasn't over yet. In the next few days, Xiaohua and Xianxia would encounter several groups of young cultivators every day. Moreover, each one was more handsome than the other and more gorgeous than the other. Xiaohua was almost dumbstruck. Fellow Taoist Kai, this cultivation family's disciples, are they all so outstanding? Xiaohua muttered in his heart, They are all so handsome, how can they still let others live? As he asked Wuxia. Wuxia laughed out loud. She covered her mouth and said, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know that anyone who can set foot on the path of cultivation is a dragon or phoenix among men. Not to mention their heavenly talent, even their appearance is rarely seen. Moreover, cultivation families attach the most importance to bloodline and family background. If their families aren't well matched, they absolutely won't form a marriage alliance. Fellow Taoist, think about it. How can people with this kind of bloodline not be heavenly talents? Even if there is a slight difference in cultivation aptitude, their appearance and temperament are 100 times stronger than ordinary people. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua somewhat understood, but he immediately asked curiously, fellow Taoist Kai seems to also be a member of a cultivation family. How? Xiaohua's question was really indecent. However, he and Wuxia could be considered to have gone through several life and death situations, and their friendship was also not ordinary. Wuxia only blushed and covered her mouth, saying, am an anomaly and can't be counted. Xiaohua knew that he had misspoken and didn't dare to ask more. Just as he was about to urge the flight talisman, he heard Wuxia cry out in surprise, oh my, someone from Su Yenyun's family also came. Su Yenyun's family? Xiaohua asked curiously, are they very famous? Wuxia's eyes looked into the distance, and her expression was somewhat strange. She said in a low voice, Qin Yang's Kai family and Su Yenyun's family, one is in the north of the country of Xi, and the other is in the south of the country of Xi. In the cultivation world, there is a saying that the Yun family is even more powerful than the Kai family. Look at the one in front of you. He's called Yun Geichong, and he's said to be an unparalleled figure of the Yun family. Just as she was speaking, four young cultivators about the same age as Xiaohua flew to the left of Xiaohua and the others. The one in the lead had a tall and sturdy figure, with a tiger's back and an ape's waist. He wore a neat Taoist robe. When Xiaohua saw him clearly, he couldn't help but feel jealous again. He saw that this person's face was fair and clean, and his appearance was like jade. In addition to his lacquer-like eyes and thick eyebrows, his entire body seemed to be without the slightest flaw. It was precisely the Yun Guichong that Wuxia spoke of. This guy is the unparalleled Yun Guichong of the Yun family? How could he look like this? Do they still want others to live? Xiaohua muttered again. Yun Guichong seemed to have also seen Xiaohua and Wuxia, and a strange expression appeared on his face. His originally flying figure stopped, and he flew in front of Wuxia. He glanced at Xiaohua, cupped his hands, and said to Wuxia, fellow Taoist Kai, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's truly an honor. As he spoke, his gaze looked to the left as if he was looking for someone. Fellow Taoist Yun, what a coincidence. It should have been 3 years since we last met, right? I didn't expect fellow Taoist's cultivation to be so fast. You've actually already set foot into the high level of the aura refining realm. This is truly worthy of celebration. Wuxia's face was full of smiles again, and she cupped her hands in return. At this time, the 3 people behind Yun Guichong also flew over. The 3 of them were 2 men and a woman, and they all looked to be in the 6th level of the aura refining realm. Moreover, their faces were all handsome and charming. The 3 of them flew over with surprise on their faces. The female cultivator whispered, Big brother, this fellow Taoist, who is he? Come, fellow Taoist Kai, let me introduce you. These 3 are disciples of the Yun family. The last time I went to the Kai family, they were still young, so they didn't follow me. They haven't met fellow Taoist yet. Yun Guichong smiled and pointed to the female cultivator next to him. Her name is Yun Lan. She's 16 years old this year, the same age as Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia? When Yun Lan and the other 2 heard this, their faces were filled with anger. Without waiting for Yun Guichong to finish his introduction, Yun Lan waved her hand and said, Big brother, that's enough. Isn't she the disciple of the famous Kai family of Luyang? I've heard of her long ago. Don't be rude. Yun Guichong scolded with a cold face. Isn't she? Yun Lan stiffened her neck and said, Big brother, What kind of person are you? So many young and beautiful female cultivators are fighting to marry Big Brother, but Big Brother doesn't like any of them. Instead, he likes Fairy Hongxia from the Kai family of Liang. Humph, she's not even a direct descendant of the Kai family of Qingyang. Why is she so precious? She actually rejected Big Brother and even said that she's still young, and that her priority is cultivation. She won't consider dual cultivation for the time being. Take a look at what the elder sister looks like, and how beautiful the younger sister can be. I'm afraid she rejected him because she doesn't dare to meet anyone. Yunlan. Yun Guicheng's expression changed drastically. He pointed to the distance and said, "Go, stay there." Big Brother. Yun Lan pouted and said unwillingly, "The two of you, pull her over." Yun Guicheng pointed to the two disciples beside him and said. The two disciples looked at each other and walked to Yun Lan's side. They gave her a look. Yun Lan looked at the anger on Yun Guicheng's face and then looked at Kai Zhuxia's ashen face. She snorted and flew over with her magic power. After Yun Lan flew away, Yun Guicheng quickly bowed and said, "Fellow Kai, please don't blame her. Yun Lan has always been spoiled in the family. The most annoying thing is that she's extremely spoiled by the ancestors. We can't punish her. Here, I apologize to you." Kai Zhuxia smiled bitterly and bowed. She said it was fine. When the atmosphere eased a little, Yun Guicheng smiled and said, "Fellow Kai, Liang's Kai family only sent the two of you here for the Huanhua sect's disciple recruitment. Your sister, Fairy Hongxiao, didn't come? Huanhua sect's disciple recruitment?" Kai Zhuxia was stunned. Could it be that fellow Kai didn't come here from Liang because of the Huanhua sect? Yun Guicheng was also very curious when he saw Kai Zhuxia in a daze. Kai Zhuxia shook her head. "I came here because of other things. It's not because of the Huanhua sect." She then asked in confusion, "Doesn't the Huanhua sect recruit disciples every year?" Chapter 14:11. Kai Zhuxia asked curiously, "Doesn't the Huanhua sect accept disciples every year? Why is it so special this year? Why is it so grand?" It seems that fellow Kai really doesn't know. Yun Guicheng said with a smile, "In the past, the Huanhua sect didn't have any restrictions on accepting disciples. Anyone who had some cultivation, even if they were in the first level of the qi refining realm, could participate. Of course, the disciples they accepted were either servants or apprentices. There were very few disciples who could cultivate directly. Even the servants and apprentices who were accepted only had more opportunities to improve themselves, but other than that, they were not as good as the cultivator families." Kai Zhuxian nodded with a smile and didn't say anything. She knew about this. However, this year is different. Yun Guicheng paused and said with excitement, "This year, the Huanhua sect released news that only cultivators in the fourth level of the qi refining realm were allowed to participate in the selection. Those below the fourth level of the qi refining realm were not allowed to participate." Why is that? Kai Zhuxia was stunned and then said with surprise, Is there something special?" Yun Guicheng looked around and glanced at Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, which family are you from? I don't look familiar. I'm afraid you're not a disciple of the Kai family." Xiaohua's face was as calm as water. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm Xiaohua, a rogue cultivator. Greetings, fellow Taoist Yun." "A rogue cultivator?" Yun Zhicheng frowned slightly. He turned his eyes and looked at Kai Zhuxia. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. However, the disdain was very faint and could not be detected by others. Yun Zhicheng then cupped his hands with a smile and said, "So it is fellow Taoist Xiao. It is fate that we meet." Then Yun Guicheng said to Xiaohua with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Xiao is not a disciple of the cultivator families, I'm afraid you can't hear what I'm going to say next. If possible, please leave us alone." Xiaohua was slightly stunned and then smiled bitterly. He didn't say anything and activated his magic power to fly away. Kai Zhuxia was not willing to let him go. She immediately called out, "Fellow Kai, please wait, what's the matter?" Xiaohua stopped. Fellow Taoist Yun, if you have something to say, then say it. Why did you ask fellow Taoist Xiao to leave? After fellow Taoist Yun leaves, I will tell fellow Taoist Xiao. If fellow Taoist Yun feels that it's inappropriate, then I won't listen. Kai Wuxia said coldly. This. Yun Guichong's face was slightly embarrassed. His gaze shifted between the two of them a few times as if he was deep in thought. However, Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia were both magnanimous, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. After a while, Yun Guichong sighed and said with a smile, "Anyway, fellow cultivator Xiao will be a member of my family in the future. There's nothing wrong with saying it now." Kai Wuxia opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Yun Guichong said in a low voice, "According to a reliable source from my Yun family, the reason why the Huanhua sect is choosing disciples from cultivators above the fourth layer of the qi refining realm is because the 3 cultivators selected this time can directly become the Huanhua sect's cultivation disciples." There's such a good thing? Kai Wuxia was a little surprised. That's not all. If that was all, I wouldn't have to be so careful. Yun Juchong smiled and said, "The most important thing is that the Huanhua sect has an elder in the gold core stage who has not found a suitable disciple to pass on his skills. Among the 3 disciples selected this time, one of them is the one who can inherit the mantle of this elder." Fellow Taoist Kai, isn't this a wonderful thing that fell out of the blue? A gold core cultivator? Kai Wuxia was completely stunned. Then she slapped her forehead and asked, This isn't a mistake, right? To be able to have a gold core cultivator as a teacher. Foundation establishment should be easy." Fellow Taoist Kai's words are a little naive, but if you think about it, it's not impossible. At least, you have a much higher chance of success than my family. When is the Huanhua sect's selection? Kai Wuxia suddenly shouted. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. It's in 20 days. There's still plenty of time." Yun Guichong said with a smile, "If fellow Taoist Kai is willing, we can go together." "I don't know if my sister has received the news." Kai Wuxia said anxiously, "With eyes cultivation, even if I go, I'll be at the bottom. Why would I find trouble for no reason? In my family, only my sister is qualified." Yun Guichong listened and nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist Kai, you're right. I also thought that your sister was beside you." Then he said with a smile, "All the cultivation families in the country of Shi have received the news. The Kai family of Liang must also know. And, if you don't know by now, even if fellow Taoist Kai wants to inform your family, I'm afraid it's not enough." Hearing this, Kai Wuxia came to her senses and said with a bitter smile, "Faced with such a rare opportunity, I lost my sense of propriety. Excuse me. Perhaps your sister is already on her way. After 10 days, you can see her. Fellow Taoist Kai, do you want to go with us?" Yun Guichong suggested. Kai Wuxia did want to go and have a look. She even wanted to try her luck. However, when she saw Xiaohua smiling and not saying anything, she cupped her hands and said to Yun Guichong, "Fellow Taoist Yun, thank you for your kindness. Eyes cultivation is too low. My sister will go with you. I have other things to do." "Well, if that's the case, then goodbye." "I have to go there as soon as possible." Yun Guichong cupped his hands and said goodbye to Kai Wuxia and Xiaohua. Before he left, he looked at Xiaohua meaningfully. Are you kidding me?" Looking at Yun Guichong's eyes, Xiaohua knew what was going on. He almost stomped his feet, but then he sneered and said to himself, Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the one in your heart. Just wait and see. When the time comes, Li Zongbao will dig out your eyeballs." However, Xiaohua was stunned. Damn it, this guy likes not Kai Wuxia. Why does he care about Li Zongbao? Alas, this Li Zongbao is really something. Kai Wuxia has neither the man nor the beauty. Why does he like her? Just as Xiaohua was thinking about this, Kai Wuxia flew over and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please forgive me. Don't mention it." Xiaohua waved his hands quickly. "What does this have to do with you?" Alas, the relationship between the Kai family and the Yun family, is hard to say. As the two of them walked, Kai Wuxia explained, back then, the Yun family suddenly came to our Kai family to propose marriage. It really made our Kai family flustered. Yun Guichong's reputation, appearance, and talent are all first-rate. He is worthy of my sister. However, at that time, my sister thought that she was still young, and he thought she wanted to marry I first, so she was a little hesitant. However, at that time, the Kai family of Qingyang sent a family order that the Kai family of Luyang was not allowed to marry Su Yenyun. Otherwise, the Kai family of Luyang would be expelled from the family tree. Although this order was abrupt, the Kai family of Luyang could not disobey it. After all, even if the Kai family of Luyang were to marry Su Yenyun, they could not completely protect the Kai family of Luyang. Therefore, the Kai family had to use the reason of my sister's young age to refuse first. Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly. Until last year, when I was about to go out for training, I found out that a female disciple of the Kai family of Qingyang wanted to have dual cultivation with Yun Guichong. That's why the family order came about. Oh, so that's how it is. This pretty boy is quite attractive. Xiaohua spat out. Gigolo? When Kai Wuxia heard this, she was flabbergasted at first, but soon after, she laughed so hard that she almost bent over. Only after a long while did she straighten up, then she used her finger to point at Xiaohua, who was rubbing his nose and appeared to be very innocent, and said, "This guy is a 9th-level qi refining cultivator. If he's a pretty boy, then all the disciples of the cultivation aristocratic families would be powerless people." Ha, gigolo. This is the first time in my life that I've heard someone say that about Yun Guichong. Ha, is it that funny? Xiaohua finally let out a breath and asked with a smile on his face. Although the encounter with Yun Guichong was a small interlude, Kai Wuxia was obviously anxious for the next few days. Looking at her appearance, it was unclear whether she wanted to go to the Huanhua sect to see her so-called sister of fairy Hongxia, or to try her luck at the Huanhua sect. In short, she was urging Xiaohua to hurry. Xuanyan school arrived 5 days later. From afar, they could already see a stretch of auspicious clouds lingering in the sky. Amidst the splendor, there were countless spirit birds flying up and down. It was like a fairyland. Xiaohua flew in the air and took a deep breath. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth hit him in the face. Xiaohua only needed to circulate his cultivation technique and traces of spiritual energy were sucked into his meridians. Damn it, there's no mistake, right? Xiaohua cursed again. There seems to be some distance from here to Xuanyan cult. Is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so rich? If you can cultivate here, how can your cultivation progress be slow? Kai Wuxia covered her mouth and laughed. Let me tell fellow Kai, this Xuanyan cult is located in one of the famous paradises in the country of Xuanyan Mountain. Not only is there a fire vein, there are also spiritual mines. Otherwise, this Xuanyan cult wouldn't have been one of the 3 great cultivation sects. Then the auspicious clouds and splendor? Is it Xuanyan cult's protective array? Xiaohua pointed to the distance and asked. Compared to Jinghua City's protective array? It can't be compared. It also can't be compared. Kai Wuxia waved her hand and said, Jinghua City's strength might be able to challenge Xuanyan cult, but many people know of Jinghua City's 9 Flames 10,000 Winds Grand Array and Heart Cleansing Grand Array. And this Xuanyan cult has existed much longer than Jinghua City. What this protective array is, extremely few people know. As for power, fellow Taoist, how do you think it can be compared? That's also true. Xiaohua scratched his head and was just about to speak when he heard Kai Wuxia remind him. Fellow Taoist Xiao, we're about to fall. We can't fly forward anymore. What? This seems to be far from Xuanyan cult. Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously. Fellow Taoist Xiao really doesn't know. Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, You can't fly within 100 miles of Xuanyan cult. Cultivators who visit Xuanyan cult all have to wait in the guest pavilion. Sigh, isn't that so? Xiaohua also came to a realization. Flying was prohibited for a long distance in front of Jinghua City. One could only walk. This Xuanyan cult was naturally the same. The only difference was distance. Chapter 1412. That's 100 miles. If we walk, how long will it take? Xiao Hua was somewhat confused. Well, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. Without waiting for Kai Zhuoxia's explanation, a dark green brilliance flashed not far from their feet. Soon after, a magic tool that looked like a small boat flew out from the foothills. There were several cultivators standing on it, and it went straight to the place overflowing with extraordinary splendor 100 miles away. I understand. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead, looked at Kai Zhuoxia's smiling face, and said, "Loose cultivators, as expected, their knowledge is shallow. I've let fellow Taoist Kai see a joke." Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't belittle yourself. Kai Zhuoxia pointed at the foothills on the other side and said, "Let's go there first." When Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuoxia descended from the sky and turned around a mountain range and saw the guest pavilion built against the mountain, Xiao Hua was even more dumbstruck. He originally thought that the guest pavilion was just a pavilion used to welcome guests, and presumably it would be similar to Shang Huaming's guest pavilion. And at most, it would be a lot bigger. However, when he saw the large number of pavilions built against the mountain, which almost occupied the entire foothills, he was speechless. Was this still a pavilion? The most peculiar thing was that this large number of pavilions were all built with jade. They were divided into 3 floors, and each floor had a different color. Moreover, each floor had a different style. Xiao Hua probably wanted to ask why the guest pavilion was divided into 3 floors, but just as he opened his mouth, a fiery red brilliance came from the side. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the guest pavilion. It was a strange-shaped flying magic tool. Unlike Xiao Hua and the others, that flying magic tool didn't stop and directly flew to the 2nd floor of the guest pavilion. Xiao Hua understood that there were 2 foundation-building cultivators on the flying magic tool. All right, Xiao Hua shut his mouth. Needless to say, this guest pavilion was divided by cultivation level. They were aura-refining cultivators, so they could only go to the lowest floor. When the 2 of them were about 300 meters away from the pavilion, 2 boys with delicate features came up to them. They looked to be about 12 or 13 years old, but their cultivation bases were at the 5th layer of qi refining. The 2 boys smiled politely and cupped their fists. Xuanyan School's disciples, Ming Feng and Ming Qing, greet senior brothers. May I know which sect you are from? What business do you have with my Xuanyan School? Kai Zhuoxia and Xiao Hua hurriedly returned the greeting. Kai Zhuoxia smiled obsequiously and said, "I am Kai Zhuoxia, a disciple of Luyang's Kai family. I accompanied fellow Taoist Xiao to your esteemed sect for some private matters." The Kai family of Luyang? The eyes of Ming Feng, the boy at the front, turned slightly. He was somewhat puzzled as he asked, "I wonder, what relationship does fellow Taoist Kai have with the Clear Yang Kai family?" "My Luyang Kai family is a branch of the Qingyang Kai family." Kai Zhuoxia explained awkwardly. "Oh, so it's like that." Ming Feng cupped his hands and said, "I've heard a little about it. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "My name is Xiao Hua. I'm a rogue cultivator. I'm here today." "A rogue cultivator?" Upon hearing that Xiao Hua was a rogue cultivator, the other boy named Ming Qing inadvertently frowned. He opened his mouth and interrupted Xiao Hua's words, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, my Xuanyan School doesn't have any dealings with rogue cultivators. I'm afraid we can't let fellow Taoist enter the pavilion. Please turn back, fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't expect that the Xuanyan School's boy wouldn't wait for him to say anything and would drive him away. For a moment he was somewhat at a loss for words. Fellow Taoist Kai, although cultivator aristocratic families have relations with my Xuanyan School, it's still necessary for official business. If it's a private matter, only disciples at the 10th layer of qi refining and above have the qualifications to enter my pavilion. As for rogue cultivators? Ming Qing shot a glance at Xiao Hua and said, "Only foundation establishment cultivators can enter my pavilion. We brothers have never received rogue cultivators before." "Please turn back, fellow Taoist Kai," Ming Feng said with a smile. These 2 boys spoke in a cultured and refined manner. Their manners were also refined and courteous. Presumably, They had received systematic training from Xuanyan school. However, every word they spoke was also soaked with disdain for cultivator aristocratic families and rogue cultivators. Everywhere they spoke was filled with the arrogance of cultivator sects superior to others. Fellow Taoists, we don't have any urgent matters. We just want to... Seeing this, Wuxia hurriedly took half a step forward and said with a smile. However, she still didn't finish speaking. Ming Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, since it's not an urgent matter and it's still a private matter, please leave, fellow Taoists. But Wuxia looked anxious. She wanted to say something, but a streak of light flew over from the distance and landed not far behind Xiaohua and company. It was a flying magic tool. Several disciples disembarked from the flying magic tool. They were all around the 10th layer of qi refining and wore the same attire. Seeing this, Ming Cheng and Ming Feng left Xiaohua and Wuxia and quickly stepped forward. They smiled and cupped their hands, saying, "So it's Senior Martial Brothers from 7 Possibilities sect. May I know what business you have with our Xuanyan school?" "Hee, I came to pay a visit under the orders of my master. This is my master's token." The 10th layer disciple in front took out a token and handed it over. Ming Cheng took it and said with a smile, "May I know which master senior martial brother wants to visit?" The disciple said his name. Ming Feng smiled and said, "Then I'll have to invite senior martial brothers to the guest pavilion for tea first. I'll send a message back to see if the master has time." "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist." The disciple cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he looked at Xiaohua and Wuxia and said casually, "These 2 fellow Taoists." Ming Cheng smiled and said, "One is a disciple from a cultivator clan and the other is an unknown rogue cultivator. Fellow Taoist, please follow me inside." The 7 Possibilities sect disciple looked down at Xiaohua with a disdainful smile on his face. He walked in with his head held high. The other disciples also looked down at him with disdainful smiles. Xiaohua's face was ashen. Wuxia's face was also gloomy. After everyone entered, Xiaohua let out a long breath and said, "Let's go. We're not people that those famous sects want to see." But Wuxia clenched her teeth and walked to Xiaohua's side. She said in a low voice, "But we're asking them for help. Moreover, this isn't a big deal. The humiliation that my Liang Kai clan suffered is far worse than this. Didn't you say that Su Yenyun clan wanted to form a marriage alliance with my Liang Kai clan? That's just a leaf in the forest. Qingyang Kai clan alone can order me around, not to mention the 3 great sects of the country of Xi. Enduring humiliation will always be my cultivation clan's way of survival." After Xiaohua heard this, he stared at the guest pavilion in front of him for a long time. His expression softened and he snorted. "Although a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, we cultivators are the most carefree. If it's not for transcendence, if it's not for freedom, who would give up their life and walk the path of cultivation? I'm just a loose cultivator. I can't stand the behavior of these great sects, so I don't care." Wuxia smiled and said, "There are good and bad people in cultivation sections. Zhuo Qingyuan, fellow Taoist, Zhuo gave fellow Taoist Xiao the summoning talisman. Isn't that the proof?" Xiaohua snorted again. He recalled Zhuo Qingyuan's palm strike at Jinghua City's E.G. He sneered and said, "They're just jackals of the same tribe. If he was sincere, why would he give him a summoning talisman? Why didn't he tell him about this guest pavilion? Sigh, fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Zhuo is already good like this. Fellow Taoist Xiao shouldn't misunderstand him." Wuxia persuaded Xiaohua, who wasn't clear about the matter between Xiaohua and Zhuo Qingyuan. Xiaohua knew Wuxia's thoughts and sighed. "How about I send out the summoning talisman?" "Don't do that." Wuxia hurriedly waved her hand. Xuanyan School's guest pavilion is Xuanyan School's only contact with the outside world. If fellow Taoist Zhuo is in the sect, then he must pass through the guest pavilion. If fellow Taoist Xiao sends out a summoning talisman, let's not talk about whether the message can be sent in. Even if the message can be sent in, it will also implicate fellow Taoist Zhuo. This won't do, that won't do either. Then what should we do? Xiaohua stretched out his hand, somewhat helpless. This Mingqing and Mingfeng look cultured and refined, but we didn't even say our purpose in coming and we were rejected. Let's wait, Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly. We have a request, so we can only lower our posture. Xiaohua was helpless and could only accompany Kai Wuxia to stand guard in front of Xuanyan School's guest pavilion. Unknowingly, 3 days passed very quickly. In front of Xuanyan School's guest pavilion, there were many cultivators coming and going. Some came to visit, some Xuanyan School's disciples went out on business. The guest pavilion's disciples also appeared many times, but everyone turned a blind eye to Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia. They only swept a few glances and ignored them. At first, Xiaohua still had some hope. When he saw the guest pavilion's disciples, he still took a look. Later, he simply closed his eyes and stood there, immersing his mind into space and carefully comprehending the heavenly Tao's ascension realm. And at the same time, the dragonization art, nameless mnemonic chant, and so on in his body were also slowly cultivated. Looking at Kai Wuxia again, her face was filled with anxiety. But in these 3 days, every time she saw the guest pavilion's disciples, she would greet them with a smile. Even if they ignored her, she would still smile and nod as a greeting. On this day, the sun had just risen. Several groups of Xuanyan School's disciples went out again. Kai Wuxia finally couldn't bear it anymore. She walked in front of Xiaohua and said, "Forget it, fellow Taoist Xiao, what? Enduring humiliation doesn't work anymore?" Xiaohua opened his eyes and said very calmly, "Actually, if you want to endure humiliation, you might as well go directly to the utmost happiness faction." Hearing the utmost happiness faction, Kai Wuxia's expression changed. Just as she was about to open her mouth, a cultivator around the 8th level of the qi refining stage walked out from the guest pavilion. That cultivator walked straight in front of Kai Wuxia and asked, "Fellow Taoists, you've been waiting at my Xuanyan school for a long time. Do you have any important business?" Hearing this, Kai Wuxia's face was filled with joy. She cupped her hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, please know. The two of us have come to pay a visit to fellow Taoist Zhuo Qingyuan. Fellow Taoist, please pass on the message. Senior Martial Brother Zhuo Qingyuan?" That cultivator was slightly dazed. Why didn't fellow Taoist say so earlier? Nonsense. Xiaohua at the side sneered in his heart, "I also need to have a chance to say it. He, your honorable school has a lot of business. We don't dare to disturb small matters. If fellow Taoist has free time, please help pass on the message." Kai Wuxia smiled obsequiously. She clapped her hands and several mid-grade spirit stones were handed over. "If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1413. That cultivator's eyes swiveled, and he slightly tilted his body to take a look. With a flick of his big sleeve, he put away the spirit stone without leaving a trace and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, you're too polite. If you said this earlier, I would have already sent a message. Why wait until now?" Xiaohua glanced at Kai Wuxia and was truly speechless. I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist," Kai Wuxia said with a smile. "Do you have any proof?" That cultivator nodded and asked. "Here." Xiaohua understood and handed Zhuo Qingyuan's summoning talisman over. "Yes, it's indeed Senior Martial Brother Zhuo's summoning talisman. Wait a moment." That cultivator took the summoning talisman and looked at it for a moment before handing it back to Xiaohua and instructing Xiaohua to wait a moment. He then directly returned to the guest pavilion. When that disciple entered the guest pavilion, Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, since the spirit stone was useful, why didn't you take it out a few days ago?" Kai Wuxia curled her lips and also replied in a low voice, "I did want to take it, but who would I give it to? If this disciple didn't come out and ask, even if you wanted to hand it over, I don't know if he'd be willing to accept it. If one didn't meet his expectations, we wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. Since this disciple came out and asked, that means he could give it to me. That's why I dared to hand over the spirit stone. Sigh, it seems like we should have tested Mingqing and Mingfeng a few days ago when we met them." Maybe, who knows? Maybe this disciple is Mingqing and Mingfu. Just as Kai Zhuoxia was speaking, that disciple walked out from the guest pavilion and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo just happened to have something to do and will be here soon." Kai Zhuoxia and Xiao Hua were both delighted and cupped their hands, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." At this time, the two didn't care about the matter of the spirit stone. Sure enough, after a cup of tea's time, Zhuo Qingyuan came out from the guest pavilion. Seeing Xiao Hua, he was very shocked and frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. He cupped his hands, saying, "I was wondering which sect's fellow Taoist, so it's fellow Taoist Xiao." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what business do you have?" "I still have some official business within the sect, fellow Taoist. Please make it short." When Xiao Hua heard this, he rolled his eyes. Listening to the meaning of these words, it was as if he was the one who was begging for money, making the other party feel annoyed. But Xiao Hua still restrained his temper, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, I have something good to discuss with fellow Taoist." "Good news?" Zhuo Qingyuan was slightly stunned. He nodded and said, "Tell me about it, fellow Taoist." "This is Liang's Kai family's Kai Zhuoxia, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiao Hua pointed at Kai Zhuoxia and introduced her. "Oh, fellow Taoist Kai, I greet you." Zhuo Qingyuan cupped his hands in greeting, but soon after he seemed to have thought of something and pointed at Kai Zhuoxia. "Fellow Taoist Kai, you look very familiar." Then he thought for a while and said, "I remember. 1 year ago, I seem to have seen fellow cultivator Kai in the Jinghua city. At that time, fellow cultivator Kai seemed to be with fellow cultivator Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction." Kai Zhuoxia had a strange expression on her face as she nodded slightly. "Hee, fellow Taoist Kai, where is fellow Taoist Li? I have admired fellow Taoist Li for a long time, but that day, I was leading the disciples of the faction to gain experience and had no time to meet fellow Taoist Li." Zhuo Qingyuan's face was immediately filled with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Li only stayed in my country of Xi for a few days. Because of some matters in the faction, he rushed back to the Utopia faction." Kai Zhuoxia slightly gritted her teeth and replied, It's really a pity. Fellow Taoist Li is at the peak of the Qi refining stage. I still wanted to meet fellow Taoist Li and ask for advice on cultivation." Zhuo Qingyuan couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, I'll let you know." Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, before fellow Taoist Li returned to the Utopia faction, he had already broken through to the Foundation establishment stage and became a senior at the Foundation establishment stage. "Ah? Li Zongbao, finally, broke through?" Zhuo Qingyuan's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, "Senior? Senior Li is really a weirdo." Zhuo Qingyuan followed this with a sigh. "Senior Li has advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. I don't know, when will I be able to catch up to Senior Li's cultivation?" Kai Zhuoxia glared at Xiao Hua, somewhat dissatisfied that Xiao Hua revealed Li Zongbao's cultivation. But after listening to Xiao Hua's words, she immediately understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. Xiao Hua said, "Actually, I came here today precisely because of this matter." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, how do you explain this?" Zhuo Qingyuan said with envy and amazement. "It's like this." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Senior Li and fellow Taoist Kai obtained an item in Jinghua City's E-City. On it, there's news of the mother-child spirit fruit." "Mother-child spirit fruit?" Zhuo Qingyuan's face lit up when he heard this, and he said urgently, "Where can I find this mother-child spirit fruit?" "Fellow Taoist Li, don't be anxious. I came here with fellow Taoist Kai precisely because of this matter," Xiao Hua said unhurriedly. After obtaining the news of the mother-child spirit fruit, Senior Li and fellow Taoist Kai searched for that clue to find the mother-child spirit fruit. However, fellow Taoist Kai's cultivation is limited. Senior Li was worried that fellow Taoist Kai would encounter danger, so he had fellow Taoist Kai wait in a safe place. As a result, when fellow Taoist Kai saw Senior Li again, Senior Li was already a Foundation establishment stage senior. Then, what about the mother-child spirit fruit? Zhuo Qingyuan asked urgently, Is Senior Li's advancement related to the mother-child spirit fruit? Kai Wuxia also understood and said with a smile, I don't know about this. I can't ask too much about this sort of thing. Oh, so it's like that? Zhuo Qingyuan was somewhat disappointed. Although I don't know whether Senior Li's advancement is related to the mother-child spirit fruit or not, Senior Li left the mother-child spirit fruit to I. Kai Wuxia continued. The mother-child spirit fruit is with fellow Taoist Kai? Zhuo Qingyuan was pleasantly surprised again. Yes, it's with I. Kai Wuxia nodded. I don't know where Senior Li went, but when he brought the mother-child spirit fruit back, he told I that the utmost happiness faction had an urgent matter that required him to return to. Moreover, he had just stepped into the foundation establishment stage and needed to return to the utmost happiness faction to meet with his teacher. Because of some reason he left one of the mother-child spirit fruit for I. And I also couldn't find an alchemist who could refine the embryonic breathing pill, so when I met fellow Taoist Xiao, I knew that fellow Taoist Xiao knew fellow Taoist Zhuo, so I asked fellow Taoist Xiao to bring I to see fellow Taoist Zhuo. Oh! Zhuo Qingyuan understood and said with a nod, so that's how it is. I felt that this embryonic breathing pill must be useful to fellow Taoist Zhuo, so I rashly came to visit fellow Taoist Zhuo. I hope I didn't disturb fellow Taoist Zhuo. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Sigh, it can't be considered a disturbance. It's rare that fellow Taoist Kai still thinks of I. Zhuo Qingyuan was a bit ashamed. He thought for a moment and asked, I understand the two fellow Taoists' intentions. However, if you ask the alchemist in my Xuanyan school to refine the pill, even if I step forward and say that I want to use it myself, the alchemist will still have to keep 30% of the medicinal pills for himself. As for I, to tell the truth, this mother-child spirit fruit is hard to find. I also want to keep 10%, so I can only return the remaining 60% to the two fellow Taoists. Wonder. When Kai Wuxia heard this, her face was overjoyed and she promptly said, Fellow Taoist Zhuo is so righteous, how can you only keep 10%? It's better to take 20%. Zhuo Qingyuan shook his head and said, I accept fellow Taoist Kai's kindness. I only need to take 2 of these embryonic breathing pills. The alchemist I know can refine 24 or 30 embryonic breathing pills in one cauldron. This 10% is enough. Then many thanks, fellow Taoist Zhuo. Kai Wuxia cupped her hands in thanks and then gave Xiao Hua a look. You're welcome, you're welcome. I also benefited from the 2 fellow Taoists. Zhuo Qingyuan returned the greeting. Following this, Xiao Hua handed over the mother-child spirit fruit. Zhuo Qingyuan looked at it and very cautiously put it away in his storage pouch. But immediately, Zhuo Qingyuan suddenly thought of something and said somewhat hesitantly, But I have to go out on official business in the sect and can only return after a month. At that time, I can handle the matter of the embryonic breathing pills. I wonder if the 2 fellow Taoists say so earlier. Xiao Hua unhappily rolled his eyes. At this time, the mother-child spirit fruit had already fallen into someone else's storage pouch. It would be somewhat difficult to get it back. Sure enough, Kai Wuxia's expression also slightly changed and she forced a smile and said, We'll listen to fellow Taoist Zhuo's arrangements. We'll only take the embryonic breathing pills. Everything will depend on fellow Taoist Zhuo. But the 2 of you please rest assured. The matter of refining the pills should be completed within half a year. The 2 of you can just come over at that time. Zhuo Qingyuan said with a smile. Okay, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Zhuo. Xiao Hua could only say, I will come to find fellow Taoist Zhuo again after half a year. Then I won't send you off. I still have to make a trip back and properly put away this mother-child spirit fruit. Zhuo Qingyuan cupped his hands in farewell and was just about to leave when Xiao Hua thought of another matter and said, Oh right, fellow Taoist Zhuo, is fellow Taoist Xiao Mao in the sect? Xiao Mao? Yes, but because of the matter in Jingguo City, he's currently facing the wall and reflecting on his mistakes. I'm afraid he won't be able to see fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhuo Qingyuan looked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile. Oh, I don't want to see fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua smiled and took out that jade pendant from the space and handed it over, saying, This jade pendant is something that I obtained by chance in E-City. It should be an old item that fellow Taoist Xiao is concerned about. I have no use for it. Please pass it to Xiao Mao, fellow Taoist Zhua. Jade pendant? Zhua Qingyuan was stunned and received it very astonishingly. He looked carefully and nodded, saying, "It's precisely this jade pendant. This is something that Xiao Mao's mother left behind. It has a special meaning to Xiao Mao, which is why he lost his composure in E-City. Fellow Taoist Xiao is truly considerate." It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Farewell." Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuxia cupped their hands and bid farewell to Zhua Qingyuan. They prepared to turn around and fly away, but they saw Zhua Qingyuan raise his hand and call out to the two of them again. "Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment." "Is there something else, fellow Taoist Zhua?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Fellow Taoist Xiao is so warm-hearted, making I feel very moved. Since fellow Taoist Xiao treats my Xuanyan school's disciples like this, then I should also take out a little something. Zhua Qingyuan said with a smile, "I also have a message for the two of you." Xiao Hua was puzzled, but Kai Zhuxia said with a smile, "Please guide us, fellow Taoist Zhua." This humble Taoist has descended the mountain this time precisely to send a message to a few cultivation aristocratic families. My Xuanyan school is in urgent need of some fire essence flame crystals. If anyone can find sufficient fire essence flame crystals, my Xuanyan school will repay them with an equivalent amount. Chapter 14:14. In the air, Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuxia's figures streaked across the horizon at an extremely fast speed, causing the continuous sea of clouds to tremble. Within the pure white clouds, an azure passageway instantly appeared. When the figures were far away, the wind and clouds surged, and the gap that was created was slowly covered up. As the figures flew extremely far away, they heard Kai Zhuxia say with a smile, "Thanks to fellow Taoist Zhua's dual flying talisman. Otherwise, with eyes flying speed, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to cover half the distance. We definitely wouldn't be able to make it to the rinsing flower sex selection tomorrow." Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, don't be too loud. There seems to be a cultivator with profound magic power ahead. We'll have to slow down." Alas, fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is indeed more profound than I's. I still haven't sensed it. I also have a feeling, so I can't take it seriously. However, for safety's sake, we'd better slow down a bit. In any case, this place is already very close to the rinsing flower sect. We'll definitely arrive before noon tomorrow, right? And that's right. Kai Zhuxia said, "You and I should fly separately." As they spoke, the two of them separated, and their flying speed was clearly much slower. Sure enough, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a faint white brilliance appeared on the left in front of the two of them. It rapidly flew over their heads. It was an old man wearing white clothes with a slightly green face and a brandy nose. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The old man's faint divine sense swept over the two of them. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed in salute, respectfully standing in midair. The old man seemed to not have seen the two of them at all. His figure didn't stop, and he flew over their heads. In the blink of an eye, he became a black, no longer visible. Only after the old man flew far away did Kai Zhuxia straighten up. She looked in the direction the old man flew and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, your flying speed seems to be not much slower than a Foundation Establishment senior." Xiao Hua's expression slightly changed, and he waved his hand, saying, "Fellow Taoist Kai is too kind. With I's cultivation, how could I dare to compare with a Foundation Establishment senior? It's really the difference between cloud and mud." Then he smiled and said, "By the way, the fire marrow flame crystal that fellow Zhua mentioned earlier, what exactly is it and where can I get it?" Kai Zhuxia covered her mouth and laughed. "I thought fellow Taoist Xiao already knew, so I didn't ask him about it the whole way. Now that we're about to reach Washing Flower Sect, you finally asked?" Xiao Hua didn't hold back and curled his lips. "I have always been the first to ask. However, Wasn't there someone who was in a hurry to participate in some selection and wanted to see his sister? That's why he was in a hurry and didn't have a chance to ask. Kai Wuxia smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Daoist Xiao." Then he sighed, "Alas, actually, I know that my chances are very small, but I still want to try." Could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao did not see it? Xuanyan school only had 2 boys, yet they were already so arrogant. They were only at the 5th layer of qi refining. Then look at fellow Daoist Zhuo Qingyuan. He's not much older than I, but he's already at the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he's going to send a message to a cultivator aristocratic family, one that's even more powerful than my Kai clan. If this poor Taoist can enter the Rinsing Flower sect and become a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect, then not only will this poor Taoist's cultivation level increase, even my Kai family's status will increase. We won't have to live under the Qingyang Kai family's nose and mouth anymore. Then he looked at Xiaohua again and persuaded, "Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao probably understands even more than I that there is a great disparity between a sect and a wandering cultivator. If possible, fellow Taoist Xiao might as well participate in Washing Flower sect's selection this time. I think that with fellow Taoist Xiao's methods, you'll definitely be able to rank in the top 3. Xiaohua's heart stirred when he heard this. Shang Huaming's life and the life of a wandering cultivator for over a year were truly completely different. Right now, although he had the dragon transformation art, the nameless mnemonic chant, and other cultivation methods to cultivate, he was still lacking in the most important foundational cultivation methods and medicinal pills. If he couldn't solve these 2 problems, he could only hover around the 5th layer of qi refining. It was impossible for him to reach foundation establishment. But within a cultivation sect, these 2 problems weren't a problem. As long as he took medicine like usual and cultivated like usual, his cultivation would steadily increase. More importantly, whether it was the dragon transformation art, the nameless mnemonic chant, or even the heaven ascension realm, not only did they not have any conflict with foundational cultivation methods, they even had supplementary effects. If he could enter a cultivation sect, he would definitely have a smooth journey and become outstanding. How is it? Fellow Taoist Xiao, what I said wasn't wrong, right? Seeing that Xiaohua was muttering to himself in silence, Kai Wuxia smiled and said, "If fellow Taoist Xiao becomes a brilliant disciple of Rinsing Flower sect in the future and becomes a foundation establishment senior, don't forget my reminder today. Fellow Taoist Kai's cultivation is also profound. Tomorrow, your wish will definitely be fulfilled." Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Sigh, where did I get my hope from? I only went to Washing Flower sect to cheer for my younger sister. As long as my younger sister can enter Washing Flower sect, as her elder sister, I can be at ease." Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly. Kai Wuxia repeatedly mentioned Fairy Hong Xia, causing Xiaohua to be filled with curiosity towards this person whom he had never met before and whose name resounded like thunder in his ears. "That's right, fellow Taoist Kai, after talking for so long, I still haven't said anything about this fire essence flame crystal. Fellow Taoist, could it be that you also don't know?" Xiaohua slapped his forehead and asked. Kai Wuxia smiled and covered her mouth. "Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. I really don't know where this fire essence flame crystal is." Xiaohua rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, "I also didn't think that you would know. If fellow Taoist Kai knew where it was, how could Xuanyan school not know? How could the cultivation families in country of Xi not know? Why would they need Zhuo Qingyuan to offer a reward? I just want to know what this fire essence flame crystal is and what it's used for." Kai Wuxia seemed to have already known Xiaohua's reaction and didn't care at all. She smiled and said, "I also only know that this fire essence flame crystal is an extremely rare fire attribute spirit stone. It's an extremely bewitching red color and is about the size of a thumb. As for what it's used for, I don't know. However, although I don't know where this fire essence flame crystal is, I've seen it in the ancient records of my Kai family. This fire essence flame crystal is a type of crystal that is even more precious than a top-grade fire crystal. In the past, There was once a cultivator who occasionally obtained a small piece from the magma of melting Fire Valley. Top-grade fire crystal? Bewitching red color? The size of a thumb? When Xiaohua heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. His eyes turned slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he saw that Kai Wuxia's face was also filled with joy. She pointed her finger and said, "Quickly look, fellow Taoist Xiao. The mountain range with beautiful flowers over there is where Washing Flower Sect is located." "Is that so?" Xiaohua also raised his head. Sure enough, far in front of them, there was a continuous mountain range with many gorgeous colors. This color was different from the brilliance of Xuanyan School. It was the color of real flowers. Looking at it from afar, that mountain range looked like a large cluster of bright flowers. Washing Flower Sect really lives up to its reputation. Xiaohua praised and unconsciously increased his speed. The two of them walked for another half a day. The Washing Flower Mountain range was already in sight. They saw a large river flowing down from the top of the mountain range. Countless flowers spiraled in the river and flowed down with the river. There was an indescribable poignant beauty to it. Kai Wuxia said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the place where washing flower and sword is done. Let's land." Washing flower and sword? Could it be that this is also a place where Washing Flower Sect can't fly? Xiaohua said with a smile. And that's right. Although Kai Wuxia was a cultivator, her current state of mind was very easily affected by the scene before her eyes. It was very abnormal, and she could only speak in a somewhat mournful voice. "Fellow Taoist Kai, is there something wrong?" Xiaohua heard the uneasiness in Kai Wuxia's tone and asked in a low voice. "No, there's nothing wrong." Kai Wuxia forced a smile and used her hand to point at the flowers in the river and said, "The beautiful flowers only exist on the branches, but they don't last long. The falling petals move with the waves, but perhaps they will remain for a moment. Today, the branches are home, but in the future, I don't know where the grave of flowers is. Everyone says that the falling petals are willing, but the flowing water is heartless. However, they don't know that the flowing water is powerless like the branches of flowers to retain the brilliance of the falling petals. It can only do its best to take the falling petals far away, breaking away from the eyes of the secular world and sending the falling petals on their final journey." Kai Wuxia's words were inexplicable and incoherent. Xiaohua opened his eyes wide and looked at the flowing water, then at Kai Wuxia. He really didn't understand what she was saying. Just when Xiaohua wanted to ask Kai Wuxia a question, Kai Wuxia patted her storage pouch and blinked her already moist eyes. She forced a smile and said, "I want to see if my younger sister is here." As she spoke, she used her magic power and the fiery red messaging talisman flew into the air. However, the messaging talisman's brilliance slightly circled in the air and directly fell down, not flying far away. Could it be that my younger sister didn't come? Kai Wuxia was surprised and exclaimed in a low voice. Or, is she somewhere the messaging talisman can't reach? Xiaohua whispered, "Maybe." Kai Wuxia slightly shook her head. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Xiaohua smiled and said, "How about we talk after crossing the river? Presumably, the Huanhua sect also has people to receive her. When we get there, we can just ask." Kai Wuxia turned her head to look. On the other side of the river, among the clouds of flowers, a corner of a four-cornered pavilion could be seen. "Forget it. If my younger sister comes, then she comes. If she doesn't, then I can't do anything even if I'm anxious. I can't bear to see the self-righteous faces of those cultivation families. Let's wait until tomorrow morning." Kai Wuxia shook her head and said, "Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations?" "Yes, of course." Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile. Immediately, the two of them found a place to cultivate nearby and adjusted their breathing. On the morning of the second day, Kai Wuxia and Xiaohua arrived at the location of the four-cornered pavilion. Sure enough, from far away, they saw several male and female children wearing plain white robes respectfully guarding there. When they saw Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia, one of the female children with picturesque features took a few steps forward and cupped her hands in salute, saying, Two fellow Taoists, have you come to participate in my Huanhua sex selection? Good, she's really a beauty. She's so young and already looks so much more charming than this Wuxia. When she grows up, what will happen? Xiaohua looked at the female child who was only 12 or 13 years old but had a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refining. Unexpectedly, she was about the same as him. Chapter 14:15. Wuxia seemed to be used to this. She cupped her hands in return and said, I am Liang's Kai family's Wuxia. I came to participate in the selection. Is there anyone else from my Kai family? Liang's Kai family? The girl slightly frowned and thought for a moment before saying, as far as I know, there are only 2 people from Qingyang's Kai family. I've never heard of any Kai family from Liang. So it's like that? Wuxia nodded with a face full of disappointment. Fellow Taoist? Is he also from Liang's Kai family? Did he also come to participate in the selection? The girl ignored Wuxia's disappointment and glanced at Xiaohua. Oh, I am Xiaohua. I'm a loose cultivator. I also came to participate in the selection. Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his hands and answered. Loose cultivator? Participate in the selection? The girl stared blankly and said with some surprise. What? Loose cultivators can't participate? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he hastily asked. The girl seemed to have realized her own inappropriateness. Her face was a bit red and she repeatedly waved her hands, saying, No, this selection didn't say that loose cultivators were not allowed to participate. It's just that in the previous selections, there were loose cultivators every time. But this time, because the requirement is the 4th layer of qi refining and above, I really didn't see any loose cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao is the first one. I was just a bit surprised. Xiaohua was stunned at first, but he soon understood. Previously, there was no requirement for cultivation. 1st and 2nd layer qi refining could participate. Loose cultivators generally had low cultivation. The other cultivators who came to participate in the selection certainly didn't have high cultivation. Loose cultivators might have a chance. But this time, the requirement was only the 4th layer of qi refining and above. The disciples from cultivation families were all in the 7th or 8th layer. Moreover, there were disciples like Yun family's Yun Jiechong who were in the 9th layer of qi refining. Under these circumstances, the chances of a loose cultivator were absolutely slim. Why would a loose cultivator come? I'm afraid I'm going to be rebuffed. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and thought to himself. He said, I seem to be overestimating myself. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Whether you participate or not is up to you. I have no right to interfere. However, fellow Taoist Xiao isn't the first to participate. Even if you participate, what's the matter? There are other 4th layer qi refining cultivators participating as well. Xiaohua was stunned. That's right. The little girl smiled. All right then, I will also participate. Xiaohua nodded. The little girl raised her hand and said, Fellow Taoists, please follow I. This way please. As soon as the girl's voice fell, a medium-height cultivator with a somewhat sallow face quickly walked over from behind Xiaohua and the others. A handsome boy beside the girl quickly went up to greet him. Xiaohua only glanced at the cultivator, then followed Wuxia behind the little girl and walked towards the pavilion in the 4 corners. Just as he took 2 steps, he heard the cultivator behind him say, I am Li Chongqi, a loose cultivator. I have come to participate in the washing flower sex selection. Rogue cultivator? Xiaohua was delighted in his heart. The little girl in front of him was also stunned. Just like Xiaohua, she turned her head to look at this 5th level qi refining loose cultivator. On the contrary, Li Chongqi was calm and collected. When he saw Xiaohua and the little girl turn their heads to look at him, he only smiled and nodded in response. Xiaohua also nodded at him, then turned his head and followed the little girl into the pavilion in the 4 corners. The pavilion in the 4 corners looked very small, but as soon as he stepped into the pavilion, Xiaohua was stunned to discover that there were already several tens of male and female cultivators inside. Some of these people were standing and whispering, some were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in cultivation. However, it didn't seem crowded at all. Spatial magic. Xiaohua looked around and secretly praised in his heart, as expected of the washing flower sect. It's just a pavilion in the four corners used to welcome guests, yet they need to use spatial magic. This grandeur isn't much inferior to Xuanyan school. Just as Xiaohua was sizing up his surroundings, two beautiful women with disdain on their faces quickly walked over. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. He looked them up and down in puzzlement. These two don't seem to know each other? Could it be that they were subdued by this young master's temperament? Do they want to come up and make friends? I have to hold back a little. I don't want to lose the bearing of a loose cultivator. Io Kaixuixia, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't changed at all. The female cultivator in front had a mocking smile on her face as she shrieked from afar. So it's Kaixuixia's old acquaintance. Xiaohua's haughty attitude immediately collapsed and he resumed his lazy expression. Isn't that so? In a small place like Liang, little sister Xuxia's face is still lacking in both qi and blood these past few years, looking like a village girl. How can people still look at her? I remember that when little sister was young, she wasn't like this either. How come after she grew up, she became more and more unbearable? In the future, how can she find a dual cultivation partner? The other woman also laughed and said, if little sister Xuxia's matter isn't resolved, how can our Kai family's little sister Hongxia, who is known as Fairy Hongxia, find a marriage alliance? If we don't have a marriage alliance, wouldn't Liang's Kai family forever be a burden to the village? This woman's words were very harsh, causing Xiaohua to frown. Kaixuixia's face had already turned green, but she still cupped her hands in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Xuxia greets elder sister Xianxia and elder sister Wuxia. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. This is the rinsing flower sect, there's no need for the formalities of my Kai family. Xianxia waved her hand and said very casually. Wuxia's beautiful eyes rippled as she glanced at Xiaohua and said, little sister Xuxia, this little loose cultivator, why don't you introduce him to elder sister? I'm afraid his cultivation is too shallow, and he doesn't dare to meet people? Little loose cultivator? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Since they exposed Xiaohua as a loose cultivator, then these two people must have heard Yun Jicheng's words. Since they heard Yun Jicheng's words, they must know his name as well. This kind of ridicule was somewhat bullying. How could Kaixuixia not know? She helplessly glanced at Xiaohua and said, this is fellow Taoist Xiaohua. I met him in Jinghua City. Because of some matters, we traveled together. Hee, little sister Xuxia, aren't you going to be secretive? You're already so old, this kind of thing, what's there to be embarrassed about? He's only a loose cultivator. It's nothing. If he comes to our door, the cultivation method of your Liang Kai family can also guarantee him a 7th level qi refining cultivator. Shut up. Xiaohua's face was covered in frost. He took a step forward and coldly berated them. Xianxia and Wuxia were only at the 7th level of qi refining. Xiaohua dared to kill them, so how could he be afraid of these two female cultivators? Rebel. Seeing this, Xianxia's almond-shaped eyes turned vertical. She also berated loudly, you're only from a branch family of my Liang Kai family. What qualifications do you have to speak so loudly in front of me? Moreover, you haven't entered my Kai family yet. I only need to use my little finger to take your life. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing this, Kaixuixia immediately pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and said in a low voice, for I's sake, don't take these words to heart. Xiaohua's gaze was like a knife. It coldly swept across Xianxia and Wuxia's faces. The two of them were also startled. They never thought that a little loose cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining would have such a frightening gaze. Wuxia also took a step forward and shouted, what are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig out your eyeballs right now? Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. I want to see what tricks you have. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Kaixuixia implored, placing her body between the two of them. Who's making such a racket? With a loud shout, a 10th level Qi refining cultivator stepped into the four-cornered pavilion. That cultivator was followed by the loose cultivator called Lu Chongqi from earlier. Hehe, I'll let fellow Taoist know. This is my Kai family's family matter. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately said with a smile. That cultivator coldly said, I don't care if you're from the Kai family, the Chao family, or the Hua family. This is my Luanhua sect. You're making a racket here. You're losing face for my Luanhua sect. If you say another word, I'll kick you out of the pavilion. Hehe, fellow Taoist Mo, they're sisters from the Kai family. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so they've talked a lot. Don't blame them, don't blame them. Yun Zhaochong appeared out of nowhere and cupped his hands with a smile on his face. Oh, fellow Taoist Yun. That disciple surnamed Mo saw Yun Zhaochong's expression soften. He said, fellow Taoist, look after them. They're all middle-level Qi refining cultivators. Why are they acting like mortal women and causing trouble the moment they see each other? Xianxia and Yuxia's faces were slightly red, and they lowered their heads in embarrassment. They looked like virtuous ladies. Wuxia also lowered her head and sighed slightly. Seeing Wuxia like this, Xiaohua unconsciously understood. He snorted through his nose and didn't say anything. Fellow Taoist Lu, feel free to stay here. Wait for a while. When noon comes, we'll go to the selection area together with the other fellow Taoists. That disciple surnamed Mo waved his sleeve and said to the loose cultivator. Yes, I'll listen to Senior Mo's instructions. Lu Chongqi respectfully bowed and said. That disciple surnamed Mo raised his head and looked at everyone in the pavilion. Then, he quickly walked out of the pavilion through another passage. Fellow Taoist Kai, you finally come. Yun Zhaochong had a warm smile on his face as he cupped his hands and said. My Liang's Kai family, didn't send anyone? Wuxia forced a smile and cupped her hands in return. This. Yun Zhaochong glanced at Xianxia and Yuxia, but didn't answer. Xianxia sneered and said, it's enough for us two sisters to represent our Kai family. What's the use of sending someone from your Liang's Kai family? They're just there to serve as a foil. It's fine if they don't come. When Wuxia heard this, she knew that her younger sister hadn't received news that the Cleansing Flower sect was recruiting disciples. She could only sigh in her heart and ignore the two of them. She walked to the side alone and sat down with her eyes closed. When Yun Zhaochong saw this, he cupped his hands in salute to Xiaohua. He also walked to a corner and sat down. Xiaohua also smiled. He coldly glanced at Xianxia and Yuxia, then walked to Wuxia's side. He stood with his hands by his side and looked around. Xianxia and Yuxia also glared at Xiaohua fiercely, then walked back to their seats. For a time, there were only a few dozen people whispering in the pavilion. After Xiaohua and Wuxia came in, many other cultivators came one after another. Looking at their appearance, they all came in groups of 2s and 3s. When it was almost noon, there were actually nearly 200 people gathered in the pavilion. Chapter 14:16. Seeing more and more people gathering in the pavilion, Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter to himself, cultivator aristocratic families really aren't small. Seeing these people in 2s and 3s, they should be from the same aristocratic family or aristocratic families that are on good terms with each other. The most important thing is that these aristocratic family disciples all have cultivations above the 7th level of Qi refining. Although this rinsing flower sex requirement is the 4th level of Qi refining, disciples with slightly weaker cultivations didn't come. Compared to Tian Qi's group of loose cultivators, they really can't be mentioned in the same breath. Oh, I heard there's also a 4th level Qi refining disciple like I who came to participate in the selection. I wonder who it is. Although the cultivators in the pavilion can use magic to check each other's cultivation level, there are still a lot of people. It is impossible for Xiaohua to find the 4th layer Qi refining cultivator among them. On the contrary, the 5th layer Qi refining loose cultivator, Lu Chongqi, is standing not far from Xiaohua. He is also looking at Xiaohua with interest, seemingly also aware of Xiaohua's identity as a loose cultivator. Seeing Xiaohua looking at him, Lu Chongqi took 2 steps forward with a smile on his face and said in a low voice, "I'm Lu Chongqi, greetings fellow Taoist Xiao." "Oh, fellow Taoist Lu is too polite." Xiaohua promptly returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Does fellow Taoist have any instructions?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Lu Chongqi glanced at Wuxia and said in a low voice, "Today, those attending the rinsing flower sex selection are all disciples of cultivator aristocratic families. As for us loose cultivators, there's only the 2 of us. I think that the 2 of us should join hands. Although I'm a few years older and my cultivation is a bit higher, I am willing to advance and retreat together with fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiaohua smiled in his heart and said in a low voice, "Thank you for fellow Taoist Li's intentions, but I have a question for you." "Please speak, fellow Taoist Xiao." Lu Chongqi smiled and nodded, "I will tell you everything I know." "Good." Xiaohua clapped and said, "If the 2 of us only have 1 chance, who does fellow Taoist Lu think it should go to?" "This." Lu Chongqi only smiled slightly and said, "There are 3 chances in this election. If the 2 of us join hands, there won't be only 1 chance. Of course, I can give up this one and only chance." After hearing these pompous words, Xiaohua became more and more unconvinced. He smiled and shook his head. "I know my own cultivation level very well. I have no intention of passing any selection at all. This time, I only came to accompany a familiar fellow Taoist. I appreciate fellow Taoist Li's kindness." "All right. I wish fellow Taoist Xiao good luck." Lu Chongqi was a little disappointed, but he still cupped his hands with a smile. When Lu Chongqi looked around to find other people to help him, Wuxia opened her eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "Loose cultivators are so shameless. If you want to make use of others and make them work for you, just use your mouth." Halfway through, Wuxia suddenly realized something. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't blame me. I wasn't talking about you." Xiaohua shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I know." Wuxia rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Before today, perhaps fellow Taoist Xiao was still a loose cultivator, but after today, I'm afraid that might not be the case. Others don't know fellow Taoist Xiao's magic power, but I know it clearly. There are almost 200 people in this pavilion. I'm afraid fellow Taoist Xiao can enter the top 10. With a bit of luck, there shouldn't be a problem." Xiaohua smiled faintly and didn't answer. He was now in the early stage of the 4th layer of the aura refining realm, and his magic power had greatly increased. If he really used his full strength in a life and death battle, Xiaohua was confident he wouldn't necessarily lose to an 8th layer aura refining cultivator. As for 9th layer aura refining cultivators like Yun Jiechong, how many of them were there? While they were talking, a male and a female rinsing flower sect disciples walked into the square pavilion. These 2 people both had cultivation levels around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. The male had bright eyes and white teeth, extremely handsome, and the female had peach cheeks and starry eyes. In addition to her fine eyebrows, she was truly charming. Everyone only took a glance and secretly praised them in their hearts. "Fellow Taoists," the male disciple cupped his hands and said, "Our sect's selection of disciples will now begin. Please follow I." "Yes, thank you, fellow Taoist." Everyone returned the greeting. Immediately after, the male disciple didn't say his name and turned around very indifferently. As for the female disciple, she didn't say a single word and turned around to leave. However, her figure was quite graceful, attracting the gazes of many male cultivators. Xiaohua and Wuxia walked at the back. Even the loose cultivator Lu Chongqi found a seemingly honest aristocratic family disciple to walk in front of them. Wuxia looked at Lu Chongqi's back and said in a low voice, "That 7th layer aura refining disciple is from Xiaonan's Qing clan. He looks mature, but he's actually full of evil tricks. As a fellow loose cultivator, I'm afraid you're in a bit of trouble." Xiaohua snorted through his nose. Loose cultivators struggle in the shadows. What kind of world haven't they seen? If it weren't for the fact that cultivation level growth is a problem, loose cultivators wouldn't necessarily be any worse than cultivator aristocratic families. Kai Wuxia shrugged and didn't continue speaking. After exiting the square pavilion, they saw a boat-shaped magic tool in front of them. It was emitting a faint multicolored brilliance. Fellow Taoists, please go, I'll send you over. The male cultivator waved his hand. A multicolored brilliance flew out from the magic tool and landed in front of him. It was precisely a path of light formed by the brilliance. This scene was admittedly strange, causing Xiaohua's eyes to brighten. However, the others were, after all, disciples of aristocratic families. They were all knowledgeable, so they weren't too surprised. One by one, they walked onto the path of light. That path of light slowly moved. Everyone didn't need to walk. The path of light sent everyone onto the flying boat. Once everyone boarded the flying boat, the male and female disciples flew onto it. They took out a yellow talisman from their bosoms and stuck it on their bodies. Soon after, they took out a palm-sized jade plate. Using their magic power, they pointed their fingers upwards. That boat-shaped magic tool slowly rose, circled around a bit, then flew towards a certain place in the Huanhua mountain range. The flying boat was very stable. Xiaohua looked to his left and saw that there was no one nearby. He asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, can't this magic tool only be controlled by people with divine sense? Their cultivation level has to be at least at the peak stage of the aura refining realm. This Huanhua sect disciple is only in the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. I'm afraid he doesn't have divine sense, so how can he control it?" Kai Wuxia smiled and said, "That's true, but there are far more cultivators below the peak stage of the aura refining realm than there are cultivators above it. There are many things that aren't certain. Moreover, they don't dare to trouble these seniors, so all the cultivation groups came up with their own methods. For example, those who control flying magic tools can refine special yellow talismans. Coupled with enough magic power, they'll be able to use it." "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiaohua understood. He had a magic tool from Wang Lin's sect in his space, but he had always been puzzled. He couldn't understand how those two disciples, who were clearly only in the 6th layer of the aura refining realm, could use it. Why couldn't he control it? It seemed like it was a secret technique of their cultivation group. Not long after, the flying boat descended and landed on a large mountain full of colorful flowers. Everyone disembarked from the flying boat and stood in the open space. The male cultivator swept his gaze over everyone again, then said in a clear voice, "This is the back mountain of my Huanhua sect. It's several hundred meters high and has a radius of more than 10 li. For the sake of this selection, I specially placed 3 robin birds in this mountain. Whoever can catch them will pass this selection." Boom! Everyone burst into an uproar and began to discuss in low voices. They'd thought of many methods, but they'd never imagined that they'd be using the method of catching birds. "Shut up!" The female cultivator coldly berated, "You're all disciples of aristocratic families. Why are you so unruly?" When everyone heard her, they immediately shut their mouths. The male cultivator clapped his hand and took out a stack of yellow talismans from his storage pouch. He said, "This selection will end tomorrow at noon. During this time, it doesn't matter if you live or die. Whoever holds a robin bird in his hand at this time tomorrow will be the winner of this selection. Of course, all of you fellow Taoists are disciples of aristocratic families of cultivators and have a very long relationship with my Huanhua sect. My Huanhua sect also has to consider your safety. These are yellow talismans specially made by my Huanhua sect. Once activated with magic power, you'll be transported to a safe place in my Huanhua sect. Of course, activating these yellow talismans means that you've given up on this selection. Please be careful." As he spoke, the male cultivator waved his hand and the yellow talismans flew into the hands of Xiaohua and the others, one for each person. Xiaohua cautiously received them. These were life-saving items. I still have 2 points to mention. First, there are only 3 robin birds, and they must be alive. If one dies, there'll be one less chance. Second, The robin birds can't be transported through the transfer formation. Alright, fellow Taoists, take care. I'll be back here at this time tomorrow. The male cultivator cupped his hands and boarded the flying boat with the female cultivator. Activating magic power, they flew away and disappeared. After the Huanhua sect disciples left, everyone looked at each other and flew down the mountain in different directions according to their previous agreement. Yun Guichong wasn't far from Kai Wuxia. He glanced at Kai Wuxia and walked over with a smile. Fellow Taoist Kai, it's very dangerous here. Fellow Taoist Kai, are you willing to travel with I? Thank you for your kind offer, fellow Taoist Yun. I'll look for it myself. Kai Wuxia refused just like before. Well, then fellow Taoist Kai, take care of yourself. Yun Guichong didn't seem surprised. He glanced at Xiaohua and directly flew down the mountain with his disciples. Fellow Taoist Xiao. After Yun Guichong flew far away, Kai Wuxia turned her head and said, shall we also act separately? Separate? Xiaohua was a little surprised. If there's a robin bird in front of you and me, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you think I'll have a chance? Kai Wuxia smiled. This is true. Xiaohua slapped his forehead. Just like how he wasn't willing to cooperate with the Chongqi, Kai Wuxia was also the same. In front of absolute temptation, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't have any selfish motives. He wouldn't harm Kai Wuxia's life, but Kai Wuxia absolutely couldn't take the robin bird away in front of him. Well, fellow Taoist Kai is right. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, however, fellow Taoist Kai, please tell me what this robin bird looks like. Hee, I knew that fellow Taoist Xiao might not have seen it before. Kai Wuxia smiled and said, this robin bird is a strange bird. It's only the size of a thumb and its entire body is emerald green. Although it can't be classified as a spiritual bird, its flying speed is extremely fast, comparable to the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. Of course, this isn't the most peculiar part. This robin bird is naturally timid and very sensitive to spiritual aura. As long as a cultivator is cautious, it will immediately run away. And if it can't escape in time, it will even change the color of its body according to the surrounding situation. Chapter 14:17. There's such a strange bird? After listening to Kai Wuxia's description of the robin, Xiaohua's original ambition had already turned into a pool of cold water. First of all, this robin could change its color according to the surrounding environment. This was absolutely not something an aura-refining cultivator without divine sense could casually discover. Not to mention that the robin was only the size of a thumb, and its flight was very fast. Freely shuttling back and forth in this several dozen li mountain range, this kind of difficulty was not much lower than finding a needle in a haystack. After cupping his hands and bidding farewell to Kai Wuxia, Xiaohua was too lazy to fly and slowly walked down on foot. While breathing in the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers, he secretly calculated. Needless to say, it was really unrealistic for Xiaohua to catch the robin himself. However, that Huanhua sect disciple had clearly said that there would be no casualties. Moreover, whoever could obtain the robin by noon tomorrow would be the winner of the selection. In other words, Huanhua sect didn't care how you obtained the robin. Xiaohua didn't have the ability to catch the robin, but he had the ability to snatch it from the hands of others. Apart from those aristocratic family disciples at the 9th and 8th level of aura refining, he temporarily didn't have much certainty. As for the other cultivators at the 7th level of aura refining and below, as long as Xiaohua was careful and caught them off guard, he had a 70 to 80% certainty. With a plan in mind, Xiaohua also became even more unhurried. Being busy first wasn't being busy. Right now, he should give time to those cultivators who could catch the robin and let them do their best. Only then would it be time for Xiaohua to display his skills. As for Kai Wuxia, after leaving Xiaohua, she activated her magic power and flew along a faintly discernible path in the forest for a while. Soon after, she suddenly flew up into the air and looked around. At this time, everyone had already disappeared and it was extremely quiet. Kai Wuxia first looked at the peak where Xiaohua was and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm really sorry. This kind of opportunity is really something that I have been looking forward to for a long time. It's not that I don't want to share it with fellow Taoist, but the revival of my clan is all on my shoulders." While speaking, Kai Wuxia clapped her hands and an old yellow talisman appeared in her hand. She activated her magic power and a small, faintly visible red-crowned crane was formed from the yellow talisman. That red-crowned crane lightly danced in the air, its two faintly discernible wings flapping from time to time. Kai Wuxia's face emitted a happy radiance and she said to herself, "This spirit-seeking talisman, although it has been a long time, it can still be used. If I hadn't taken it out on a whim before leaving, wouldn't this trip to Huanhua Sect's trip to be a failure?" While speaking, Kai Wuxia clapped her right palm on her chest. Immediately, a drop of blood from her heart flew out from her mouth and landed on the red-crowned crane's head. When the red-crowned crane received the blood from Kai Wuxia's heart, a bit of cinnabar immediately appeared on its head. The red color of the cinnabar immediately spread to the red-crowned crane's body. Not long after, the entire red-crowned crane was filled with faint traces of blood, and Kai Wuxia's face became even paler. Quick, Kai Wuxia recited a spell and tapped the red-crowned crane's head with her hand. The red-crowned crane let out a soft "ga" sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very loud in Kai Wuxia's ears. The red-crowned crane spread its wings and flew towards a direction halfway up the mountain. Kai Wuxia's face was filled with joy. She performed another spell and followed closely behind. The disciples of aristocratic families were indeed the disciples of aristocratic families. Even a side branch of an aristocratic family like Kai Wuxia had tricks that Xiaohua didn't know about, so there was no need to talk about other people in detail. Looking at Yun Guichong from the Yun family, for people from the Yun family had come, but for some reason, only 3 people had appeared. Yun Guichong only said a few words of courtesy to Kai Wuxia before he took the 2 of them into the air. Seeing that many disciples of aristocratic families were flying in different directions, the female disciple curled her lips and said disdainfully, "What a bunch of idiots." Lan Yun Guichong scolded, "I let you come out this time to broaden your horizons. Why are you so talkative?" "Big brother." The male disciple also smiled and said, "Sister Lan is right. These disciples don't have the profound cultivation of Big Brother. Even if they catch the robin, won't they still be Big Brother's prey?" "Ah, Big Brother, even Yun Feng is speaking for me. Am I right?" Yun Guichong glanced at the 2 of them and smiled slightly. He said in a low voice, "You only know that our Yun family has tricks up our sleeves. How can we not have others? These cultivator aristocratic families may not have disciples with higher cultivation than your Big Brother, but they all have a foundation. Don't underestimate them. Having a high cultivation is the way of the king. Who's afraid of that?" Yun Lan smiled and said, "At worst, Big Brother can go on a killing spree and kill all 200 disciples of aristocratic families. I'd like to see if I can find the robin." "Nonsense. You're bringing disaster to our Yun family." Yun Guichong looked around and scolded her in a low voice. "Hee, I'm just saying. This kind of thing. I know." Yun Lan pursed her lips and smiled. She looked very charming. "Big Brother, are we going to use our tricks?" Yun Feng asked. "Hee, of course. Our Yun clan is in an advantageous position right now. We can seize a robin bird at lightning speed. Not only can we reduce the sin of killing, but we can also intimidate the other disciples. Maybe we can even get a second robin bird," Yun Jiechong said without hesitation. "Thank you, Big Brother," Yun Lan said with a smile. "Big Brother, can't we get 3? Yun Feng was a little unhappy. "How is that possible? This second one might not even be possible." Before Yun Guichong could say anything, Yun Lan began to lecture Yun Feng. "I know, Sister Lan." Yun Feng stuck out his tongue. He was just a teenager. Yun Lan was very proud. She patted her storage bag and took out a yellow talisman. She handed it to Yun Feng and said with a smile, "Don't flatter me. If there's a second robin, I'll let you have it." Now, let's hurry up and help Big Brother get the first robin. Yes, Sister Lan. Yun Feng immediately became serious. He patted his hand and took out an old yellow talisman. He calmly placed it in his hand. Seeing that Yun Lan and Yun Feng were ready, Yun Guichong patted his hand and took out a magic weapon that looked like a spinning top from his storage bag. With a poof, Yun Guichong spat a mouthful of life origin energy on the spinning top. The spinning top began to spin. Seeing that the spinning top was moving, Yun Lan and Yun Feng did not dare to be negligent. They activated their magic power and injected it into the yellow talisman. The yellow talisman immediately turned into a shiny thin piece. The two of them opened their mouths and swallowed the thin piece. As soon as the thin piece entered their mouths, their faces gradually turned red, as if they were going to bleed. Then they looked at each other and bit the tip of their tongues at the same time. A mouthful of blood was spat out and landed on the spinning top. After the spinning top received the 2 mouthfuls of blood essence, it suddenly shone brightly. Then it spun faster and faster. It was almost impossible to see its original appearance. Seeing the spinning top's brilliance expand and contract, Yun Guichong sighed and said, "My Yun family spirit seeker has been useless for many years. Who would have thought that today, instead of searching for spirit beasts, it would only be used to search for robin?" Yun Lan's face was pale and he looked a little dispirited. He also sighed and said, "According to the family records, when my Yun family was at its peak, we used this spirit seeker to search for spirit beasts protecting the family. This magic weapon requires the blood essence of at least 2 members of the Yun family's direct bloodline. It consumes a lot of vitality. Today, after testing it, it really lives up to its name. 2 cultivators of the 5th level of Qi refining like us can't even activate the spirit seeker." Poof! Yun Guchong also spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The spinning brilliance made a sizzling sound like boiling oil being poured into boiling water. The brilliance scattered in all directions and turned into many tiny lights. These lights also spun. After a while, these tiny lights suddenly turned into tiny arrowheads. They suddenly gathered together and turned into a slightly larger arrowhead, pointing in one direction. "Let's go!" Seeing this, Yun Guichong's face lit up with joy. He pointed his finger and the arrowhead turned into a ray of brilliance and shot into the distance. Yun Guichong, Yun Lan, and Yun Feng also became spirited. They activated their flying talismans and flew down the mountain. The Kai family of Liang did so, the Yun family of Su Yen did so, and the other families also used their own methods and shot in different directions. Although the disciple of the Huanhua sect had clearly said that there were only 3 robin birds here, the direction they were heading in was more than 10. As for who was right and who was wrong, only they would know. Throughout the entire mountain, besides Xiaohua, a 4th-level Qi refining cultivator, who was strolling leisurely, there was another 4th-level Qi refining cultivator on the other side of the mountain. He looked about 13 or 14 years old and was also sitting on a rock. He coldly looked at the people flying in the air and disappeared. There was not the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. It was as if this selection had nothing to do with him. As for Wuxia, after following the red-crowned crane for a few li, the red-crowned crane gradually slowed down. The flapping of its wings also weakened. When she looked at the red-crowned crane again, it was gradually becoming transparent and was about to disappear. Seeing this, Wuxia felt a little helpless. She clapped her hand again and another drop of blood from her heart flew out and landed on the red-crowned crane's head. The red-crowned crane seemed to have taken a blood-replenishing pill. Its wings flapped again and its head shook slightly. Then, it flew down the mountain and into a slightly dark place. Wuxia was secretly delighted. Looking at the situation in the shade, she slapped her storage pouch and took out a few yellow talismans. She was just about to fly down. But at this moment, a few sounds of something breaking through the air rang out not far away. When Wuxia turned her head, she saw the rogue cultivator Le Chongqi and the disciple of the Cheng family, Qing Ming, as well as a few other 7th-level Qi refining cultivators. Oh no! Wuxia's heart turned cold when she saw these people. How could a lone wolf fight against these tigers and wolves? In a hurry, Wuxia was still a little reluctant. She clenched her teeth and fiercely flew into the forest, quickly chasing after the red-crowned crane. Sure enough, under the dark shade of a tree, a jade-like robin was flapping its small wings and hovering above a withered branch. On that withered branch, there was a jade-like spirit fruit. Wuxia was overjoyed. She didn't care about her figure. She fiercely urged her transcendence energy and flew like a flying sword towards the robin. As she flew, she slapped her storage pouch. Chapter 14:18. The robin's beak was extremely sharp and long. It was hovering in front of an emerald green spirit fruit, piercing its beak deeply into the spirit fruit as if it was sucking the juice inside. There were a few withered branches above the spirit fruit, and between the branches was a tattered spider web. Broken strands of spider's silk fluttered in the wind. Just as Wuxia saw the robin and was about to slap her storage bag, she saw a fist-sized, black-haired spider suddenly appear from above the tattered spider web. The spider crawled rapidly along the spider web. When it reached the center of the spider web, which was right above the robin's head, a strand of black spider silk emerged from the spider's abdomen and silently pierced towards the robin. The spider silk was silent and fast. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia had already closed in on the robin's wing. However, at this moment, the robin's body suddenly moved horizontally and dodged the spider silk. Then, without a pause, it turned into a thin green line and flew in another direction. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Wuxia's hand had just slapped her storage bag. She gritted her teeth. That was Wuxia's only thought. She didn't stop and continued to fly past the spirit fruit. But at the same time, she took out a fireball talisman from her storage bag. With a wave of her hand, she hit the spider and the broken spider web. With a boom, the spider and the spider web were burned to ashes by the fireball. Then, Wuxia sighed and hurriedly flew away in a different direction from the robin. The requirements for her spirit-seeking talisman were very high. Not only did it require cultivation, but it also required blood essence. It could only be used 3 times a day, and Wuxia had to rest for a while before she could use it a second time. Wuxia temporarily retreated, and Chongqi and Qingming followed her. When they saw the emerald green spirit fruit and the remaining burn marks on the withered branches, Qingming said angrily, "Could it be that someone beat us to it?" Chongqi smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Qing, this emerald green spirit fruit is the emerald juice fruit that the emerald cicadas like to eat. I'm sure the emerald cicadas were here just now. If there was a fellow Taoist who got it first, he definitely wouldn't have used a fireball talisman. From the looks of it, some spirit beast must have disturbed that fellow Taoist who was trying to capture the emerald cicadas, causing the emerald cicadas to flee." Spirit beast? Chengming's expression didn't change as he whispered, "There aren't any powerful spirit beasts in the mountain behind the rinsing flower sect, right?" "Ha, fellow Taoist Cheng, don't worry. How could there be a powerful spirit beast in the mountain behind the rinsing flower sect? The robin only flies fast, it still has a lot of nemesis." Chongqi had a smile on his face, but a trace of contempt flashed through his eyes. "Oh, that's good, that's good." Chengming repeatedly applauded. "I don't want to run into any spirit beasts instead of catching the robin." "Fellow Taoist Cheng, the robin has already flown away. Presumably, there are already fellow Taoists chasing after it. Should we hurry up and use our secret skills? Otherwise, there are only 3 robin in this mountain. If one is caught, we'll have one less chance." "Okay, fellow Taoist Lu, please wait a moment," Chengming said and patted his hand to take out a yellow jade slip from his storage bag. He handed it to the disciple behind him and ordered, "You guys, spit out a little of your natal true essence." The Cheng family disciple behind Chengming took the jade slip and spat out a mouthful of true essence. The jade slip gradually emitted a yellow brilliance. The brilliance rotated slightly on the jade slip and flickered a few times in the direction the robin had flown before it was annihilated. "Good, it's in that direction." Chengming was overjoyed. He took the jade slip and said with a smile, "The family's spiritual movement is really useful." Lu Chongqi's face was filled with envy. He smiled and said, "That's right. This is also why I need to rely on you, fellow Taoist Cheng. Please help me get the second robin after you get the first." Well said. "Let's go." Cheng Ming smiled and flicked his sleeves. Everyone chased after him. At the same time, on the other side of the foothills, Yun Jiechong, Yun Lan, and Yun Feng followed the arrow-like brilliance and flew down the mountain. The brilliance was indeed driven by the essence and blood of the three people. It was much more powerful than Kai Zhuoxia's spirit-seeking talisman. After flying for several miles, it did not slow down. It did not stop until it reached the side of a gurgling stream. Then, it stopped and froze in midair. Yun Juchang and the others flew over and looked around carefully. With a point of his hand, the brilliance of the spirit-seeking talisman converged and turned back into a spinning top in Yun Juchang's hand. "Big brother." Seeing this, Yun Lan said in a low voice, "The spirit-seeking talisman is the most magical. It doesn't move forward when it's within 100 feet of the spiritual beast for fear of disturbing it. I'm afraid that the robin is within 100 feet. "Exactly. But this robin is too small. It's only the size of a thumb. We have to be careful when looking for it," Yun Juchang said with a smile. But just as he finished speaking, his expression changed again. He reminded them in a low voice, "Be careful. There seems to be other cultivators in front." Sure enough, on the other side of the stream in front of Yun Juchang, two male cultivators were floating in midair and flying forward very slowly. In their hands, they were holding a rare bamboo green-yellow talisman. Because Yun Juchang and the others were very careful to avoid disturbing the robin, and the two cultivators were also focused in front of them, they did not realize that there were people behind them. "Big brother?" Seeing this, Yun Lan panicked. He tugged at Yun Juchang's sleeve and whispered. "Shu." Yun Guichong gestured for Yun Lan to be quiet. He pointed at the two cultivators in front of him and took out two supreme-grade freezing talismans from his robes and handed them over. Then, he took out a yellow talisman that was shaped like a palm and pointed in another direction. Then he left on his own. Yun Lan and Yun Feng understood that Yun Juchang wanted them to attack the two cultivators in front of them from behind. He would go ahead to catch the robin. Thus, Yun Lan and Yun Feng also slowly flew up. With the help of the splashing sound of the stream, they slowly flew towards the other side. However, just as they reached the middle of the stream, two figures, still shining with an earthy yellow light, suddenly flew out from the stream. The moment these two figures appeared, their hands trembled continuously. Fireball talismans and other offensive yellow talismans were thrown out one after another. "Oh no!" Yun Lan was greatly alarmed and did not dare to move forward. His entire body abruptly retreated as well. The yellow talisman in his hand was activated by his magic power and turned into a ball of faint mist. Then, it shot towards the cultivator below him, clang, clang, clang. The two yellow talismans of ice and fire collided with each other, producing a very unpleasant sound. This sound was admittedly not very loud, but once the surrounding spiritual energy was disturbed, the robin kingfisher was the most sensitive to turbulent spiritual energy. Sure enough, the two cultivators in front could no longer hide their figures and quickly flew forward. One of them even shouted, "Don't run." As the cultivator shouted, the bamboo green-yellow talismans in their hands were thrown out at the same time. The yellow talismans were not thrown towards the robin that was flying between the flowers in front of them. Instead, they were thrown about 3 feet to the left and right of the robin. Once the bamboo green-yellow talismans left their hands, they immediately turned into a ball of flickering light. When they flew to the side of the robin, they turned into two net-like balls of light. These two balls of light rotated slightly, as if there was a suction force between them. Right on the left and right of the robin, the two balls of light suddenly elongated and extended towards each other. In the blink of an eye, the robin was shrouded in the threads of light. The robin was already on guard. When the light threads extended, it had already begun to fly away. However, the light threads seemed to be extremely sticky. As the robin flew, the light threads were also elongated. As more and more light threads were formed, the robin flapped its wings. No matter how hard it tried, it could not fly anymore. It was about to be shrouded in the threads of light, just when the two cultivators were ecstatic and wanted to put the robin in the threads of light into their bags. Several dazzling lights shot from the air not far away. It was a few sword talismans. Under the stimulation of spiritual power, the sword talismans had already flashed with sword light and looked extremely sharp. Seeing this, the two cultivators had no time to control the threads of light. They quickly patted their storage bags and took out a few yellow talismans. They activated their spiritual power and turned into a round and square light curtain, blocking the sword talismans. With a clang, the sword talismans pierced the light curtain, making an ear-piercing sound. Then, with a kachich sound, the light curtain shattered and the sharp swords turned into specks of light and disappeared. But when the sword talismans disappeared, a speck of light suddenly expanded and a flying sword smaller than the previous sword talismans suddenly appeared. However, the flying sword's flying speed was much faster than the previous few flying swords. This flying sword was formed in front of the two cultivators, so in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of one of the cultivators and directly pierced the cultivator's Taoist robe. Then, the cultivator's body shone brightly. The golden bell talisman's defense was effective. Unfortunately, the brilliance was annihilated in a flash, followed by the cultivator's miserable scream. When one of the cultivators died under the mother-child flying sword talisman, half of the light curtain immediately dimmed. The robin sensed the change in the spirit chi first and immediately flew towards the dimmed half of the light curtain. With a swoosh, the robin rushed out of the light curtain and saw a streak of emerald green following the slight splashes of the water. After a few flashes, it disappeared. When he looked around, he saw a large green hand. It had just flown out of the forest when it immediately fell. Under the large hand, Yun Guichong's face was ashen. He looked at the people flying towards him from afar and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Without even looking at his face, he quickly flew towards the two cultivators who were blocking Yun Lan and Yun Feng above the stream. Yun Jiechong had long been annoyed. He slapped his hand and took out a square, flat yellow talisman from his storage bag. He exerted a little force with his left hand and dripped a drop of blood on it. The yellow talisman became even redder after receiving the drop of blood. Chapter 1419. As for the square yellow talisman in Yun Guichong's hand, it immediately glowed with an enchanting color after receiving fresh blood. With the activation of Yun Guichong's magic power, the yellow talisman transformed into the shape of a square flat box. Yun Guichong had already flown close to Li Yun Peak. He bent his middle finger and flicked the square box twice. Two tiny red light spots flew out from the box. Yun Guichong pinched the red light spots between his fingers and flicked them as well. The two light spots were like two shooting stars, shooting towards Yun Lan and Yun Feng's opponents at lightning speed. The light spots were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the bodies of the two people. The two people were fighting with the two disciples of the Yun family and did not notice it at all. What was even stranger was that after the two light spots entered their bodies, their movements were not affected at all. It was exactly the same as before. At this moment, seeing the light spots enter the bodies of the two cultivators, Yun Guichong's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He turned around and chased in the direction where the robin kingfisher disappeared. At the same time, he formed a strange incantation gesture in his hand and attacked in the direction of the two cultivators. Something strange happened. As Yun Guichong released the incantation gesture, the two cultivators suddenly showed an extremely painful expression on their faces. Then, fear appeared in their eyes. They immediately wanted to fly up. At the same time, they slapped their storage bags, wanting to take out the yellow talisman given by the Huanhua sect to escape. Unfortunately, just as the two cultivators slapped their storage bags, their arms stiffened and they could not move at all. Yun Feng and Yun Lan, who were opposite them, were overjoyed. They threw out the yellow talismans in their hands. In the blink of an eye, several icicle talismans pierced the bodies of the two cultivators. A few rays of light were annihilated, and the icicles pierced their bodies into pieces. Umph! Yun Lan and Yun Feng snorted coldly. They flew forward and took their storage bags. Then, they followed Yun Guichong's back and chased after him. At the same time, the 4 cultivators who had just sent out the mother-child sword talismans arrived. The one in the lead was a bearded man of about the 8th level of qi refining. He wore an earthen yellow Taoist robe and held a round, glittering sphere in his hand. The 3 cultivators behind him were also about the 7th level, each holding a yellow talisman. The 4 of them looked at Yun Guichong's flying figure and turned to the cultivator who almost caught the robin just now. At this moment, the cultivator had already retrieved the yellow talisman that could emit golden threads. He even held the storage pouch of the cultivator who was killed just now in his hand. His eyes looked at the 4 people who were already close by and he sneered, "Howling Cloud Mahist Clan's Mo Yang, I know." This cultivator had already lost 3 of his companions. Knowing that he no longer had the strength to seize the kingfisher, he unconsciously began to think of retreating. "So what if you know that I am from the Mahist clan?" The bearded cultivator in the lead, Mo Yang, sneered, "I will kill all of you. Do you think that the He clan can still find trouble with the Mahist clan?" As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 3 disciples behind him all channeled their magic power. Their hands glowed faintly as they struck towards the remaining He clan disciple. "Forget it." The He clan disciple sighed. He knew that since the rules were set by the Rinsing Flower sect and that they did not care about life and death, if the He clan were to find trouble with the Mahist clan, it would naturally be a humiliation to the Rinsing Flower sect. How could the Rinsing Flower sect let this matter rest? The 3 dead He clan disciples had died in vain. As he sighed, the He clan disciple channeled his magic power into the yellow talisman in his hand. The yellow talisman immediately transformed into a blue light shield that enveloped the He clan disciple. Then, a sky-blue brilliance overflowed and spun rapidly. Immediately, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings was sucked in by this rotation, forming a gust of wind. When the gust of wind passed, the He clan disciple's body had already disappeared from the spot. This bastard got away with it," Mo Yang said hatefully. "It's a pity that I do not have the puppet talisman of the Yun clan. Otherwise, how could I have let you escape with your life? Second brother, what should we do? Should we chase after the Yun clan? Or should we look for other robin birds?" Mo Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. Yun Guiyao's cultivation level is very high. Furthermore, he is at the 9th level of qi refining. With the help of the yellow talisman and blood essence, he can already control low-level magic weapons. We are still inferior to him. Let's look for other robin birds first. As he spoke, he held the shiny ball in his hand in front of his chest. When he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the ball immediately shone brightly. After a moment, a tranquil scene appeared in the ball. A robin bird was actually flying freely among a large number of strange flowers. Where is this? Mo Yang saw this and his face lit up with joy. He cast a spell on the ball and the image of the robin bird rapidly shrank, revealing the surrounding terrain. "It's at the back of the mountain." A Mahist disciple beside him shouted anxiously. "Quick, second brother, there are a few groups of cultivators rushing over there." Another disciple pointed with his finger. Indeed, there were 4 groups of cultivators flying in the air around the robin bird. They were all flying towards the flowers. Mo Yang snorted coldly. He cast a spell and the light of the ball was extinguished, returning it to an ordinary-looking ball. "Let's go, they are only at the 7th level of qi refining. How dare they fight with the Mahist clan?" Mo Yang waved his hand and the 4 of them immediately flew towards the flowers at the back of the mountain. Xiao Hua was lying on the grass with a grass root in his mouth. He crossed one leg over the other and slowly swayed. His eyes were looking at the slowly drifting clouds in the sky. He seemed to be very satisfied. A scream came from far to his left. It sounded very mournful. 22. Xiao Hua's expression did not change. He counted in his heart. It's only been 4 hours and 22 people have already died. Don't they know? Right now, The robin bird is like a hot chestnut that can't be touched at all. Unless you have a spirit storage pouch and can hide the robin bird inside without others noticing, you will only be attacked by a group of people. Even if you have a spirit storage pouch, it still won't work. When you catch it, it's impossible for no one to see it, unless you secretly put it into a spirit storage pouch. However, immediately after, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Since he knew about this principle, the others naturally also knew about it. For someone as smart as Wuxia, she naturally knew about this principle. However, how could she look on helplessly as someone else captured the robin? Perhaps no matter how profound their cultivation was, they would still have to do something. Alright, they are they. I'll hide first and cultivate for a night. I'll wait for them to kill each other during the night. I'll think about it again tomorrow at noon. Xiaohua thought. He got up from the ground and looked left and right. He found a hidden place, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Of course, Xiaohua was not the only smart and patient person. On the mountain behind the Huanhua sect, there were nearly 20 people scattered everywhere. They coldly watched and quietly waited for the right time. Dusk gradually enveloped the entire mountain peak, and the stars in the night sky gradually revealed themselves. Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. He took out the demonic spear and displayed the 360 moves of the Tong Tian staff technique from beginning to end. He stretched his muscles and bones and secretly laughed. The weight of this spear seems to be a bit lighter and the length is also not suitable. If it was twice as long, it would be about right. This staff technique of mine, I don't know where I learned it from. It seems that I have never seen it in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. If I didn't remember this staff technique and occasionally use it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for me to think of it. That's not right. I remember in Jinghua City, when I went to the west of the city, I also displayed some movement techniques. Those moves don't seem to be within this staff technique. Could it be that I still know some other moves? Xiaohua suddenly realized, but what kind of moves are they? After thinking for a while, Xiaohua used his hands and feet to gesture for a while, but he still couldn't remember. Xiaohua unconsciously smiled bitterly. He looked at the bright stars in the sky and sighed. He sat cross-legged again and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy of the Huanhua sect's back mountain was abundant. It far surpassed all the places Xiaohua had cultivated in before. Therefore, Xiaohua's cultivation progress in one night was also considerable. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiaohua's body, the reverse light in Xiaohua's space quietly rotated. Xiaohua also opened his eyes. Mother! Faintly, there seemed to be a voice in Xiaohua's heart. Who? The two flames in Xiaohua's eyes flashed and disappeared. His face revealed an extremely shocked expression. However, when he frowned and carefully listened, his ears only heard the mountain wind and the trembling of the flowers. Where was there any other movement? Did I mishear? Xiaohua's brows slightly relaxed. Presumably, it has nothing to do with me. After all, no one would ask me what mother I called. Just as he was thinking, another scream rang out. This time, it wasn't too far from Xiaohua's location. How many is this? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the scream. He thought to himself, last night, the screams didn't stop. I'm afraid a lot of aristocratic children died. Where's Wuxia? Is she still alive? However, it seems that it's still early. I'm not in a hurry. Let's go take a look first. If there's really a chance, it won't be too late to talk about it. Xiaohua made up his mind. He carefully concealed his figure and flew towards the location of the scream. However, Xiaohua was admittedly careful. But just as he approached the location of the scream, a voice came from behind him. It's this guy. I just saw that the robin was caught by this guy. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He turned his head and saw a graceful female cultivator gradually appear in the air. Xianxia? Invisibility talisman. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He had only faintly heard of such a high-level yellow talisman. You brat, hurry up and hand over the robin. At the same time, two silhouettes appeared above Xiaohua's head like Xianxia. One was Wuxia, and the other was a tall and fat cultivator roughly around the 6th level of qi condensation. Chapter 1420. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, and he secretly cursed in his heart. As soon as they met, Xianxia threw the whereabouts of the kingfisher to him, and these 3 people surrounded him in a triangular formation. Was there even a need to say their intentions? Thus, Xiaohua didn't answer. He waved his hand, and a large stack of fireball talismans flew towards Xianxia and that fat cultivator. His figure turned around, and he quickly flew towards Xianxia. Courting death. Xianxia and the fat cultivator both sneered. They clapped their hands, and their respective freezing talismans, icicle talismans, and defensive yellow talismans all flew forward. Rumble, a burst of noise sounded. The 2 people who were caught off guard were hit by the top-grade fireball talismans refined by Xiaohua, and they were practically unable to stand steadily in midair. Taking advantage of the fireball talismans exploding behind him, Xiaohua also raised his hand, and a few fireball talismans smashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia moved earlier than Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua attacked Xianxia, Xianxia's yellow talismans were also shot out. However, what surprised Xianxia was that although her yellow talismans were fast, they were actually not as fast as Xiaohua's flying speed. Xiaohua actually used a figure she had never seen before to miraculously dodge the yellow talismans in midair, and instead used a pile of fireball talismans to smash towards her. Just as Xianxia was stunned, Xiaohua's fireball talismans had already followed and exploded around Xianxia. A wave of heat attacked, and several huge forces attacked from all directions, blowing away the defensive yellow talismans around Xianxia's body, causing them to brighten and darken, as if they were about to collapse. Strange. This guy's fireball talismans are actually this powerful? Xianxia said in shock. And his flying speed. Flying speed? Just as Xianxia thought of Xiaohua's flying speed, an ominous premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. This feeling would last forever. Xianxia didn't hesitate to slap her storage pouch, wanting to take out the teleportation yellow talisman. However, just as her hand was about to touch the storage pouch, a burst of sharp pain actually came from her back. She didn't dare to believe it, and saw that Xiaohua had already approached her from behind, and unknowingly pierced through her defensive yellow talisman. Xianxia only said one word, and then her vision turned black, and her figure fell from midair. Xianxia. Not far away, Xianxia had just stabilized her body when she saw Xianxia fall from the sky. Xiaohua was standing steadily where Xianxia was standing just now, holding Xianxia's storage pouch in his hand. "Little thief, hand over your life," Xianxia shouted. Ignoring the reaction of the fat cultivator beside her, she urged her magic power and flew towards Xiaohua. When the fat cultivator saw this, a ruthless look appeared on his face. He took out a jade-like Dharma artifact from his storage bag and chased after them. Xiaohua looked on coldly. Ignoring him, he turned and flew away. Although his speed wasn't fast, it was still comparable to the 8th level of qi refining. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Xianxia and the fat cultivator's sight. "Xiaohua," Xianxia shouted, "I swear that I won't let you go. I swear that I won't let the Kai family of Liang go." Xianxia saw that she couldn't catch up with them, so she could only threaten them and fly to the place where Xianxia's body fell. "Fellow Taoist Kai, don't be impatient. Let's first see how fellow Taoist Kai died." The fat cultivator said in a low voice, "This Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the 4th level of qi refining. How could he kill fellow Taoist Kai who was at the 7th level of qi refining?" Xianxia's face revealed a sad expression. She picked up Xianxia's smashed body and examined it from top to bottom. She said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Gao, my sister, didn't seem to be killed by Xiaohua using magic power. There are no traces of yellow talismans on her body." "That's strange." The cultivator surnamed Gao was even more puzzled. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll have to ask fellow Taoist Kai to take a closer look. Are there any fatal injuries?" Xianxia listened and carefully examined the body again. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xianxia cried out in alarm. Here, following Xianxia's cry, the cultivator surnamed Gao, whose back was facing her, turned his head. His gaze fell on Xianxia's exposed back. There was a jet-black wound. It looked very small, much smaller than a baby's little mouth. Stab wound? Devil tool? How is this possible? The cultivator surnamed Gao was shocked and said in disbelief. But at the same time, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly turned his head and shouted, "Who?" Xianxia was also shocked. She followed the cultivator surnamed Gao's gaze, but there was nothing behind him. There was only the mountain breeze and the fragrance of flowers. There's no one? Xianxia looked at the cultivator surnamed Gao with some inquiry. Cough cough. The cultivator surnamed Gao awkwardly said, "I was a bit suspicious." While the cultivator surnamed Gao was coughing, Xianxia's eyes revealed a kind of horror. She stared straight behind the cultivator surnamed Gao, as if she was looking at a malicious spirit. A pitch-black spear tip slowly appeared behind the cultivator surnamed Gao's back, slowly stabbing towards his back. That cultivator surnamed Gao also seemed to have realized something. Just as he was about to turn around again, Xiaohua's tall and thin figure appeared behind him. The tip of the demonic spear in his hand also fiercely pierced the cultivator surnamed Gao's back. The cultivator surnamed Gao was worthy of being a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator from a cultivation family. At the same time the devil spear tip was curled up with black light, he actually waved his hand and threw the yellow talismans he had just been on guard at Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua didn't panic in the slightest. He urged his magic power, and his figure disappeared again. At the same time, he used his movement technique to dodge the yellow talismans without using any magic power. Invisibility. Body. Talisman. Xianxia said word by word from her mouth. You're a 4th-layer qi refining cultivator, how can you use an invisibility talisman that only 6th-layer qi refining cultivators can use? When she saw that Xiaohua had actually hidden himself and dodged the yellow talismans, she became even more nervous. She was very puzzled in her heart. This invisibility talisman can't use magic power when it's invisibility. Once magic power is used, the invisibility effect will disappear. This guy, how can he still dodge the yellow talismans when he's invisible? With a plop, the fat cultivator surnamed Gao's corpse also fell next to Xianxia. Xianxia's mind raced. She reached out and tore off the corpse's storage pouch. At the same time, she took out her own yellow teleportation talisman and sent out her magic power without any hesitation. It was only after Xianxia and Xianxia's figures disappeared that Xiaohua's figure gradually revealed himself. This is bad. I'm still inexperienced. That cultivator surnamed Gao was clearly bluffing. Why couldn't I hold myself back? If I had taken a few more steps, wouldn't I have gotten rid of him and Xianxia together? Now that I've missed Xianxia, it'll be troublesome. Soon after, Xiaohua frowned and patted his forehead. A dim yellow talisman appeared in his hand. Looking at the yellow talisman that was almost devoid of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. Alas, this invisibility talisman is really good. It's a pity that I can't exchange it in EG. As for this, it seems like I can only use it once or twice. At the same time, on the north side of the foothills, in a place where the sun was shining brightly, a robin was struggling in midair. Near it, a 3-foot square cage was faintly discernible. Below the cage, a middle-aged cultivator with a white face and no beard was forming hand seals and doing his best to send magic power into the cage. Around the middle-aged cultivator, there were already several corpses lying in disarray. A large green hand first flew out from a nearby cave and then patted the cage in midair. Under the enormous force of the large green hand, the cage immediately turned into specks of fluorescence and disappeared. The middle-aged cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Soon after, the robin regained its freedom and flew up like a green ray of light, preparing to escape. But at this moment, the big green hand suddenly spread open and its 5 fingers separated. A rotating mass of air was released from the big hand and instantly enveloped an area of about 10 feet around it. Although the robin was fast, it only flew to the edge of the 10 feet radius before the large hand's rotating mass of qi enveloped the robin. Boom! The large green hand slowly patted down. When it got close to the robin, it suddenly clenched like a clenched fist. But a clear voice came from within the cave. Then, the figures of Yun Guichong, Yun Lan, and Yun Feng flew out of the cave. As soon as Yun Guichong came out of the cave, he immediately patted his storage bag. Several sword talismans flew into the air and headed in 5 different directions. The sword talismans faintly shone with a cold light, and the sword light was fluctuating. Fellow cultivators, the robin has been taken by the Yun family. I hope that you won't fall out with I. Yun Guichong formed a seal in his hand and said coldly, there are still 2 more robin birds in this mountain that have not been caught. You'd better focus on them. After a long while, several figures quickly flew out from the directions pointed by the sword talismans and flew in 2 different directions. Looking at the cultivation of these people, they were all around the 8th or 9th level. When the figures disappeared, Yun Guichong's face showed joy. He formed a seal in his hand and the large green hand flew back. When the large hand opened, it was the unconscious robin. Yun Guichong pasted a yellow talisman on the robin's body. Only then did he fall and stumble. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. As Yun Guichong suffered from the backlash of his magic power, the large green hand quickly shrank and turned into a green-yellow talisman that fell into Yun Guichong's hand. Congratulations, big brother. Yun Lan and Yun Feng smiled and cupped their hands. Don't be careless. As long as the disciples of the Huanhua sect don't appear, everything will change. Yun Guichong placed the robin in his arms and took out an elixir to consume. Only then did his face slowly relax. How do we deal with this person? Yun Lan looked at the cultivator who had just fainted and asked softly. Let him wake up slowly? Yun Feng smiled and said, I'm afraid this guy has no chance. Wake up slowly? Yun Guichong glanced at Yun Feng and then at the cultivator who had fallen on the ground. He said coldly, since we have a grudge, when will we kill him? Yun Feng, you're too childish. Yes, I understand. Yun Feng said in panic. Chapter 1421. Beside a small waterfall formed by a stream, an emerald green spirit fruit was growing among the vines on the mountain wall. Suddenly, an emerald green shadow flew out of the forest and approached the spirit fruit in the blink of an eye. When the shadow stopped, it turned out to be a thumb-sized robin. The robin seemed to have been disturbed a lot this day and night. It no longer dared to go forward and suck the juice of the spirit fruit as if it was familiar with the way it used to. Instead, it stopped about a foot away from the spirit fruit and stayed still. After a moment, seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, the robin was relieved. It flapped its wings and was about to pierce its beak into the emerald fruit when a 10 feet wide net suddenly shot out from the stone wall between the vines beside the emerald fruit, trapping both the emerald fruit and the robin within. Haha! A wild laugh came from above the stone wall where the waterfall was. It was Cheng Ming who had set up the ambush. Behind him, Le Chongqi also revealed his figure with a smile. However, the Cheng clan disciples who had been following behind them were nowhere to be seen. They must have lost their lives in the hunt last night. Cheng Ming's face was full of wild laughter. He gave a thumbs up and praised, fellow Taoist Lu is wise. Instead of looking for the robin, you only looked for the rare emerald juice fruit and set up an ambush next to the fruit to lure the robin into the trap. Fellow Taoist Lu is really smart. Fellow Taoist Cheng is too kind. It was only when I saw fellow Taoist Cheng's death last night that I had the idea. This is also fellow Taoist Cheng's blessing. Lu Chongqi cupped his hands and smiled. Fellow Taoist Lu, please put away this net spirit talisman. If you didn't have this spirit talisman, I'm afraid even if the robin fell into the trap, I wouldn't be able to deal with it. Cheng Ming laughed. Yes, I will put it away right away. As Le Chongqi spoke, he had already flown into the air. He slapped a yellow talisman on his forehead. Then he made a gesture. The net covering the robin flashed with a red brilliance and gradually shrank. It slowly turned into a net of 1 foot in size and flew into Lechongqi's hand. At this moment, a figure like a flying sword rushed out of the waterfall, splashing water everywhere. Looking at the fluttering Taoist robe and black hair like clouds, it was Wuxia who had been lying in ambush for a long time. Wuxia had used the spirit-seeking talisman 3 times yesterday, but all of them had failed. She had been snatched away by others, so like Lechongqi, she thought of other ways to find the emerald juice fruit beside the waterfall. Unfortunately, she did not have a net spirit talisman, so she could only lie in ambush and wait for the emerald juice fruit to come to her. She was aware of Qing Ming and Lechongqi's arrangements, but her cultivation was far inferior to theirs, so she didn't dare to make a move. She waited for them to succeed before she dared to take the risk and charge out. "Who is it?" Upon seeing Wuxia's figure fly out, Qing Ming, who had long been prepared, sneered. He held a large number of yellow talismans in his hand and smashed them down like hailstones. Of course, Wuxia was well prepared to take advantage of the situation. She also threw out several yellow talismans to block Qing Ming's attack. Her other hand reached out to grab the net that was close at hand. Hee. There was another sneer. A sword light flew out from under Wuxia's body. At the same time, a cultivator covered in earthy yellow brilliance emerged from the ground. Wuxia was shocked. She thought she was the first to arrive. She didn't see anyone here except for Qing Ming and Lechongqi, so she didn't have any defense against the ground. The flying sword talisman was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it pierced Wuxia's abdomen, forcing her to stop reaching out to grab the net. She could only roll herself up and fly to the side. The flying sword talisman brushed past Wuxia's Taoist robe, shattering the iron cloak talisman and flying straight into the air. That was close. Wuxia's back was covered in cold sweat. She was just about to stabilize her unbalanced body when Lechongqi, who was in midair, revealed a sinister smile. With a wave of his hand, an extremely fine brilliance quietly flew toward Wuxia's glabella. Black iron needle? Wuxia's heart sank. This black iron needle was a low-level magic tool driven by Foundation establishment cultivators using their divine thoughts. It was extremely sharp and could break through defenses. With Wuxia's cultivation, not to mention that the iron cloak talisman was broken, even if her defenses were intact, it wouldn't be easy for her to dodge it. And not to mention that she was now leaning in midair. Sigh. Wuxia let out a sigh from the bottom of her heart. She slightly urged her transcendence energy and activated the transmission yellow talisman in her hand. A ray of light emitted from her hand, and Wuxia's figure disappeared in midair. However, what happened next was completely out of Wuxia's expectations. Just as Wuxia's figure disappeared, the black iron needle that was flying towards Wuxia suddenly changed its direction. With a sharp turn, it rapidly pierced towards the cultivator who used the Earth Escape talisman. Lechongqi's black iron needle was actually attacking this cultivator and not Wuxia. Not only was Wuxia fooled, that cultivator was also fooled. He was prepared to use one hand to grab the net and the other to attack Lechongqi. Unfortunately, that black iron needle suddenly changed its direction and he had no time to dodge. With a chi sound, the black iron needle pierced through his defensive yellow talisman and directly pierced through his Taoist robe, piercing right into his heart. Ah! A wave of unbearable pain came from this cultivator's body. The cultivator cried out in grief and his entire body went limp. He fell from midair and couldn't be more dead. Lechongqi let out a cold snort. With a wave of his hand, the black iron needle flew out of the cultivator's corpse, flashed through the air, and landed in his hand. Great magical power! Qing Ming also flew over at this time with a look of horror on his face and praised again. I wouldn't dare. Lechongqi's face regained its smile. He made a hand seal with his other hand and the net floating in midair flew into his hand. Lechongqi didn't even look at it. He only looked around as if he was guarding against other people's sneak attacks. Fellow Taoist Lu, don't look. just based on the black iron needle that fellow Taoist can control as a foundation establishment cultivator, who would dare to come forward? Cheng Ming laughed and said, quickly take out the robin. I will stick a spirit suppression talisman on it. Yes, that's exactly what I should do, Lu Chongqi said and put away the net, revealing the motionless robin inside. However, he didn't directly hand the robin to Cheng Ming. Instead, he took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag and stuck it on the robin. Cheng Ming saw this and said, fellow Taoist Lu is really meticulous. Thank you very much. Quickly give the robin to I. Unexpectedly, Lu Chongqi bared his teeth and laughed. He put the robin into his arms and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Cheng, you're wrong. This robin was captured by I. Why should I give it to fellow Taoist? You? Cheng Ming flew into a rage and jumped up. You're going back on your word. Didn't we already make an oath? The first robin is I's and the second is fellow Taoists? Lu Chongqi wasn't nervous at all and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Cheng, you're wrong. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. It was I who came up with the idea to search for the jade fruit, right? This net spirit talisman is I's, right? It was also I who killed one of the two cultivators who coveted the robin and repelled the other, right? Tell me, what right do you have to want this robin? But the spirit used to find this jade fruit is my Cheng clan's, right? Cheng Ming's face turned red and he said anxiously, besides, you also made an oath with I. My Cheng clan's disciple protected you last night and even lost his life. Hehe, fellow Taoist Cheng, do you believe such a childish trick like making an oath? Lu Chongqi sneered and pointed his finger. The black iron needle spun in the air and stopped in front of Cheng Ming's forehead. He said, fellow Taoist Cheng, although your cultivation is at the 7th level of qi refinement, I'm afraid you don't have any power to resist this black iron needle. I won't take your life for the sake of your Cheng clan's disciple's life last night. Consider yesterday's oath worthy. Cheng Ming was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the black iron needle and said, you're only a 5th level qi refinement itinerant cultivator. Even if you have some secret skill to control the black iron needle, can you sneak attack a 7th level qi refinement cultivator? Can you kill a 7th level cultivator who's already prepared? If fellow Taoist Cheng doesn't believe me, you can try. Lu Chongqi sneered. At this time, Cheng Ming actually raised his head and laughed. He shook his head slightly and said, itinerant cultivators, oh itinerant cultivators. As expected, they're all foolishly arrogant itinerant cultivators. Don't think you're invincible just because you can use the black iron needle. Right, fellow Taoist Lu, do you still remember the oath you made yesterday? Seeing Cheng Ming's abnormal behavior, Lu Chongqi was stunned and his heart trembled. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I've long forgotten. If fellow Taoist wants to know, think about it yourself. Then he looked at the sky and said, it's getting late. I have to stay away for a while and wait for the Huanhua sect disciples. Fellow Taoist Cheng, farewell. If you violate this oath, your spirit will no longer be at the mercy of others. You'll have to work like an ox or a horse for 100 years. Fellow Taoist Lu, do you still remember? Cheng Ming sneered and slapped his hand. He took out a fist-sized, strange-looking bell from his storage bag. Cheng Ming was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Cheng Ming activate his magic power and shake the bell slightly. Ding ding ding. There was a soft sound. It was very ordinary, but the sound of the bell was like a bolt from the blue in Lu Chongqi's ears. His heart was about to swell. What made Lu Chongqi the most nervous was that with the sound of the bell, he felt like his body was about to float. Lu Chongqi knew that this was definitely not his body floating. When he thought of Cheng Ming's oath, he suddenly realized that this feeling of floating was probably the precursor to his soul leaving his body. When did you do this? Lu Chongqi calmed down in horror and asked in a low voice. There's no time at all. I'll just strike fellow Taoist Li's palm when I'm making the vow. Cheng Ming was obviously confident and said with a smile, of course, if fellow Taoist Li keeps your oath, this puppet talisman will lose its effect after noon and won't affect you in the slightest. Chapter 1422. How could Lu Chongqi believe that? He shook his head with a wry smile. I have been scheming for a long time, but it's all for someone else. Fellow Taoist Lu, you're wrong. You're acting according to our plan yesterday. Cheng Ming corrected him. Forget it, I'll return the robin to you now. Please let I go. Lu Chongqi lowered his head and pleaded. No need, fellow Taoist Lu. Since fellow Taoist likes to hold the robin bird, you can always hold it for this poor Taoist. Cheng Ming sneered. This poor Taoist is very relieved to leave the robin bird with you. Who is it? Lu Chongqi felt a chill in his heart. He pointed his finger, and the black iron needle flew toward the air to Cheng Ming's left. Cheng Ming was startled when he saw Lu Chongqi move. He was about to ring the spirit summoning bell when he saw the black iron needle flying to the side instead of between his eyebrows. He was slightly stunned and his head involuntarily tilted slightly. However, when Cheng Ming saw that there was nothing in the air to his left, he cursed in his heart. However, when he turned to look at Lu Chongqi was still standing there and didn't seem to have moved at all. However, when Cheng Ming saw Lu Chongqi's appearance clearly, the expression on his face changed drastically. Lu Chongqi was already holding the robin in his hand, and his thumb was the yellow talisman on the robin. Fellow Taoist Lu, why are you doing this? Cheng Ming steadied his mind and smiled. Since fellow Taoist Lu wants to abide by yesterday's oath, I will remove the puppet talisman and return fellow Taoist Lu to your freedom. How about that? Lu Chongqi stared at Cheng Ming for a long while, then sneered, Fellow Taoist Cheng, you must know that if this humble Taoist removes the yellow talisman on the robin bird, it will immediately escape. Even if this humble Taoist uses a little bit of strength, the robin bird will be crushed to death by this humble Taoist. Can this reckless robin bird let fellow Taoist Cheng join the Huanhua sect? Fellow Taoist Lu wants to test Ai's family's puppet technique? Cheng Ming laughed. No, I want to see if fellow Taoist or Ai is faster. Fellow Taoist Lu, didn't I just say? As long as you return the robin to I will remove the puppet talisman. Cheng Ming said in a low voice. Yes, I do not dare to be careless when facing fellow Taoist Cheng's Haicheng prefecture. Lu Chongqi nodded and said, however, I hope that fellow Taoist Cheng will do as I say. Isn't it just removing your puppet talisman? What do you want I to do? Cheng Ming was puzzled. Don't play dumb. Lu Chongqi sneered and pointed at the soul-absorbing bell in Cheng Ming's hand. If I don't have this bell in my hand, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape from your control for the rest of my life, right? This. Cheng Ming's expression changed drastically and he said anxiously, this soul-absorbing bell is an heirloom of the Cheng clan. How can I give it to you? I don't care if it's an heirloom or not. If you don't let I feel at ease, I won't return the robin to you. Hee. If you want to delay, I'm not afraid. When the time comes, I'll hold the robin in my hand and be a disciple of the Huanhua sect. I don't believe that the Huanhua sect can't break your Cheng clan's puppet technique. Lu Chongqi said confidently. Oh, but... Cheng Ming lowered his head and thought for a moment before agreeing. How do you want to get the soul-absorbing bell? Fellow Taoist Cheng and I will each put our things on the ground. We'll each go around and pick up the things on the ground at the same time. What do you think, fellow Taoist Cheng? Lu Chongqi must have thought it through and said immediately. Okay, we'll do as fellow Taoist Lu says. Cheng Ming's face was distorted, but he could only grit his teeth and agree firmly. Cheng Ming put the soul-absorbing bell at his feet and Lu Chongqi also put the robin with the yellow talisman at his feet. Okay, fellow Taoist Cheng, I'll start counting. After each count, we'll each take a step around the circle. Lu Chongqi said, please. But Lu Chongqi shouted, and the two of them each took a step away from their original positions. After Lu Chongqi counted 10 times, the two of them were already far away from the soul-absorbing bell and the robin. Seeing that they were about the same distance from the soul-absorbing bell and the robin, Lu Chongqi couldn't hold back anymore. When he shouted 11, he flew up and pounced on the soul-absorbing bell. Cheng Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he watched Lu Chongqi fly up. As he flew towards the robin, he clapped his hand and a bell that looked exactly like the soul-absorbing bell appeared in his hand. Lu Chongqi, who was flying in the air, didn't panic when he saw Qingming. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. When he saw the other's soul-absorbing bell, his body shook violently. He stopped in place and said in a trembling voice, You used a fake soul-absorbing bell to trick I? No way. Qingming shook his head and sneered. There are 2 soul-absorbing bells in the Qing family. As he said that, the soul-absorbing bell in his hand shook without hesitation. The feeling of floating appeared in Lu Chongqi's mind again. Lu Chongqi knew that if he felt that he was flying, his soul would be taken away by the soul-absorbing bell and he would become an unconscious puppet. In an instant, Lu Chongqi made a decision. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and suddenly cast a spell that he had been holding in his hand for a long time, hitting somewhere far away. Just after he cast the spell, Lu Chongqi's face was as white as a sheet. His other hand backhanded and hit his own forehead. But, the moment Lu Chongqi hit his forehead, a strange splendor suddenly appeared in his dead fish-like eyes. It turned out that Lu Chongqi's gaze was on the robin with the yellow talisman stuck on it beside Qingming. It actually floated in the air. When Lu Chongqi saw it, Qingming naturally noticed it too. He shouted and stabbed an ice thorn talisman at the top of the robin's head. As if a layer of paper was pierced, a tall and thin figure emerged in the air. It was Xiaohua with the robin in his hand. How dare you? Qingming was unable to restrain his anger. He channeled all the transcendence energy in his body and shot out the yellow talisman in his hand. He wanted to kill this little 4th-level qi refining cultivator who had used the invisibility talisman to sneak up on him while he was fighting with Lu Chongqi. However, Xiaohua's eyes were full of mockery when he saw the yellow talismans flying toward him. He also used his magic power to activate the flight talisman. His whole body flew into the air at a speed that Qingming couldn't even imagine. Qingming was horrified. Just as he was about to activate the flight talisman, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. Before he could turn his head, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. A slender black iron needle pierced through his chest and chased after Xiaohua from afar. Qingming looked at his chest in disbelief. A drop of blood was oozing out of the wound. As early as when Lu Chongqi cast the spell with all his might before his death, Qingming thought that it might be the black iron needle that flew away just now. However, because of Xiaohua's sudden appearance and taking away the robin, Qingming lost his vigilance. He didn't expect that. Lu Chongqi's all-out attack would be so sharp that he, a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement, didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was the only sentence Qingming could think of before he died. Xiaohua had become the fisherman. He flew in the air at top speed, always paying attention to the movements behind him. When he saw Qingming stabbed to death by the black iron needle, his figure also stopped. Seeing the black iron needle fly past him, he only grabbed it with his hand and caught it in the hollow of his palm. The black iron needle was heavy in his hand. The entire needle was black, and the tip of the needle flashed with a sharp light. Good stuff. Xiaohua praised in his heart. He stored it in his space. Immediately, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. His figure suddenly flew down and took Lu Chongqi and Cheng Kong's storage pouches, as well as the 2 soul-absorbing bells. When he landed on the ground again, he raised his hand and looked at the robin with a yellow talisman stuck on it. He drew back his mouth and laughed out loud. This is what it means to wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Xiaohua laughed foolishly. Looking at the robin, it was as if he could see his bright future in the rinsing flower sect. Just as he was about to put the robin into his bosom, at this moment, a voice came from the air. If it were me, I would obediently put this robin on the ground and quickly flee far away. Only this way can I still preserve my life. Xiaohua found this voice very unfamiliar. He frowned and sneered. Which fellow Taoist is this? So arrogant? However, when he saw the cultivator flying in the air, his nose was about to become crooked from anger. He saw a 16-year-old youth in a pure white Taoist robe. His facial features were picturesque. Flying in the air, he looked like the legendary Golden Boy. Unfortunately, this youth was only at the 4th layer of qi refining. No matter what, it was impossible for Xiaohua to feel threatened. What? Could it be that fellow Taoist has the confidence to kill I before I can crush this robin to death? Xiaohua sneered, seeing that fellow Taoist is also at the 4th layer of qi refining just like I won't care about your rudeness. You'd better get out of here quickly. The youth laughed out loud and said, fellow Taoist is indeed a 4th layer cultivator like I. These words are exactly what I wanted to say. I didn't think that fellow Taoist would actually beat me to it. Fellow Taoist must have lost his mind, right? Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to him. He activated his magic power and was about to fly away. Suddenly, a divine sense was released from the youth's back. It swept past Xiaohua's body with incomparable speed and immediately locked onto Xiaohua. Foundation Establishment Cultivator? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His eyes widened as he looked at the youth's back in disbelief. Over there was an old man wearing white clothes. His face was slightly green and he had a brandy nose. He slowly flew out. Xiaohua's heart chilled. This Foundation Establishment old man was precisely the one he and Kai Zhuoxia saw on their way to the Rinsing Flower sect. Greetings, senior. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and promptly bowed in greeting. I didn't think that the last robin would actually be obtained by you. The old man's tone was indifferent as he said, seeing that you have the same cultivation as Tong, this old man won't take your life. Take the robin and bring it over. Chapter 1423. Senior. Xiaohua gazed at the Foundation Establishment old man standing not too far away. In his heart, he was very reluctant to part with the robin in his bosom. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior's words are unreasonable. Since Senior knows that Junior's cultivation is shallow, you should know that Junior obtained this robin with great difficulty. Junior's future cultivation will be entrusted to this robin. Senior, won't you go look at the other 2 robin birds? You're too long-winded. Since I took a fancy to this robin bird, then I'll take this one. What right do you have to be long-winded? That young cultivator was somewhat impatient. He looked at the sky and said, It's almost noon. Do you think I still have time? The Foundation Establishment old man's face turned cold. In a flash, he released his spiritual pressure, firmly suppressing Xiaohua. The flow of true qi in his entire body was slightly sluggish, not to mention the circulation of his magic power. Alas, qi refining and Foundation Establishment are really too far apart. This isn't a disparity in magic power, but an essential difference in realms. Previously, Xiaohua still wanted to rely on his flying speed to waste time with the Foundation Establishment old man and wait for the arrival of the Rinsing Flower sect disciples. However, as soon as the Foundation Establishment old man released his spiritual pressure, Xiaohua knew that as long as he couldn't compare with the old man in terms of spiritual pressure, he would never be able to escape the old man's pursuit. Cultivation is the eternal theme. Xiaohua sighed. He took out the robin and sneered, Senior, Junior can't escape. However, Senior's spiritual pressure can't stop Junior's thoughts of fighting to the death. Junior only needs to pinch this robin to death. Presumably, Senior can't stop me, right? Just now, this fellow Taoist also clearly said that Senior already doesn't have time to look for other robin birds. This fellow Taoist chanced to pass the selection. I'm afraid there's no chance, right? Ha! The Foundation Establishment old man raised his head and laughed heartily. He said, Junior, you actually have some backbone. However, did you forget why the Rinsing Flower sect set the selection criteria at the 4th level of qi refining? Huh? Xiaohua's heart stirred. In a flash, the bottom of his heart became clear. So it turned out that the Huanhua sect had chosen disciples, for another reason. Just as Xiaohua was in a daze, the Foundation Establishment old man's figure suddenly moved. Several afterimages flashed by, and he was already in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his transcendence energy to dodge, but under the old man's pressure, the transcendence energy in his body was far from as smooth as before. Xiaohua was helpless. He finally activated the yellow transmission talisman in his left hand when he saw the foundation establishment old man. At the same time, his right hand exerted strength, wanting to crush the robin to death. However, the situation had long gone beyond Xiaohua's control. Before his right hand could exert strength, he only felt a cool breeze blow past, and his hand was empty. That mockingbird had already been snatched away from Xiaohua's hand by the approaching foundation establishment old man using magic. Fortunately, just as the old man was making hand seals to attack Xiaohua, the yellow teleportation talisman had already been activated. Xiaohua's figure disappeared on the spot. A little fourth-layer qi condensation cultivator actually wants to play tricks with this old man. The foundation establishment old man coldly snorted. He waved his hand, and that mockingbird flew into the young cultivator's hand. At this moment, a thunderclap rang out, and the voice of a Huanhua sect disciple was heard. Noon has arrived. Which fellow Taoist has obtained a mockingbird? Please show yourself. All right, Tonga. Although it's already been arranged, this old man still needs to hide first. You can go. The foundation establishment old man waved his hand, and his figure sank into the ground and disappeared. Thank you, granduncle. That young cultivator bowed in salute, and immediately flew into the air. As for Xiaohua, there was a slight dizziness in front of his eyes. By the time he looked again, his feet had already landed on the ground. He was inside a rather large palace hall. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, also came back? I thought Noon had already arrived, but fellow Taoist Xiao still hadn't returned. Presumably, Kai Wuxia's voice rang in Xiaohua's ear with great astonishment. Xiaohua's complexion was ashen. He looked at Kai Wuxia, who was walking over from not too far away, and he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression wasn't right, Kai Wuxia comforted him. Victory and defeat are common in war. Besides, fellow Taoist being able to escape with his life is already pretty good. I came early, and I heard from the fellow Taoist who came back earlier that there were a lot of casualties in the back mountain. Xiaohua thought about the danger just now, and he really had a lingering fear. That was a foundation establishment cultivator, and he actually dared to threaten him. He really had been confused by the Huanhua sect's painting. Soon after, Xiaohua looked all around. This palace hall was extremely large, but there were very few cultivators standing in it. With a rough look, there were only about 20 people. Kai Wuxia wasn't among them. Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, why don't I see the two disciples from Qin Yang's Kai family?" They. Kai Wuxia's expression was strange, and she said in a low voice, "I heard from the fellow Taoist who came out earlier that only Kai Wuxia came out." Moreover, as soon as she came out, she immediately left in a hurry and didn't say anything. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was strange as soon as he came out and was looking everywhere, Kai Wuxia suddenly came to a realization and said in alarm, "Could it be?" Xiaohua knew what Kai Wuxia knew, so he nodded and said, "Kai Xia was indeed killed by I." This. Kai Wuxia sucked in a breath of cold air, and a trace of helplessness flashed through her eyes. Fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua was just about to explain the course of events to Kai Wuxia when he heard a sound coming from the palace hall's entrance in the distance. When he raised his eyes to look, he saw that the Huanhua sect's disciples were leading a group of cultivators to participate in the selection, and they were entering in a line. "We'll talk about this later," Xiaohua said in a low voice. "I was also forced to take action because I had no other choice. Alas, I believe in fellow Taoist Xiao." Kai Wuxia had followed Xiaohua all the way here, and she still believed in Xiaohua's character, but, this time, the target of Xiaohua's attack was unexpectedly Qin Yang's Kai family, which really made things difficult for Kai Wuxia. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he raised his eyes and looked over. In the center of the palace hall, the male and female disciples of the Huanhua sect were walking in front, while Yun Jichong, Mo Yang, and that young cultivator were following behind them. The remaining 40 to 50 cultivators were hanging their heads, dejectedly following behind them. Needless to say, Yun Jichong, Mo Yang, and that young cultivator should have passed this selection. Sure enough, at the head of the palace hall, on a high platform, a middle-aged late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was already sitting cross-legged at an unknown time. When the Huanhua sect's disciples led the three people to the front of the platform, that foundation establishment cultivator said in a low voice, "Ijia, are these the three disciples who passed this time's selection?" Reporting to Martial Uncle, Yun Jichong, Mo Yang, and Yu Tong are the three disciples who passed this time's selection. That male disciple, Ijia, cupped his hands and saluted. "Good. Have you verified that there's no mistake?" This disciple personally checked the robin birds. They were released by this disciple. Moreover, these three robin birds are also alive. Ijia said with a smile, "This disciple has done this countless times, so it shouldn't be wrong." "Good, then take these three disciples to the Jade Archive Hall to register." The foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand and said. At this moment, a voice sounded from below the platform, "Senior, this junior doesn't know if it's appropriate to ask. Who's making a ruckus?" Ijia frowned. As he spoke, he turned his head to look, only to see Xiaohua stepping out from the crowd and cupping his hands. That Yu Tong naturally also saw him, but his expression didn't change. He just looked on indifferently. "Who are you? What do you want to ask?" The foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over and asked very indifferently. "This junior is a loose cultivator, Xiaohua. There's something that I don't understand." Xiaohua bowed again and asked, "When this junior was participating in the selection, I met a foundation establishment senior. This senior snatched the robin birds that this junior had already obtained." There was such a thing? That foundation establishment cultivator glanced at Ijia, then turned his head and asked Xiaohua again, "Then what about the foundation establishment cultivator?" This junior doesn't know. I still need to ask fellow Taoist Yu Tong." Xiaohua pointed at Yu Tong and said. Reporting to senior. Yu Tong stepped forward and said with a smile, "This Xiaohua is purely talking nonsense. I snatched the robin birds from his hands. Because I was merciful, I didn't take his life. He came here first and slandered me, wanting to make trouble without reason. Xiaohua, I ask you, how did you catch this robin bird?" The foundation establishment cultivator asked. "This junior snatched it from the hands of Qing Ming and Lu Chongqi." Xiaohua said truthfully, Apart from you and Yu Tong, the other cultivators are all at the 5th level of qi refining and above. What ability do you have to be able to snatch the robin birds from their hands?" "I don't believe your words." The foundation establishment cultivator said coldly, "Even if Qing Ming and Lu Chongqi perished together and you took advantage of them, Yu Tong is also at the 4th level of qi refining like you. Yu Tong is at the late stage of the 4th level of qi refining, so it's normal for him to be able to snatch the robin birds from your hands. What's more," at the side, Ijia said coldly, "My Huanhua sect's disciple selection only restricts the participation of cultivators at the 4th level of qi refining and above. It doesn't say that foundation establishment cultivators can't participate. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to climb up to others, he should first think it over clearly." This? Xiaohua's pupils constricted slightly as he gritted his teeth slightly, and he stared at Yu Tong as he spoke word by word. Since fellow Taoist Yu was able to seize the robin from Junior's hands, then his cultivation is surely higher than Junior's. Junior wants to compete with fellow Taoist Yu once more to see whose methods are more formidable. Absurd. The foundation establishment cultivator slapped the jade table beside him and scolded. "Do you think my Huanhua sect's disciple selection is child's play? If it's as you say, then all the cultivators in the main hall can make up excuses to compete with Yu Tong. They're all at the 5th level of qi refining and above, so how can Yu Tong be their match? Then what was my Huanhua sect's previous disciple selection? This junior? Xiaohua was anxious, but he didn't know what to do. Forget it." The foundation establishment cultivator sighed deeply and sat down. He said, "Seeing that you're eager to pursue the Tao, you're also very clever. I still lack a servant boy to tend the fire. If you're willing, I will be lenient and treat it as the selection for next year's disciple selection in advance. You can do that? The eyes of the several dozen children of aristocratic families next to him were filled with envy. This servant boy to tend the fire was admittedly an errand boy, but after all, he could approach the art of pill concocting and medicinal pills. In the future, his fated chances would also be extremely great. He could be considered a top-notch opportunity among the errand boys recruited by the Huanhua sect. Chapter 1424. A fire burner? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. Wasn't this the chance he wanted? Still not agreeing? The female disciple who hadn't spoken until now sneered. It's rare for martial uncle to be so merciful. Still not kowtowing and thanking him? However, just as everyone was somewhat jealous and Kai Zhuoxia was secretly happy for Xiao Hua sneered. Junior came to the Rinsing Flower sect to seek fairness. Junior relied on my own ability, risked my life, and obtained the robin according to your honorable sect's request, but, unexpectedly, in your honorable sect's back mountain, in front of everyone's eyes, the big bullied the small, using your honorable sect's reputation as the gambling stake. This is something I find shameful. I was robbed of my identity as a cultivation imparting disciple, not an insignificant fire burner. Senior can't uphold justice for Junior and give IA a chance to pass the selection, then Junior doesn't need to be a fire burner. Junior was rude. Junior will take his leave first. Xiao Hua bowed and saluted, turning around and leaving the main hall. He left behind several dozen children of influential families standing in the main hall. All of them looked at each other, their eyes brimming with amazement and confusion. Everyone had the same thought. Is this still a 4th-level qi condensation loose cultivator? Looking at the other jade token, which was also a 4th-level qi condensation cultivator, everyone had an unimaginable feeling in their hearts. Could it be, today is an auspicious day for 4th-level qi condensation cultivators? Rude child. The female disciple flew into a rage and pointed her finger. How can my Rinsing Flower sect's fairness be decided by your words alone? My Rinsing Flower sect is actually something you can come and go as you please? On the platform, the foundation-building cultivator's face was also gloomy, causing Kai Zhuoxia's heart to be raised high as she watched from the side. She clearly understood in her heart that to Xiao Hua, what he lacked was an opportunity to become a disciple of a famous sect. As long as he had this opportunity, Xiao Hua could definitely soar to the heavens. Even if a shameful scene really did happen in the Rinsing Flower sect's back mountain just now, this fire burner was still a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect, after all, so Xiao Hua should have the opportunity to distinguish himself. Kai Zhuoxia didn't know why Xiao Hua was making such an excuse. The foundation-building cultivator slammed his hand on the jade table next to him and stood up from the futon. He pointed his finger and said, "That brat you." Seeing that the foundation establishment cultivator was about to get angry, a young disciple quickly ran into the hall. He was holding something in his hand and had a strange expression on his face. As he ran, he shouted, Martial Uncle Lu, the good fate token has appeared. The 99th good fate token has appeared. The foundation-building cultivator originally stood up in anger, wanting to vent his anger on Xiao Hua. However, when he saw the young disciple rushing in and heard the disciples shout, the anger on his face had long disappeared. In an instant, it turned into astonishment and joy. As he flew down from the platform, he said in disbelief, Really? Has a good fate tablet? Good fate card? At this moment, Xiao Hua had already walked to the entrance of the hall. He saw the young disciple brushing past him and heard the disciples shout. He slightly stopped and immediately saw that the foundation establishment cultivator's attention was focused on the so-called good fate token. His heart immediately relaxed and his feet didn't seem to stop. He quickly walked out of the hall. When the young disciple of the Huanhua sect who was holding something saw the foundation establishment cultivator fly down, he also stopped and pushed the thing in his hand forward. He had a smile on his face as he said, Martial Uncle Lu, this disciple has examined it several times. If it wasn't for this disciple usually dabbling in all kinds of things in the library, it would absolutely be impossible for this disciple to be the first to see that this is the long-lost good fate token. That young disciple was standing not far from Wuxia. When Wuxia saw the thing in the disciple's hand clearly, a buzzing sound suddenly rang in her mind. Her mind immediately went blank. Her entire body was like a clay figurine, unable to move even a little bit. Good fate token. Good fate token. This is the legendary good fate token. Only a voice continuously shouted in Wuxia's heart. I actually also have a good fate token from the Huanhua sect. The thing in the young disciple's hand was a palm-sized token. On the token, there were several clusters of bamboo that were vivid and lifelike, as if they were about to dance on the token. It was exactly the same as the token that Xiaohua gave to Wuxia in Qing Fengmin's storage pouch. Let me see. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator landed in front of the young disciple and reached out his hand to take the token. He used his divine sense to scan it several times and then used his eyes to look at it again and again. He slightly nodded. This is indeed the legendary good fate token. That's right, Yiming. Who is the one holding the good fate token? What is his request? Martial Uncle Lu, the one holding the good fate token, is a boy about 10 years old. His request isn't high. He just wants to enter our Huanhua sect and worship a grandmaster above the gold core stage as his master. Yiming smiled and said, however, this boy's cultivation is around the 3rd layer of the qi refining stage. It seems his foundation isn't bad. All right, you go and bring him here. I will bring him to see the sect master. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator waved his hand and said, the remaining 2 good fate tokens are a thorn in the sect master's heart. He's afraid that the holder of the good fate tokens will make a difficult request. After hearing this news today, he'll definitely be very happy. Yes, I'll go out now. Yiming cupped his hands and walked down. Martial Uncle Lu? Jie, who was next to him, interrupted at this time and asked, that little itinerant cultivator just now. Martial Uncle Lu was in a good mood at this time. Looking at the cultivators around him, he waved his hand and said, this kind of uncultured person really doesn't know etiquette. He's only fit to be an itinerant cultivator for the rest of his life. Why should we lower ourselves to his level? But Jie opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. Who dares to believe the words of an itinerant cultivator? Even if he said it, who would dare to listen? Besides, does he dare to say it? Martial Uncle Lu knew what Jie wanted to say. He sneered and looked at the cultivators in the main hall again, saying, on the contrary, these disciples of aristocratic families need to be reminded. Don't spread the nonsense of others blindly. Yes, I understand. Jie nodded and said, all right, you can bring these disciples of aristocratic families who didn't pass the selection down. I'll wait for Yiming to bring that boy here. Then I'll bring him and Yu Tong to the inner hall together. Martial Uncle Lu waved his hand and said. When Jie turned around, Martial Uncle Lu transmitted his voice again. Send a disciple out to take a look. If that itinerant cultivator hasn't gone far, Jie nodded slightly and asked the disciples of aristocratic families to leave the main hall. Wuxia walked at the back in a daze. She walked and stopped, as if her heart was full of hesitation. It wasn't until she was almost out of the main hall that she turned her head. Her eyes showed a trace of determination. She quickened her pace and caught up with the cultivator in front of her. Xiaohua walked out of the main hall. He cried out in his heart that he was lucky. Soon after, he asked the boy outside the hall and hurriedly went to the guest pavilion. Inside the guest pavilion, there were 2 cultivators standing there. One was an old man with white hair and beard. Like Xiaohua, his cultivation was at the 4th layer of qi refining. Next to him was a boy with bright eyes and white teeth. He looked very delicate and pretty. When the boy and the old man heard the footsteps, their faces showed joy. But when they saw Xiaohua's age and cultivation, they couldn't help but be stunned. Xiaohua knew these 2 were the cultivators who took out the good fate card. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing the vigilance in their eyes, Xiaohua didn't go up and ask for trouble. He hurriedly walked past them and left the guest pavilion. He urged his transcendence energy and flew into the air. Looking at the direction, he first slowed down. After flying for a while, he pushed his transcendence energy to the limit. After flying for about 10 li, he changed directions again and flew in the direction he and Wuxia came from. He found a mountain peak and a cave, then went in. Sure enough, not long after, several disciples around the 8th layer of qi refining flew out of the guest pavilion and chased after Xiaohua. Several hours later, when the sky was dark, dozens of aristocratic family disciples came out of the guest pavilion under the lead of Yi Jie and another female disciple. The dozens of disciples' faces were filled with disappointment and joy. They all cupped their hands and saluted the Huanhua sect disciples, then flew in different directions. Wuxia was among them. There were also several female cultivators beside Wuxia. After flying for several li, Wuxia bid farewell to those female cultivators and flew in another direction. Then she landed on the foothills of a mountain and waited for a long time. Seeing that no one was following them, she found a cave and began to meditate. The night gradually deepened. Xiaohua sat cross-legged inside the cave. Moonstones were embedded all around the cave. In front of him, there were 2 identical bells, and there was also that black iron needle floating in the air. Xiaohua frowned. While looking at the small book in his hand, he formed different hand seals and sent them towards the black iron needle in the air. The black iron needle was originally quietly floating, but as Xiaohua sent out the hand seals, the black iron needle suddenly trembled. It violently shook up and down. It didn't listen to Xiaohua's hand seals at all. Why is this? Xiaohua looked at the small book and muttered to himself in astonishment, this hand seal isn't bad. Moreover, this black iron needle seems to be controlled by Foundation Establishment cultivators or Peak Qi refinement cultivators with divine sense. Lichongqi is in the 5th layer of Qi refinement. How can he use it freely? I'm afraid there are some tricks. As Xiaohua thought about it, he flipped through the entire booklet but didn't find anything else. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put the booklet into the space and took out Lichongqi's storage pouch. Xiaohua only took out the booklet from the storage pouch. He didn't touch anything else. I didn't expect that a loose cultivator like Lichongqi would have a lot of medicinal pills and spirit stones. There's even a Qing Yi pill. The heavens are really helping me. Xiaohua was very happy and put all these things into his space. Finally, Xiaohua took out a dark red book from his storage pouch. This book was smaller and thinner than the small book from before. Could it be some kind of cultivation technique? Xiaohua opened the booklet as he thought about it. When he finished reading the contents, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. No wonder. Lichongqi can move the black iron needles without relying on his spiritual sense, so the secret lies here. Chapter 1425. After reading the contents of the booklet, Xiaohua sighed and said, I'm really ignorant. I always thought that dripping blood to recognize a master was a method used by cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage to use magic treasures. I didn't think that someone could actually open up a new path and create such a technique to use on magic treasures. Moreover, after successfully practicing this technique, one can actually freely control magic treasures like black iron needles. No wonder. Lichongqi, a loose cultivator, dared to cooperate with Qingming. This move of his is really powerful. Although I didn't become a disciple of the Huanhua sect this time, I was able to obtain such a strange technique. There's also the Cheng family's soul-absorbing bell. This trip was not in vain. Xiaohua thought. He put the booklet in his hand into the space and closed his eyes to meditate for a moment. Then he stretched out his right hand and a drop of blood was forced out from his fingertip and floated in the air. Xiaohua's eyes were not open. He stretched out both hands and activated all the magic power in his body. Different techniques were sent into the drop of blood one after another. That drop of blood gradually boiled. In the end, it was actually elongated. Xiaohua pointed his finger and the drop of blood flew forward and landed on the black iron needle in the air, wrapping around the black iron needle. The black iron needle seemed to have a mind of its own as it violently trembled in the air. Xiaohua did not mind at all. His hands moved again and hit the black iron needle. Along with the dripping of sweat from Xiaohua's forehead, the blood gradually seeped into the black iron needle. The black iron needle also slowly calmed down. After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua shouted in a low voice, "Quick!" The black iron needle shook again and another layer of black blood seeped out from inside. Xiaohua knew that this was the drop of blood that Xianxia used to refine the black iron needle. He opened his mouth and blew. The black blood condensed into a drop and dripped down from the black iron needle. It fell to the ground and disappeared. Soon after, Xiaohua used the technique to control the black iron needle. The black iron needle was no longer the least bit cryptic. Following the technique in Xiaohua's hands, it nimbly shuttled back and forth in the cave like a fish. "Go!" Xiaohua shouted. The black iron needle quickly rushed into the stone wall as if it was piercing tofu. It went straight several feet deep. Soon after, Xiaohua hooked his finger and the black iron needle flew back. "My goodness, this thing is really not an ordinary kind of powerful." Xiaohua smiled until his eyes curved into a thin crescent moon. I don't know if I can control the black iron needles with my blurry senses that are similar to divine thoughts. It's a pity that I don't have a way to use my divine sense. Otherwise, I could give it a try." Xiaohua thought of his perception of his surroundings. After familiarizing himself with the black iron needle, Xiaohua puts it into his space. Looking at the soul-absorbing bell on the ground, he smiles. "I wonder if Chengming's storage pouch has a soul-absorbing talisman. If it does, it can be used together with the soul-absorbing bell. It's a very difficult weapon to guard against." Thinking of this, Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and put the soul-absorbing bell into his space. Then he took out Chengming's storage pouch. Chengming's storage pouch was obviously richer than Xianxia's. Not only were there marrow-cleansing pills and other medicinal pills, but there were also several pieces of top-grade spirit stones. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that there was also a large pile of strange-looking yellow talismans and a few booklets. Could it be that there's a basic cultivation method? Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly flipped through the booklets. Unfortunately, these booklets were all related to something called soul incantation, and it was far from the cultivation technique he was cultivating. "AI, why is it so difficult to find a cultivation method?" Xiaohua muttered. He threw all these things into his space, leaving only one booklet for him to read carefully. Why is the Cheng family's magic so strange? There are actually soul refining, soul capturing, and soul scattering techniques in the booklet. This soul incantation seems to be. The talisman in the booklet is somewhat similar? Xiaohua had already read a lot of the booklets in Jinghua City. He had a simple understanding of the so-called talisman. Now that he saw the soul incantation, he couldn't help but compare the two. After looking at the booklet for a long time, it was already late at night. Xiaohua took out a clear ripple pill and swallowed it, cultivating the basic cultivation method of raising fire to burn the heavens. The next morning, Xiaohua came out of the cave. He took out Wuxia's summoning talisman and urged it with his magic power. The summoning talisman turned into a scarlet light and flew out. Xiaohua looked in the direction it came from and saw that it wasn't the direction of the Huanhua sect. He was relieved. In less than an hour, Wuxia flew over. When she saw Xiaohua, she didn't cup her hands to greet him. She only gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you have great courage and spirit." When Xiaohua heard this, he smiled wryly and waved his hand repeatedly. "Please excuse me, fellow Taoist Kai. If it wasn't for yesterday, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to walk out of the Huanhua sect." Wuxia was stunned. She then heard Xiaohua explain, "My cultivation is still not deep enough. My shrewdness is too shallow. I shouldn't have told the Huanhua sect disciples that a foundation-building cultivator appeared in the mountain behind the Huanhua sect." Fellow Taoist Xiao means? Wuxia suddenly realized and asked. "Exactly." Xiaohua nodded. "That young cultivator called Yutong said at the back of the mountain why the Huanhua sect set the qualifications to cultivate at the 4th layer of the aura refining realm and above. It's because he's at the fourth layer of the aura refining realm. So that's how it is. Kai Wuxia looked pensive, but she soon became somewhat puzzled. The Huanhua sect accepting disciples is their own business. It doesn't matter who they accept. Why make it so complicated? Xiaohua spread his hands and smiled wryly. I also don't know about this. However, looking at that martial Uncle Lu's appearance, he seems to know about this matter. If I hadn't pretended to be angry and left the main hall, I'm afraid I would have been their servant for the rest of my life. Fellow Taoist Xiao, aren't you afraid of that foundation building senior? I'm afraid, but I thought that since there are so many children of influential families in the main hall, he shouldn't make a move too obviously. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean there's something fishy going on inside? Xiaohua smiled and said, but it seems that if some good fate card hadn't appeared, Ai's good or bad luck would have been hard to predict. Oh right, what's a good fate card? What's its use? Kai Wuxia's expression was strange. She stared at Xiaohua for a long time and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know? Should I know? Xiaohua asked very strangely. Oh, since fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know, I will tell fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Wuxia hurriedly put away her gaffe and explained, legend has it that several large cultivation sects in the country of Xi received the favor of some seniors when they were building their sections. In order to express their gratitude and repay these seniors, these sects created some good fate cards and gave them to these seniors. They also swore in the name of their sects that as long as these seniors or their descendants came to the sect with a good fate card, these sects would agree to a request that wasn't too excessive. That good? Xiaohua was dumbstruck. He smacked his lips and said, if I had such a good fate card, wouldn't I be able to directly enter the Huanhua sect as a disciple? Oh, this request isn't too excessive, right? Kai Wuxia pursed her lips and said, it's not excessive. Yesterday, that boy requested to enter the Huanhua sect with a gold core stage cultivator as his master. Gold core stage? Isn't that excessive? Xiaohua said with great admiration. It's just an apprenticeship, what's there to be excessive about? Kai Wuxia said with a smile, I remember that several hundred years ago, there was a cultivator who held a good fate card and asked Xuanyan School to help him destroy a sect. This really happened? And of course. However, that sect wasn't too big. Moreover, that cultivator's entire sect was wiped out. That cultivator saw that he had no hope of revenge, so he asked Xuanyan School for help. When Xiaohua heard this, his heart burned with passion. If he had a good fate card, maybe he could ask Huanhua sect to destroy 100 Herbs Gate. He just didn't know if 100 Herbs Gate was considered a large sect in the eyes of Huanhua sect. Also, why did that foundation establishment cultivator's expression change so much when he saw the good fate card? He didn't even care about I anymore? Xiaohua asked again. This good fate card is only a legend. Because the seniors that each sect wanted to thank were different, the number of good fate cards they sent out was also different. For example, Xuanyan School and Qiqiao sect only sent out a dozen or so they took them back long ago. As for Huanhua sect, it said that they sent out a total of 100 good fate cards. It said that they've already taken back 98 good fate cards. Yesterday's good fate card was the 99th good fate card. Once that heavenly child enters Huanhua sect, they'll only be left with the last one. Oh, I understand. If this thing isn't taken back, their sect leader will probably be worried all day long. If by any chance an extremely difficult request is made, they'll probably be helpless, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao is right, that's exactly the case. Afterwards, Kai Wuxia didn't seem to want to talk about the good fate card anymore. She asked again, fellow Taoist Xiao, Kai Wuxia, what's going on? Can you tell I now? It's simple. Xiaohua nodded and told her everything that happened. He said with a smile, Kai Wuxia and the others must have misunderstood and wanted to kill I to destroy your Liang Kai family's strength, right? Alas, that's exactly the case. Kai Wuxia nodded with a gloomy expression. In order to maintain their Kai family's orthodoxy, Qingyang Kai family has always used methods of suppressing branch bloodlines like mine. If I entered Huanhua sect, it would definitely have a huge impact on Qingyang Kai family. That's why they were so ruthless. I knew this, that's why I deliberately avoided them. I've implicated fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua shook his head. I's fine, but yesterday's matter should have affected Liang Kai family, right? It shouldn't be. After all, fellow Taoist Xiao has nothing to do with my Kai family. Kai Wuxia shook her head. Then that's good, Xiaohua said with a smile. Then he asked again, fellow Taoist Kai, where are you going to travel next? Kai Wuxia said with a smile, the opportunity to enter Huanhua sect is gone, and there's still more than half a year to wait for Xuanyan's embryonic breathing pill. I've been away from home for a long time, so I want to take advantage of this free time to go back and take a look. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you have time to return to Liang with I? Hearing Kai Wuxia say that she wanted to return to Liang Kai family, Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I followed fellow Taoist Kai to 1,000 Feet Peak and Qiming Mountain Range and gained many benefits. I originally wanted to repay fellow Taoist Kai by asking fellow Taoists to come with me to a place where I can obtain fire essence flame crystals. Since that's the case, I can only go by myself. Chapter 1426. Fire Essence Flame Crystal? Kai Wuxia's face lit up when she heard this. Fellow Taoist, Xiao doesn't even know what a fire essence flame crystal is? How do you know where to find such a precious spirit stone? The name I know isn't fire essence flame crystal, but fire essence. Only after hearing fellow Taoist Kai's description did I know that it was fire essence flame crystal. Xiaohua said. In that case, the place fellow Taoist Xiao knows. I'm afraid it's extremely hidden? Exactly. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and roughly described the location of that place. Kai Wuxia frowned and shook her head. The place fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned seems to be Flame Forest Swamp. Flame Forest Swamp doesn't have a place like the one fellow Taoist described, and it doesn't have the name fellow Taoist mentioned. Xiaohua smiled. Of course, even the name of the fire essence flame crystal is different, so the location is naturally different. However, since fellow Taoist Kai doesn't want to go, then just tell I the location of Flame Forest Swamp in detail. When I get the fire essence flame crystal, I'll go to Liang's Kai family to find fellow Taoist, and then we'll go to Xuanyan school together. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Wuxia said embarrassedly. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can only let fellow Taoist Xiao go alone. No matter, I also want to see Fairy Hongxia. When I return from Flame Forest Swamp, I'll go pay a visit to Sister Hongxia. Xiaohua smiled. And then I and my sister will wait for you at home. Kai Wuxia cupped her hands and smiled, clearly explaining the location of the Flame Forest Marsh and how to get there. After Xiaohua memorized it, she reminded him, fellow Taoist Xiao, the Flame Forest Marsh is no small matter. It's a place even more dangerous than the Sobbing Meng Mountains. We haven't even entered the Sobbing Meng Mountains, and we've only been in the periphery, yet we've already encountered a lot of trouble. There's no need to even mention the Flame Forest Marsh. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. But if we don't go, where will we get the fire essence flame crystal? If we can't get it, then we can't get it. Let's get the foundation breathing pill first. I am still somewhat different from fellow Taoist Kai. Fellow Taoist Kai has his family's cultivation method to practice, but I don't have any cultivation method. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. According to that Zhuo Qingyuan's meaning, if we have enough fire essence flame crystals, the Xuanyan Church will give I a pleasant surprise. To I, what is a pleasant surprise? That was a cultivation method. Even if it was a 6th or 7th layer aura refining cultivation method, it wouldn't be much to Xuanyan school, but I was precisely lacking it. This Flame Forest Swamp. I must go and take a look. Kai Wuxia was speechless. She sighed and cupped her hands. I wish fellow Taoist Xiao a smooth trip. I await fellow Taoist Zhao's arrival in Liang. All right, fellow Taoist Kai, farewell. Xiaohua cupped his hands and bid farewell to Kai Wuxia, then flew up into the air. He activated the flight talisman and flew in the direction of the Flame Forest Swamp. However, Just as Xiaohua flew up, he saw Wuxia hesitating behind him. She immediately urged her magic power to chase after him and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Kai, is there anything else?" Xiaohua had already flown quite far in an instant. When he heard Wuxia's shout, he was very flabbergasted and stopped. He looked at the smile on Wuxia's face and asked in amazement, "Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao has accompanied I to 2 places. This flame forest swamp is the first time fellow Taoist Xiao has mentioned going. How can I refuse fellow Taoist's kind intentions? I will risk my life to accompany fellow Taoist this once." Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard this. He laughed and said, "We're only going to look for fire essence flame crystals. How could we be risking our lives?" Fellow Taoist Kai said that I was scared in my heart. "Hee, let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao." Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. She led Xiaohua and flew in another direction. "Fellow Taoist Kai, isn't this direction wrong?" Xiaohua was somewhat confused. Wuxia shook her head and said, "The direction I told fellow Taoist Xiao before is to fly directly. I'm afraid it'll take more than 2 months. It's really a delay. The closest city to here is Yenyuan City. There's a teleportation formation there that directly passes through Shihuang Town. Shihuang Town is only 10 days away from Flame Forest Swamp. I also need 10 days to reach Yenyuan City. I also need to go to Yenyuan City to return to Liang. This calculation can be considered convenient. Why don't I accompany fellow Taoist Xiao to Flame Forest Swamp? After returning from Flame Forest Swamp, it won't be too late for I to return to Liang." Xiaohua scratched his head and said very awkwardly, "Many thanks for fellow Taoist Kai's guidance. I haven't used a teleportation formation yet, so I didn't even think in that direction. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Kai, I would have to fly these 2 months. I was also careless." Wuxia covered her mouth and said, "When fellow Taoist Xiao was asking for directions, he also didn't hesitate to tell me the direct route. If I hadn't suddenly thought of it before flying, I would have really troubled fellow Taoist Xiao." With that, Wuxia led Xiaohua in the direction of Yenyuan City. They flew for more than 10 days. During this time, Xiaohua and Wuxia were not in a hurry. During the day, they flew slowly with the speed of a 5th-level qi refining cultivator. At night, Xiaohua was still diligently cultivating. Xiaohua obtained a lot of medicinal pills from Qingming and Lichongqi. In these 10 days, he consumed a lot of them. Wuxia saw Xiaohua's cultivation increase little by little. When they arrived near Yenyuan City, Wuxia couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I want to ask, what kind of cultivation technique is fellow Taoist cultivating?" It actually allowed fellow Taoist to increase his cultivation from the early 4th-layer qi refining stage by quite a bit in just 10 days. Then she felt that it was inappropriate and explained, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't think too much. I just feel that the growth of cultivation is based on the understanding of the realm. If you blindly focus on increasing your magic power, I'm afraid you're neglecting the fundamentals and seeking the end of the road. It's not good for fellow Taoist Zhao's future development." Xiaohua smiled and took out the cultivation technique, raising fire to the heavens, and said, "This poor Taoist currently only has this cultivation technique, and only the first 5 layers. This poor Taoist can't see what's so special about this cultivation technique. Fellow Taoist Kai, if you're interested, there's no harm in picking it up and taking a look." Wuxia didn't expect Xiaohua to take out the cultivation technique so quickly. She was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, she took it and said, "No matter what, I have seen my Kai clan's 10th-layer qi refining cultivation technique. Let's compare it and see if there's anything strange about it." As she spoke, she generously flipped through the cultivation technique. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Wuxia finished reading it and handed it back to Xiaohua. Then she lowered her head and pondered. After a while, she raised her head and said, "I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. This cultivation technique is very crude. Its profoundness is far inferior to my Kai clan's cultivation technique. This poor Taoist knows this. Even this cultivation technique was obtained with great difficulty by this poor Taoist. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist Kai, just tell me if there's anything wrong with it." It's not that there's anything wrong with it. This cultivation technique is very simple and ordinary. I can't see anything wrong with it. Kai Wuxia shook her head and said, "However, from the perspective of this cultivation technique, it's impossible for fellow Taoist Xiao to improve so much every day." When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't say anything. Fellow Taoist Xiao used such an inferior cultivation technique to advance so quickly. I'm afraid you've lost your steady path. If your magic power suddenly increases without reaching your realm, I'm afraid you'll suffer a backlash from your magic power, and your Tao foundation will be damaged. Moreover, Senior Li actually said that every layer of the 12th layer of Qi refining has a bottleneck. Ordinary cultivators are afraid of this bottleneck, but in the eyes of the true disciples of famous sects, this bottleneck is instead a process of checking and perfecting this layer of cultivation. It's absolutely impossible to force a breakthrough. The longer you stay at this bottleneck, the more perfected this layer of cultivation will be. Only when this bottleneck is naturally passed and you enter the next layer of cultivation will you be able to go further in the future. Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you see Senior Li? He was tempted by the temptation of entering the foundation-building realm and only suppressed his cultivation at the peak of the Qi refining realm? If it weren't for the matter of 1,000 feet peak, I'm afraid Senior Li would have stayed there for a long time, right? Perfected? When Xiaohua heard this explanation, his brows furrowed tightly. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Xiao, from the first layer of Qi refining to the early 4th layer of Qi refining now, it seems, you broke through the bottleneck by force. Especially the bottleneck from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of Qi refining, you broke through it right in front of I. To tell the truth, I was really shocked. This kind of speed, even my younger sister can't catch up to you. Seeing Xiaohua frown, Kai Wuxia hurriedly explained, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that fellow Taoist Zhao's aptitude isn't good enough. Alas, it's also not that fellow Taoist Zhao's aptitude isn't good enough." Kai Wuxia didn't know how to explain and only said, "I also had the same idea as fellow Taoist Xiao at that time. I only wanted to quickly advance my cultivation and practice my Kai clan's cultivation technique to the highest level. But after hearing Senior Li's words, I realized that compared to a cultivation sect, not only cultivation techniques, even the details are far inferior. Therefore, seeing fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation advancing so quickly, I was afraid that fellow Taoist Xiao would repeat I's mistakes, so I said it." After saying this, Kai Wuxia let out a long breath. Xiaohua scratched his head and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Kai. To tell the truth, fellow Taoist doesn't know about this, and I also don't know. I heard about the bottleneck from the previous sect master, but when I was in Shanghuaming, not to mention the bottleneck, even my cultivation didn't increase at all. Now that I'm cultivating between each layer, it seems like there aren't any bottlenecks. When I cultivate, it's just like normal. As for what Senior Li said about understanding a lot during the bottleneck, I'm afraid that I will also have to be like Senior Li and use talismans to suppress it." This? How could Kai Wuxia believe him? She could only say in a low voice, "The 4th layer of Qi refining is the transition between the low and middle stages of Qi refining. Fellow Taoist Xiao should be careful." Saying this, Kai Wuxia pointed with her finger and said, "About 2 hours in front of us is Yenyuan City. We'll rest in Yenyuan City for a day, see if there's anything like that, buy some yellow talismans and medicinal pills, and then go to the legendary place. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Kai's instructions." Xiaohua didn't explain and cupped his hands. Chapter 1427. Inside Yenyuan City, people of all walks of life stood shoulder to shoulder. The streets were bustling with activity and it was extremely lively. On both sides of the wide street, there were various shops with flags waving in the wind. Cultivators of different cultivation levels came and went like flowing water. Xiaohua looked at the completely different style of Jinghua City and couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that Jinghua City was already extremely lively, but compared to Yenyuan City, it's still lacking by quite a bit. Kai Wuxia pursed her lips and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is wrong. Jinghua City and Yenyuan City both have their own unique characteristics. Both are places that cultivators like us often visit. It's just that Jinghua City separates the high-level cultivators from the low-level cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao has only been to the west of the city and has never seen the bustle of the north of Jinghua City. Could it be that there are more high-level cultivators than low-level cultivators?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "I have also never been to the north of the city." Kai Wuxia shook her head and said, "However, it's said that the 7 major cities of the country of Xich have their own unique characteristics. None of them can be compared to other cities." 7 major cities? Jinghua City, Yenyuan City? What other cities are there? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to ask, he saw on the street not far away 3 tall horse-like spirit beasts stepping on faint clouds. Behind them, they were pulling a carriage carved with countless gorgeous runes. They were flying extremely quickly from afar. What are these things? Xiaohua looked at the carriage and the spirit beasts, then looked at the people on the street who were all avoiding them. He couldn't help but be extremely surprised. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is a flying feather beast. It's a first-grade spirit beast with a strength around the 5th level of qi refinement." Kai Wuxia smiled and explained, "This flying feather beast has the most docile temperament. Furthermore, it has great strength and can fly. Many cultivators have captured them and used them as carriages or mounts. I heard that some sects, such as the Spirit Husbandry sect, even raise these spirit beasts and sell them to the outside world." "What an eye-opener!" Xiaohua muttered. The flying feather beast simply flew past his eyes. Its 4 hooves didn't touch the ground at all. Every time it moved, faint lotus-like clouds would emerge from its hooves. The carriage pulled by the flying feather beast also didn't have any common wheels. It only had a frame that flickered with a faint light. Aside from the driver, a cultivator in the 7th layer of qi refining, there were 2 other cultivators sitting behind the carriage. One was a man and the other was a woman. Xiaohua couldn't see through the man's cultivation base, but the woman was in the 10th layer of qi refining. The female cultivator wasn't wearing a common Taoist robe. Instead, she was wearing a very flirtatious outfit. Her snow-white belly button and soft breasts were all exposed. Looking at the female cultivator's face, she was exceptionally beautiful. There was a myriad of flirtatious expressions between her brows. When her eyes wandered, it caused many male cultivators to salivate. The flying car flew past Xiaohua's eyes, and there was actually a faint fragrance left in the air. "Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao." Kai Wuxia's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ears. "Oh, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiaohua suddenly woke up. He retracted his gaze from the flying car that was far away, and his face was slightly hot as he replied. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, looking very envious?" Kai Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Kai, please don't tease me. I have never seen a female cultivator dressed like this before." Xiaohua was actually quite honest and spoke the truth. "Is that so?" Kai Wuxia blinked her eyes and asked with some disbelief, "I thought fellow Taoist was looking at that gold core cultivator." Xiaohua was at a loss for words. Of course, didn't Kai Wuxia ask the same question? "Right, fellow Taoist Kai, this female cultivator seems different from ordinary female cultivators?" "Of course she's different." The corners of Kai Wuxia's mouth revealed an expression that was unknown whether it was a bitter smile or a mocking one. She said, "This female cultivator is that gold core cultivator's concubine. Although her cultivation is profound, this cultivation was exchanged for being a cultivation furnace for that gold core cultivator." "Concubine?" Xiaohua was stunned, but soon understood. He said with a smile, "So they were originally dual cultivation partners?" Kai Wuxia slightly shook her head. "Fellow Taoist Xiao is wrong. A concubine is a concubine. It's different from dual cultivation partners. Huh? Is there a difference? Xiaohua was greatly surprised and asked very casually. Kai Zhuxia's face turned red, and she said in a low voice, "This kind of thing." Seeing Kai Zhuxia's shyness, Xiaohua came to a realization. His face immediately became hot, and he looked away. After a while, he heard Kai Zhuxia say in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, dual cultivation only exists when the difference in cultivation between male and female cultivators isn't big. If the difference in cultivation between the two is big, it's impossible to dual cultivate. Female cultivators can only be the male cultivator's concubine, or even a cultivation furnace for the male cultivator to increase his cultivation." Huh. When Xiaohua heard this, he suddenly thought of the matter between Kai Zhuxia and Li Zongbao. He looked at Kai Zhuxia again. At this time, the blush on her face had completely disappeared, and there was only hidden bitterness in her eyes. After becoming a male cultivator's concubine, admittedly, she can break through the bottleneck for a while and even set foot into the foundation-building realm, but her cultivation in this life can only stop here. Even after she grows old and her beauty declines, there will be even more pain. Xiaohua nodded silently and followed Kai Zhuxia slowly walking on the side of the road. Of course, there are also many female cultivators who become concubines just for this period of pleasure. There are even some small cultivation groups that specialize in recruiting female cultivators and teaching them the Tao of charming dance and the art of the boudoir. They specialize in currying favor with female cultivators with profound cultivation bases. Kai Zhuxia sighed for a long time, then said, "The female cultivator that fellow Taoist Xiao saw just now, if nothing unexpected happened, should be a disciple from the immortal beauty school." There's such a school? Xiaohua was greatly surprised. Of course. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. Cultivation techniques are hard to find. Cultivators without cultivation techniques, regardless of whether they're male or female, will try their best to find one. This is nothing. Kai Zhuxia smiled bitterly. As the two of them walked, they arrived in front of an inn. Kai Zhuxia took a look, then said with a smile, "There's no harm in us resting here today. Tomorrow, we'll go look for that EG place. How about it?" Xiaohua naturally didn't have any objections. Thereupon, the two of them paid the spirit stones and each found a room to stay in. Xiaohua stayed in the room for a while. He felt it was still early, so he got up and looked for Kai Zhuxia, wanting to invite her to go out and take a look together. Kai Zhuxia was currently in a melancholic mood, so how could she be in the mood to stroll around? Xiaohua had no choice but to leave the inn by himself. He asked the waiter for the direction of EG and went there by himself. After Xiaohua left the inn, he walked along the street. Just as he walked a few steps, he saw a shop selling medicinal pills on the side of the road. Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he turned around to go inside. A shop assistant saw him coming in and greeted him with a smile. He asked, "Senior, what kind of medicinal pills do you want to buy?" Xiaohua looked left and right. This was a rather large shop. There were many flashes of brilliance on the surrounding walls. Under the wall, there was also a row of jade tables. There were many jade bottles placed on top of the tables. They were probably used to store medicinal pills. There were already 4 or 5 refinement cultivators in the shop, and each of them had a shop assistant accompanying them. "I want to see if there are any medicinal pills that can increase magic power, such as clear fragrance pills and the like. I wonder if your shop sells them." Xiaohua said straightforwardly. "Clear fragrance pills?" The shop assistant was slightly stunned, then he immediately put on a smile and said, "Senior's eyes are indeed good. Yesterday, my humble shop just received a batch of cultivation increasing medicinal pills. Among them, there are clear fragrance pills. I wonder how many does Senior need?" "You really have them?" Xiaohua was overjoyed and quickly asked, "How many clear fragrance pills does your shop have?" "This. I wonder how many does Senior need?" The shop assistant asked with a smile. "The more the better, the more the better." Xiaohua rubbed his hands and smiled. He didn't expect that he would actually find clear fragrance pills in this unremarkable shop. "Great." The shop assistant clapped his hands, then bowed and said, "Senior, please follow I to the second floor. I will ask my shopkeeper to personally come." Following the shop assistant's direction, sure enough, in the corner of the shop, there was a staircase that led to the second floor. "Assistant, when did your shop have clear fragrance pills? Why didn't you tell I?" Just when Xiaohua was about to take a step, a sharp voice rang out. Xiaohua turned his head to look. It was a young female cultivator with curved eyebrows, slender eyes, and beautiful black clouds in her hair looking over here. She said very reproachfully, "Senior Xue, it's not that I don't want to say, it's that Senior didn't ask at all." The shop assistant turned his head and said. He seemed to be very familiar with this female cultivator. The female cultivator quickly walked over. Xiaohua calmly looked at her. That female cultivator wasn't wearing an ordinary Taoist robe, but rather a gorgeous dress. The light yellow robe was loosely covering her body, and her snow-white skin was dazzling under the contrast of the light yellow robe. Her chest was somewhat protruding, and as she walked, it slightly rippled. "I am Xue Xue. Fellow Taoist, you look very unfamiliar. I'm afraid you're not a cultivator from Yenyuan City, right?" The female cultivator walked in front of Xiaohua, cupped her hands in greeting, and asked very politely, "I am Xiaohua. I was passing by Yenyuan City and just happened to walk into this shop. Meeting is fate. Also, I am also looking for clear fragrance pills. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, I also want to go up and take a look." Xue Xue pursed her lips and smiled. Her red and moist lips were slightly curved, very tasteful. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Clear fragrance pills are from other people's shops. If fellow Taoist wants to take a look, then please take a look. However, clear fragrance pills, I'm afraid for fellow Taoist Xue who is at the 8th level of qi refinement, won't have much effect?" Xue Xue raised her eyebrows and said, "That's not necessarily true. If I buy the clear fragrance pills in a while, fellow Taoist mustn't say that I am bullying the weak." Xue Xue's skin was like snow, and her features were like a painting. For a moment, Xiaohua really couldn't tell whether she was older or younger than him. He could only bitterly smile and said, "If it's just based on cultivation, I can call fellow Taoist senior. However, fellow Taoist, are you willing to call fellow Taoist old like I?" Xue Xue pursed her lips and giggled. She said, "I didn't expect that. Fellow Taoist Xue looks so honest, but you're so glib-tongued. This penniless Taoist can't bear to snatch the Qing-Yi pill from your hands." Chapter 1428. The second floor of this shop looked a little empty, but there were some scrolls on the walls and some spirit herbs everywhere. These decorations seemed to have taken a lot of effort. Although Xiaohua didn't understand, he could still see a trace of elegance. It was much more comfortable than the first floor that was purely selling things. After the shop assistant served some spirit fruits, he asked Xiaohua and Xue Xue to sit on the few chairs on the second floor. He went straight up the stairs to the third floor. Xiaohua picked up a spirit fruit and put it in his mouth. He gently bit into it, and a juice full of the taste of wine flowed down his throat. Then, a kind of drunken feeling rushed into his mind. Xiaohua had never liked the taste of wine, and even more so, the feeling of drunkenness. He didn't expect this spirit fruit to be like this. He couldn't help but frown. He immediately mobilized his true qi, wanting to expel this disgusting feeling. Xue Xue looked at him with interest. She also took this kind of spirit fruit, but she didn't put it in her mouth. Seeing Xiaohua frown and a trace of redness on his face, she said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is a heart intoxication fruit. It's the favorite of male cultivators. Fellow Taoist shouldn't use true qi to regulate his breathing. Otherwise, the feeling of drunkenness will be greatly reduced." The feeling of drunkenness. Xiaohua felt waves of faint in his mind. He bitterly smiled in his heart and said, "This feeling, what's so good about it?" However, this dizziness was also very light. It didn't seem to affect the circulation of true qi in Xiaohua's mind, and it wouldn't put him in a dangerous situation. A moment later, the dizziness suddenly disappeared, and an unprecedented comfort came from his brain. That comfort was like a tide that flowed down from the top of his head and quickly spread throughout his body. An instinctive groan came out from Xiaohua's mouth. As soon as the sound came out, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. But then, another seductive sound came from Xue Xue's mouth. Xue Xue's eyes were slightly closed, and her face was flushed. Her cherry-red lips were also slightly closed. She was obviously enjoying it. There's no mistake. When Xiaohua saw this, his little heart couldn't help but slightly jump. Even his mouth was a little dry. He smacked his lips and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fellow Taoist Xiao, how do you feel? Xue opened her somewhat blurred eyes. Her voice carried a moan as she asked faintly. Very good. Xiaohua trembled and hurriedly replied. Fellow Taoist, you don't want to enjoy another one? Xue asked again. Xiaohua was in a slightly sorry state. His conditioned reflex was to wave his hand, but just as he raised his hand, he saw a trace of craftiness in Xue's eyes. His heart stirred. He stretched out his hand, picked up a heart intoxication fruit, and said with a smile, "I'm risking my life to accompany a beauty. If fellow Taoist Xue wants to eat, then I will also eat one." Beauty? Xue's eyes regained their clarity. She covered her mouth and laughed. No one has called me that for many years. Fellow Taoist Xiao is truly different from the rest. Really? I feel that it is precisely because fellow Taoist Xue is different that I am different. Xiaohua looked at the heart intoxication fruit in his hand and said with a smile. Ha! Xue laughed very straightforwardly and said, eating one heart intoxication fruit every day is the most suitable. If you eat too many, it will be detrimental to your Tao heart. I won't eat it. Fellow Taoist Xiao also doesn't need to risk his life. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Xue. Xiaohua smiled and also put the heart intoxication fruit into the jade plate. Fellow Taoists, I've been waiting for a long time. At this moment, a somewhat aged voice came from the stairs. An old man about 50 years old, about the 10th level of qi refinement, walked down the stairs and cupped his hands in greeting. Xiaohua and Xue both stood up. Xue returned the greeting and said, "Greetings, shopkeeper Lu. I came to the store several times, but I didn't see your figure." I am indebted to fellow Taoist Xue. I's body can't compare to fellow Taoists, but it's still alright. These past few days, there were some unforeseen events in the sect, so I left for a period of time. Shopkeeper Lu replied with a smile and turned to look at Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you for patronizing my store. Could it be that your sect had a big unforeseen event? Otherwise, how could shopkeeper Lu be gone for so long? Xue asked casually. It's nothing much. It's just that one of the sect's alchemists was killed by a cultivator, and his storage bag was taken away. We lost some pills, that's all. Shopkeeper Lu obviously didn't want to say too much and only said, however, I also brought some pills that can increase one's cultivation when I return this time. Fellow Taoists, it just so happens that I will let you two fellow Taoists choose first. The rest will be sent to the auction the day after tomorrow. The auction? Xiaohua was slightly surprised and thought to himself, there's also an auction in Yen Abyss City. Sure enough, when Xue heard this, her eyes lit up and she smiled. That's the best. What kind of pills did shopkeeper Lu bring back? If they're suitable, I can get some first. If shopkeeper Lu sends them to the auction, the price will be hard to say. The key is that when it comes to the auction, these pills will be sold in batches and can't be sold separately. Fellow Taoist Xue and fellow Taoist Xiao will find it troublesome. As shopkeeper Lu spoke, he clapped his hands and took out 4 jade bottles from his storage bag. He placed them on the jade table and smiled. These are the Peiyuan pill, marrow cleansing pill, clear ripple pill, and clean lotus pill. There are quite a few of them. Fellow Taoists, please take a look at them first. Fellow Taoist Xiao, or I first. Xue glanced at Xiaohua and smiled. Naturally, fellow Taoist Xue first? Xiaohua smiled and said, in front of a beauty, I don't dare to be rude. Xue seemed to like Xiaohua's words very much. Her eyes moved and she said, "Then I won't be polite. Fellow Taoist, please." Xiaohua raised his hand and said. Xue Xue looked at the quality first, so she naturally bid first. She also chose and bought the pills first. However, did Xiaohua care about this? Of course not, because Xue Xue raised her hand and picked up the jade bottle containing the Peiyuan pill. Xue Xue poured out a Peiyuan pill. She carefully looked at it in front of her eyes, then put it to the tip of her nose and sniffed it. She then passed it to Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you should also take a look." Xiaohua took it and carefully looked at it. This Peiyuan pill was one size bigger than the one Xiao Yuehong refined. It was very smooth and slightly greasy in his hand. Moreover, before he could put the Peiyuan pill to the tip of his nose, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils. Xiaohua shook his head slightly in his heart. Xiao Yuehong refined the Peiyuan pill before. Moreover, it was when Xiaohua was guarding the furnace that Xiao Yuehong refined 24 Peiyuan pills in one furnace. Those Peiyuan pills were not very smooth. In fact, there were slight bumps and depressions that couldn't be seen clearly. If one looked at it forcefully, there seemed to be some dense talismans hidden within. Not only that Peiyuan pill had a faint medicinal fragrance, but that was only faint and not as strong as this Peiyuan pill. After comparing the two, Xiaohua knew that the quality of this Peiyuan pill was far inferior to the one he took. Sure enough, in just a moment, Xue Xue had already looked at all 4 types of pills. She turned her head and asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you think of this Peiyuan pill? Does fellow Taoist like it?" Xiaohua smiled and put the Peiyuan pill into the jade bottle. He said, "Fellow Taoist Xue checked it first." Naturally, fellow Taoist Xue asked first. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is so polite, I won't be polite." Xue Xue nodded and then asked shopkeeper Lu, "May I know the price of this Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill?" Fellow Taoist Xue is a frequent customer of my store. I won't deceive fellow Taoist. This Peiyuan pill costs 1 high-grade spirit stone. Hiss, Xiaohua didn't wait for shopkeeper Lu to finish and unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. "What? Does fellow Taoist Xiao think it's too expensive?" Shopkeeper Lu noticed and turned his head with a smile. "This cultivation increasing pill is not common in my humble store. Generally, it is used by my sect's disciples. The pills that fellow Taoists saw were taken out by my sect as a last resort. This 1 high-grade spirit stone is only because you 2 fellow Taoists were fated to come across it. If it was the auction the day after tomorrow, you definitely wouldn't know the price." Shopkeeper Lu, "What about the marrow cleansing pill?" Xue Xue's expression didn't change as she pointed her finger and asked. "Oh, the marrow cleansing pill is naturally cheaper. 20 mid-grade spirit stones for 1 pill." Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. Xiaohua was speechless. He had bought this baptizing marrow dan in Jinghua City's e-market, and he had also bought it at the Wind Station's e-market. However, he had only bought it for 5 or 10 spirit stones. Here, the price had doubled. And, although the price is a bit expensive, it is still a cultivation increasing pill after all. It is understandable. Xue Xue didn't ask about the price of the clear fragrance pill and clean lotus pill. She lowered her head and pondered for a while before saying, "However, shopkeeper Lu's pills are still lacking in quality. It seems that the main ingredients for refining the pills are not too old." Fellow Taoist Xue is right. Nowadays, it is really difficult to find old ingredients. Although there is a price on the e-market, there is no supply. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice, let alone refine pills. Shopkeeper Lu smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. 60 mid-grade spirit stones. I will buy 10 Peiyuan pill. Xue Xue narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "If possible, I will also buy 20 marrow cleansing pills." Fellow Taoist Xue is really making things difficult for me. 60 mid-grade spirit stones is a bit too little. If fellow Taoist Xue offers 80 mid-grade spirit stones, I will also reduce the price of the marrow cleansing pill to 12 mid-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Shopkeeper Lu said unhurriedly. Great. Xue Xue clapped her hands and said with a smile, I will do as shopkeeper Lu says. Then, he took out 11 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over. He smiled and said, "Don't bother looking for the 60 mid-grade spirit stones. Just give me a foundation elixir and I'll take it." Xiao Hua was stunned. He began to calculate the relationship between the spirit stones and the pill in his mind. Who would have thought that shopkeeper Lu had already laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Shui is really interesting. I already knew about fellow Taoist Shui's habit. Even if I didn't say it, I would have given fellow Taoist Shui an extra Peiyuan pill." You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.